Welcome back. Welcome back. It seems to be respecting this uptrend. SR flipped it.
Yeah.
It's a little deal that me and
also,
Market Maker has, Salvo. Whenever I reset the stream, I like it to, you know, I like to have a little excitement when we
I don't
start
want to
back
sit
up.
on your
So.
fluffy pillows now.
Jojo, you got an open mic, brother.
Local micro 618 from the previous high. Micro fib 618 level just got hit. 109.783.
Thank you again, Block.
W Los with the super chat. You're welcome, brother.
There's also a bearish divergence on the 5-minute. Is that like a liquidity sweep, or are they trying to push back above that SR?
Spot buys came in, but it was just like one big chunk. Like it literally lit up the tape from top to bottom and then just went away. Like, so somebody made a move there. Maybe to try to control sentiment, keep it above the 50 on the 15 or something, or maybe try to break back over this uptrend, but it failed.
Yo.
Oi.
Yo.
Oi. That shit still bugs me out, bro. That one of my roommates is from the UK. He used to always go oi, and I was like, "What's with the oi shit?" He goes, "Oi is just a backward yo," and I was like, "Oh shit." Exactly what it is.
Yeah.
He's like, it's just like you guys drive on the right, we drive on the left. You know, you say yo, we say oi.
Great. They say, what do they say? The British, they say, you're right, as in like, how are you? Say, you're right. That's always funny. Oi, you're right. I remember when I first started talking to Americans, and I didn't know if they wanted an answer to, hey, what's up?
We
Like,
don't.
what's up? It's like, it's just, you just repeat it back. Sup? What's up? Hey, what's up? I was thinking like, oh shit, think quick. What have I been doing? I just got home from work, put my clothes on.
Bro, people will say what's up and be 7 steps away before you can even open your mouth. It's like, I'm pretty sure that was a question, but it was like a drive-by question.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
pet peeves. The people that keep talking to you while they're walking away.
Yeah.
You have to
Yeah.
chase them down and like, hey, wait, yeah, where's the office to the thing over here? And they're just, yeah, but come back here so I can tell you, give you directions. Where are you going?
Yeah. Or like if you live in a house with other people and you're having a conversation with them and they walk off to another room, they're like, I can still hear you. Like, yeah, but well, that was interesting. Push up above the old all-time high, and now we're coming back down. Interesting.
This is all in Asia's hands again. We finally at least get a full day of just full active sessions. This was bullshit. It's like we got a little tease for Asian session and then UK and US shut down again. And it's like we went right back into sideways weekend vibes. That low liquidity environment.
I'm all for public holidays and everything, but when does the US have their longest drought of public holidays?
I know, right?
No public holidays for a long time. I'm gonna Google it. Let me have a look. US public holidays. For the sake of like wanting a session, you know what I mean? Of course. So this one was Memorial Day. Oh, hey, look, I'm all for that. No worries. And you guys got your okay, so Juneteenth is the next one, and then Independence Day, 4th of July, of course. August is just a nice solid month of no public holidays. I like that. And October. September has Labor Day on the 1st. So I guess March, April is the longest stretch with no holidays. Nothing in March, nothing in April. Can't even remember how they treated Easter. Like, was there public holidays for that?
Yeah, there is here.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't know why they're not listed in this list that I looked up.
It's usually on a Sunday, right? So it's like
Doesn't affect the trading, maybe? Yeah.
But I know some people have off on that following Monday.
Do you guys have like state-specific holidays?
Yeah, but they don't get you time off. I'm trying to think of any.
Oh, okay.
If I'm wrong, somebody correct me. But I know that there's state holidays. I just don't think you get the day off for them.
Okay, yeah. Where they shut down the markets and stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
it's like the Abraham Thanksgiving story. So like Thanksgiving, people think that it has to do with the pilgrims and the feast and the. Not going to get into the sordid history of Thanksgiving, but let's just say that these were celebrations, but there were many Thanksgivings at a time. So many Thanksgivings at a time that the president had to come out and say, no, Thanksgiving is on this day. And that's it. You guys get back to work. Abraham Lincoln was the one that declared Thanksgiving on the day that it is. But if you look back in some of the historical records, it's because it had gotten so out of control that there was a holiday almost every week.
Yeah, damn. Well, if all markets could just act like Bitcoin and just not see time off and just go 24/7, 365, that'd be great. Just, have them constant. Then again, I do like the dynamic of it going offline for 2 days and then having like this, swell of activity that happens.
Can you imagine if
And even
crypto
like
shut down, bro? I don't even
it would
know
be
if I would
very
know how to
strange.
act right now. Like if the charts
Yeah,
just stopped moving for a day or two.
yeah, I would need time to digest that. If we
Mm-hmm.
had weekends and open and closes, that would,
Imagine we'd be here
And
like,
then
all
for
right, guys, it's almost 5 o'clock, and then the bell rings. It's like, all right, well, see you guys in a couple hours. Like, it'd be so weird. One of the main
it would
reasons
be
that
very odd.
that I started really, really playing heavy, like that I gave up the options game and all that, is because it's like just being trapped on that schedule, and especially for somebody like me that's more of a night owl.
Yeah.
Being
Definitely.
forced to be up at market open, and it's like, bro, it's an
I do like that
antiquated way
it's
of
just
doing
around
things.
the clock.
As global as it should be.
Yeah, exactly. No boundaries.
Yeah, definitely hit that like button, guys. We just started up a new stream, so if you liked the last one, you can like it again now.
I'm putting together some Pokemon care packages to donate to the Children's Hospital.
Nice. How many
Trying to
full
give
arts you putting in each one?
I don't have any extra of those.
Yeah, I know. Nah, it's cool. My friend does the same thing. He's got so many left over. He donates a bunch, and the kids love it. They don't. They just want to play with the cards. They just like the characters and shit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's some really cool ones in here. I put a hollow in each one, and then energy cards.
Oh, that's nice of
one
you.
card, and then it's just some of the bulk. I'm just trying to complete my deck, and so I don't need to resell any of my bulk or my doubles or anything. I'd rather I went to Reddit to see what other people do, and some fill up penny sleeves and give them away to trick-or-treaters on Halloween.
That's
And
cool.
I thought that was a good idea, but Halloween's sort of too far away, so.
That is actually a good idea, because you could put them all in the stack, and you could make them feel like they're picking.
Oh yeah. Put them in a basket, and then.
Yeah, sleeve them and put them in a little thing, and then just let them reach in there and grab one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sam with the 5 gifters. Appreciate you, Sam.
Gifted.
5 gifted memberships. W gifts.
What was that crazy coin that you guys were talking about earlier? Was it Launchcoin?
Launchcoin, yeah.
And then looking at, you were like, I don't want to do this measured move. It's crazy.
It's nuts. You don't
Is
even.
that the
You
one?
just. Yeah, that's the one that's like,
I
oh
haven't
god.
seen it.
Even the conservative bull flag was like an 18x.
Jeez.
Like you feel irresponsible even drawing a measured move like that. But it's only, I believe, like 230 mil market cap, so it does have some headroom. And these narratives, they come in really hot and then they like flash in the pan, so it could get up to that valuation. It doesn't have to hold it, right? Holding it is the hard thing, but it could get up to that valuation.
Dbloc, you want to do me a huge favor?
What I live for, brother.
Can you please check out US 500 on a 5-minute for some momentum? TR analysis. Where's all your stuff?
I must have been doing something different on here.
I feel like the sentiment on this for short term is gonna decide sort of what crypto does over the next like 16 hours.
Since 2011, you see what happens every time we hit the 50 EMA here.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. My girl made me a sandwich.
Sandwich.
Nice.
Enjoy. All right, let's zoom in here though. A solid hit on that 800.
Yeah, aside from that COVID dip, it's never really fallen through it.
Nah. Same sort of higher low fractal breakout pattern we've seen across most risk assets, right? Came back, neatly caught its retest. Cleared a good portion of these vectors. The last vector gives you the rest of the measured move.
It's back to all-time high, right?
And then, yeah, price discovery. So it's honestly, it's really similar to Bitcoin. Great move, big dump, great move. Really no higher low to speak of since the W that sent us. That need to come back and retest the 50. You wicked off of it. Next couple days will be crucial to let you know whether that wick was enough or not. If you take out these lows, then you're probably going to come get a more sort of solid hit. Lower time frames do look a little roly-poly.
Yeah, they're kind of losing momentum, right?
Yeah. A lot of mean reversions, even on smaller time frames. Close though, right? 800 and 200 are literally right there. And that would make sense with this SR flip in this range. Right, so looking at this on a 5-minute time frame, you would expect to come back, retest these highs, retest these, and then push away or break. So on the 4-hour, basically just got to hold your 50. If not, you're going to come revisit.
Like 57 area.
Yeah. Unless, like I said, unless it goes sideways long enough and everything sort of starts to curl up. 800 is going to take forever to curl, though.
Is there like a potential like M forming right there? Like, so say this is the lower high. That right there at the end, would you consider that like an M structure?
Yeah, but then you got to use yeah, technically, yeah, but then you got to use common sense, right? Because if this was to play out as a M, and that measured move is bringing you way lower.
Oh, I was looking at something way smaller, like just right, like right at the end.
Oh, right. Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah, that little thing there.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Right at the end there, kind of looking like an M.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So does the M have to follow like a 5-wave up
No.
structure?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Nah, you can get this topping structure at any time.
For
It's
the
just a lower
crown
high
emoji.
fractal at the end of the day. And if you notice, your bearish sort of trigger for that would be breaking your 800. Right, come down, test the 800. If that doesn't hold, then you go into this volume gap that should bring you down to that 57 we put on our VPVR. So that 800 holds. If not, once it gets past this support range, then it's a pretty clean drop down to 582, which would be the top of this structure.
58.20, I think, is where that was the Friday close. Or no. There's a gap there of some sort. I know there is, but I forget exactly where.
Give me a second, boss. I'll check the DMs.
Thanks for looking at Dbloc. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. So if this does
you
play
think-
out, if this does break down and play out,
and Bitcoin
then
goes
yeah,
down.
brings you into that gap, and then you have your second gap.
It's this weird little push. I'm trying to get some insight as to what could happen with Bitcoin over the next 16 hours. Well, we're waiting for the market to open. I don't know if it's
I don't
that
know.
many
We're
hours
putting
now,
in, we're locking in lower highs, so I expect this week to be, unless something changes in the next, 24, 48 hours, I expect it to be red week.
Yeah, me too.
Which, I mean, by the way, nobody should shed a tear about. How many green weeks do you guys want in a row?
Yeah, we just had 7 in a row.
Yeah, it's, at some point you get to the point where you're breaking historical precedents and you're going to get a massive fear correction from it. It's better we retrace and sort of let some of the steam out of this shit. When you back up to the daily, I mean, that measured move that we pulled is nothing. On the daily, this is the gap that's interesting. But that measured move breaks us past that high volume node. So that measured move brings us to test our 13. Just like the other strong coins we've seen or projects we've seen, if they're holding their 13 and haven't retested their 50, they're showing pretty good strength. But if that 13 doesn't hold, you're going to come down to the 50. There's nothing here to stop price.
Yeah, and see where you've got that box drawn? There's a gap right there.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
about that's a gap.
Yeah.
And it's at the 50. I
Yes,
definitely expect something
a good amount
to
of
happen
confluence. No, not super red, Yash. Not super red. Let's take a look at the weekly real quick before I even say that, because I'm just speaking red, meaning like I think it's going down. Retracing a bit, not necessarily that it's going to be a red candle. Oh yeah, that's going to be a red candle, my bad. Too much, y'all. It's 8 green weeks in a row.
Yeah, that hasn't happened since the 2023 where
Right here.
the ETF announcement. Yeah.
And this is where we should have had our secondary scare. Everything was pointing at this being a bigger, deeper retracement. And the institutions said nope. And then Bitcoin whales said yep.
I never been more angry at Bitcoin than at that specific period of time. I was so angry when it didn't retrace closer to 30K.
Chart is crazy on the weekly. There is no second best. Yeah, H. I don't understand how the rules work either. One of the mods was saying that they noticed that if you type too much, like if it notices that you're spamming, I have no idea, bro. I googled it and everything. I can't get anything in black and white. Number one hasn't sent a message in forever. You can click on a crown and it gives you the leaderboard. You guys are all tied for number one. That's what the thing is. Everyone has 75 XP right now. Number 1 through number 8 are tied.
So Asian sessions should be in full swing tonight, right, with their stock market?
What happened?
Asia session is going to be in full swing with their stock market tonight.
Yeah, everybody should. They were actually, there was nothing wrong with the Asian session last yesterday. It was just UK and US that weren't doing shit. Asia came in and did their job, but Asia came in, handled that CME gap. Actually, the CME gap closed itself on algos. It didn't even need them.
But now everybody should, like, we won't be missing anybody.
No,
like,
this will be our first full session.
We'll have Australia, Asia, and then UK comes in later. The Euro session. Before the New York session. So yeah, we should be fully stacked up. What do they call that? Australian and New Zealand? Oceanic or something? Isn't there a weird name?
Oceania. Or like Australasia, if we're tied in with Asia. But Oceania is like any of the Pacific.
They don't even try to hide that it's all made up now. Even the names just sound fake.
What
like
did you say?
Australasia? Australasia, yep.
Australasia? That sounds exotic. I want to date it. I want to date an Australasian chick. Find me a cute petite Australasian chick. Sounds like she pronounces words different.
So Australasia is a sub-region of Oceania that generally includes Australia, New Zealand, and sometimes New Guinea and neighboring islands. There you go.
You want a girl that sounds just like Rick? Whisper sweet nothings in your ear.
I don't know. Rick, how do you pronounce aluminium?
Aluminium.
Yeah. I could go for that.
Aluminium.
Cheeseburger. Hear that in my ear.
Instead of cheeseburger. And a glass of water instead of a glass of water.
instead of purchasing power. It's purchasing power.
In New York, we say
Purchasing
water.
power.
We say water closer to like how y'all say water. I think water is crazy. Water.
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 Yeah.
Water.
Yeah. What are you doing?
It's water.
What are you doing? Pronouncing water like that.
The British water is like water, water. Though to be fair, there are so many different like accents in the UK.
Yeah,
So,
I've noticed that over time too. Yeah, they don't like to be mistaken for each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even
Dude,
in London,
honestly,
there's like different parts of London that sounds different to each other, and it's just one city. Like, crazy.
I don't know what it is about the Boston accent, but the further into Boston you get, the closer you get to Boston, the further into Boston you get, the less R's are pronounced.
Oh yeah.
Like they don't pronounce the
Ah.
letter R. I passed my car in Harvard Yard.
Khaki.
It's about it drives about 45 minutes. Like even words that really need an R, they
drop
they
it.
just don't. Yeah, they just don't pronounce them.
Yeah, look at Quant go. Go, little Quant.
All right, I guess I should be happy because I'm holding it, but it feels awkward seeing it above $100.
Yeah, what's been really ripping today? Banana? Banana's 31. Whatever the hell that is.
Banana gun.
Nah.
I was really not expecting that breakout for Quant. Thought I was gonna keep getting suppressed.
Yeah, that's really cool to see Quant doing that.
Yes, yeah. I'm still looking for a retracement, brother. My opinion, it's still Wells versus market makers at this point.
Quant is the only thing I hold more of than Bitcoin.
Wow.
I like Quant, man. It's
I mean,
just
Sui is
one of the very few people that cares, but
Sui is getting up there in my portfolio. But I still don't have as much Sui as I probably still have twice as much Quant.
Hey boys, quick question. Do you guys use headsets?
Yeah.
I have a desktop mic, and then I've got a earphones plugged into it, or headphones plugged into it.
Earphones.
Earphones.
I don't do much gaming and stuff on the PC, but I've been looking for some headsets for these calls.
any Still
You guys
Series
recommend
headset is decent. Won't be too expensive if you got really good mics and good noise
Which one?
cancellation. Still Series?
Steel Series?
Yeah.
Thank you, Dbloc.
Yeah. You can just pick out of any of those, like whatever one you want. But as a company, their mics are really good. The one that I use all the time. You guys, I don't think most of the time you can't tell when I'm on it versus my desktop mic.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm gonna look at them. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a bit off topic, but I'm
No,
literally
you're
on
good.
Amazon right now checking it out.
I'm sure other people have different opinions. There's all types of good mics, but as far as cost benefit and for what we use it for, communicating on Discord, they're decent.
What are you looking for?
Got an open mic. I don't even know if we can. We might as well just take this out. It's not even a weekend anymore. And it's just bothering me having the shaded.
Oh, yeah.
But we know where the bottom is. I'll pay attention to where the bottom is.
Yeah, these public holiday weeks are a bit tricky.
What do you think the chances of testing that 107 tonight?
Good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Word.
Asia's about to come in here, bro, and they're not. They're just gonna go after vectors and liquidations, and most of our juice is to the bottom. Right, that bottom vector takes us 1074. You break structure, you get all of these liquidations. And then you come into some of our bigger time frame vectors. We go to like the 4 hour.
Well, I'm wondering if I should just get out of the short. If we hit 107, get out of the short, or just like
Clearing that
and then try to.
Clearing that vector to 107 on the 4 hour brings you right to your 50 EMA. So like it's a decent spot to hold support if it's going to, you know what I mean? If it breaks that, then our next vector is 104, 103.
Mhm. Maybe I'll close half and put the stop at, like in the profit or something. Because I wouldn't mind holding it the rest of it if we do go down lower, but I don't know if it'll. I might be able to just get another entry.
Yeah. Just lock
What's
in
the
those
Chinese
gains.
session? What's the Chinese index called? Because I know the Japanese is the Nikkei. Is it just called like Shanghai?
It's
Something like that. I don't know.
What is it? HSI.
What was the question?
HSI? Oh, like what the Chinese market's called, like their index.
The
What's the
SSE,
Japanese? Oh,
Shanghai Stock Exchange, or the Shanghai Composite. I think the official name is SEC Index Composite or SEC Composite Index, something like that.
okay.
The HSI is
SSE,
Hang
sorry,
Seng,
not
yeah.
SEC, SSE. My brain is corrupted.
The
The
Hang
Hang
Seng.
Seng. Hey. Jinx.
You owe me a soda.
Yeah, it's the Hang Seng. That's actually in Hong Kong.
Oh yeah.
Who was it that said they had sent me? Somebody earlier said that they sent me a message. BTC boss. I don't see a message from you on Discord. Make sure you're messaging the right person. Which account did you send it to? Did you send it to the one with the Cypher logo or the other one?
Man, to see the US the stock market in the US is like $31 trillion. And then the next biggest is the Shanghai Stock Exchange, 7 trillion. So 7 versus 31. Like that's 1 and 2. That's wow. You guys are massive.
A lot of monies.
And then the Nikkei or Japan, 6.5 trill. India's
What?
stock exchange is pretty big. It's like the 4th largest on the planet, India. And then you got Europe. There's another Indian one, the Bombay. Wow. London's only basic, yeah, it's like 3 trillion. I mean, trillion's a lot, but Australia's all the way down here, 1.89 trillion. That's so small.
Crypto's 3 times larger.
Yeah.
Or at least twice as big.
Yeah. That market cap that makes up the US stock exchange, that has to have international money in it as well, right?
Oh yeah.
Because foreign investment into the market.
Yeah.
Because I know even my we call it a superannuation fund, which is basically like the Australian 401k. Part of the breakdown of how it's, allocated is some of it's US or international shares, which is cool.
Bro, there was talk of putting tariffs on international investments.
Oh, right. Okay.
A lot of money that comes in.
Yeah. Kind of makes you wonder what size the US stock market would be if it was strictly domestic with no foreign money at all.
We
'Cause at
keep
this
playing
point, it's
around like this, we're gonna find out.
Yeah.
I'm shutting people out.
It is like the US market is really is the global market. Although the companies are American.
Nicole, I like Launchcoin, but I got in Launchcoin early. It's a bit of a different story, I think, to be chasing it at this point. I would like to see it come down a bit. Right, we're in a flag structure on the hourly. Be a lot more comfortable buying it down after some retracement. That vector would take you down to about 18.9, 18.5. Your psychological range is at like 17.4. Problem is that I expect Bitcoin to turn around this week a little bit. So if Bitcoin's going to lose some ground, I think everything else is going to do the same. And this thing, honestly, you want this to consolidate, because after a move like this, what you want to do is make sure that if you do come up and retrace, that you never have to come back down here again. Right? That there's enough resistance built up, support built up right here, that it'll keep price from ever having to come down there. So I think buying the bottom of this and then having tight stops underneath just in case, because you don't want to come into this at all. If this even dips into this vacuum a little bit, it's going to get sucked all the way down.
We're talking about Bitcoin?
Nah, I'm talking about Launchcoin.
Oh.
It just went too crazy. Right, when you look at the VPVR, I mean, you want to talk about a gap. There's like nothing there to stop price until you get down to like 2 cents. So,
Yeah, I'm gonna look at it right now.
Yeah. Main priority is to hold this range. And then, yeah, I'll look at Cetus real quick. I know some of us riskier types swung at this.
Bro, if you saw what I did today, you'd call me the biggest degen in the world. You'd probably kick me out of this Discord, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, we're coming back down into that accumulation, which isn't great. You never like to see that.
You said coming back down?
Yeah, into its accumulation. Just I'm looking on the I'm on a bigger time frame on the 4 hour. We've obviously done a little bit of recovery and shit, but I like to start sort of zoomed out.
Mm.
11.5 cents, I think, is probably the lowest we could go if everything was to go wrong here. Meaning if Bitcoin, you know, takes maybe a deeper retracement than we're expecting. But so far, what we're trying to do is put in that higher low fractal here. We haven't done it yet. Right, we've got the right side of a W.
So what are you saying?
We're
Going
looking
long
for
is
that.
the best move?
We're looking for that higher low. Until that's set, it's a no play.
Yeah.
We lost the 50. 50 would have been a good spot to do it, but we lost that. If you go to the hourly, not really a whole hell of a lot keeping it from just rolling over. I think that the play on this is to catch it as low as you can for the recovery of the vectors that it dropped down on the news of the bullshit that they already fixed that isn't an issue anymore. And then make your decision at the top of this vector recovery on whether you want to keep holding the project or not. You know, people swung at it here and it failed, got stopped out, I'm sure. You swung at it again. If it fails, you get stopped out. But when you're trying to catch a falling knife, that's really the only way to do it unless you want to wait for it to already be in recovery.
Yeah. Gotta kick in that stop loss. I was playing around with theta, Theta. I was able to catch it. Yeah, I caught it at the bottom. It was a partial fill order though. It didn't complete my full order, but I made a little bit on it. It wasn't too bad. I'm still holding my short on Bitcoin. I sold like 75%. I still got like 25%. I got my take profit at 107,485 right now, but I probably should bump that up a little bit. Doesn't look like this thing's coming down. I thought by now it'd be down, like 106.
Yeah. Gustav, yeah, I have my TPO chart set up. For the most part, on the side when I'm looking at stuff, I don't really do a lot of it online just because I think this is going to lead to a lot of analysis paralysis for like 90% of the people listening. But yeah, I always have my TPO charts for Confluence. What y'all doing for dinner tonight? It's about that time.
I just got home from dinner. At Cheesecake Factory.
Oh, so you came home full.
Uh-huh. But my bags ain't full yet though. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Gustav. Damn, homemade cheesecake. That sounds good. All right, that's good, man. I didn't see any ramen. Nobody said peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Everybody's doing all right.
And Bitcoin at 100K, 110K. It's not a ramen type of night.
Crazy. Bitcoin just casually hanging out at 109K like it belongs here.
Crazy, man. Crazy. It didn't even come close to that. What is it, that 107 something? That was like the line back from like April 9th, where if it would have broke through that, it would have probably jumped down to like 95K. It didn't even come close. Actually, it did yesterday. When was the 25th? Yesterday, right? Yeah. Yeah, it did yesterday at 12:30 in the afternoon. It went down to 106,570.
Boss man, this Dragonfly. I've been playing that OTG a lot.
Yeah.
And yeah, I see the tokens and all that, and I see that thing that's like 90,000 gun tokens worth.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, and you know, it's still cheaper to just to go to the exchange or everywhere else to get gun instead of in the game purchase. I see.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to buy your guns through the in-game. No, yeah. Hell no.
Yeah, yeah, but
That's
I
for
don't think a
everybody
lot of
else. But think
Right.
about what that means though. Think about that many people paying a premium for it. You know, it's kind of crazy.
There's a lot to that game. There's all kinds of shit to do in that thing.
Yeah, just remember too, we're not on mainnet yet, so all the gun tokens that you have are gonna disappear when they go to mainnet. So you have to use those gun tokens to buy things in game. Right. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to think forward and be like, okay, what's gonna go up in value? Right. That's why I said I've been using my tokens to buy things like laser sights and night vision scopes because of that dark game mode that's coming up. And then if you pay the $11 to be on the pro package or whatever, if you go onto that screen, there's a button at the bottom that says use your gun tokens to extend your battle pass. So you can do that too. When we get close to mainnet, whatever tokens I have left, I'm just gonna click, I'll just put it in there to get a couple months of free battle pass or whatever.
Right.
Is it in mainnet now? Because I still have all my gun tokens. Well, I mean, I've been spending them, but I still have the ones that I had. I'll check. I'll look into it. Did they take your gun tokens, me? All right.
I know when I first played it, I played on singles. I was like, oh man, I'm so good. And then we switched to team deathmatch, and it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, the Wolves are in team deathmatch. You only got to get like top 8.
It's still like it's night and day. Like, oh man, that team deathmatch, there's some real ones in there just tearing it up.
I kind of feel like if there's gonna be cheaters in the game, they're gonna end up in the team deathmatch. So it's probably best to just go play the other one. All right, I got you, man. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Give me a second. Let me order this food real quick.
Yeah, is there any sort of recent news? Anybody hear any sort of recent news about? Because just because MicroStrategy is up like 2 or 3%, and Nvidia is up like 2%, but the U.S. futures was already up like more than 1%. So I don't know if it's just people playing into that, expecting the gap up because of futures or what. But yeah, semiconductors is up, MicroStrategy's up, probably a few other things. Figured I'd check to see if anybody heard anything. Is anybody even there?
Yeah, I just stepped in, but I don't know what's going on. How you doing, bro?
I'm alright, bro. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. Got done a bunch of website, internet work. Took 16 hours, bro. Oh my god, my brain is fried.
Damn.
Cause
Yeah, I've
product,
done.
man, it's product building, man. Building product and then the SEO and all this crap. Oh my god, dude. Just insane.
Yeah, I actually wanted to talk to you at some point when we both get the chance to about some business stuff.
Yeah, shoot me DM, bro. I'll friend you.
All right, hell yeah.
But yeah, God, man. 18 products, 16, and probably more than 16 hours, man. I don't know, because I didn't go to sleep this morning until 5 a.m. And that's when I got pretty much done with all of it, the imagery structure, the SEO, and all the crap, right? And the tags for the products. And then 5 a.m. I'm done. And then I'm looking at the main image and I'm like, I just don't like that. So I just spent like 2 more hours and just got done with it doing a different mock-up for the product. Makes it look more realistic. So I like that better.
Is it just like the picture?
Yeah, like any main picture that you would look at for a product and shit, it was the main picture, man. So I had to make it bright and realistic and all this crap. A bunch of Photoshop. Blah.
Yeah, it sounds like a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I mean, it is a whole lot of work, man. Web development, especially when it comes to e-commerce solutions and having to build product. Because building a product, that's not so hard, but matching your SEO with product is it takes time. It's not like it's hard, man. I mean, it's brain numbing, easy work, really, but it's just time consuming. So web development can eat up time, bro.
Yeah, I
But
imagine it would.
the crazy thing though is like around I'd say around 2012-ish, because I used to build websites just doing raw code. I would just type code on a screen and then you go look at it in like Internet Explorer and you could visually see what you're coding. So back in the day it was just typing out raw code. Nowadays it's all plugin driven. So all websites are responsive so people can look at them on their cell, their tablets, their desktops, and all TV. So it's all run by programs and software, which they call plugins. So now everything's way different, and you end up getting like software conflicts. You end up getting plugin conflicts on web development now, and then you got to figure that out. It's like it's crazy, but it's not typing out a bunch of raw code though anymore.
Sorry about that, Bully. I was in a bad spot. I'm in a bad spot, so I coming in and out with the connection. My connection's probably pretty bad. But do you use like AI? You use AI to help you with some of that stuff?
No, I don't use AI, man. I've been doing graphic design, computer-aided graphic design, and before that, I was a traditional like hand artist, so I painted and drew and sketched and all that crap. So I don't technically need AI, though I don't fault anybody who does use it. It kind of speeds things up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I get like you don't need it, but would it not like with your skills already, could you not just use it to your advantage to speed things up a lot? Like considering like you already have like the skill that you need, like but if you use AI, like you could probably just get the same quality job done, but like a lot faster. You know what I mean?
You know, you would think that, and maybe I just don't know how to use AI or give it like maybe the appropriate prompts or something because I have tried, um, and I mess with Meta and I mess with Grok, but I've tried to have it create what I need for a product and it just don't do it, man. I mean, I've sat there for like, well, just one time I was doing something for it was a hat product. So I was like, all right, let's try to get this hat design into a mock-up product. And I tried to use AI to accomplish that, bro. And it did like a bunch of the prompts that I asked it to do, but it wasn't generating what I needed, man. It was just frustrating me. And after like an hour or two of just recalculating my prompt and trying to get it to do its thing right, I am not good with AI, bro. Maybe it's me. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like something that takes a lot of trial and error anyway. Probably not you, but it's probably just still in an awkward phase. Confusing.
Oh, I bet there's probably some badass prompts out there for AI that can probably do some cool things. I just don't know them, you know.
Ask AI to figure out. Ask AI how to use AI better.
Yeah, totally, man. Right, like that saying that I've read on the internet, explain it to me like I'm 5.
Yeah, just like prompt into the AI, just be like, explain to me in a very simple but detailed and in-depth way that is so. Explain to me in a detailed and in-depth way that's so simplistic that even a young child could understand. You remember those books they used to have that was like, so like woodworking for dummies or like,
Yeah, and the craziest thing is those were the best books ever, man.
yeah.
I've read some, they're great.
Dude, they really like explain everything, and it's like the books that you're reading is longer than, most like instruction manuals. or like handbooks that you would have on it.
And I hope
Like,
whoever came up with that concept or that signature mark or trademark or copyright or whatever, I hope they are millionaires, billionaires,
yeah, right.
man.
Dude, I could just write a bunch of those, like using AI. Be like, write how to use AI for dummies. Like go into AI and be like, write a book called How to Use AI for Dummies, and make it an instruction manual that is super simplistic but very detailed about
You
how
know,
to
I
operate
wonder if
AI.
I wonder if somebody is actually selling like a tutorial like that, you know? I bet you maybe
Dude,
I bet you
I
there's
don't.
some YouTube videos how to instruct AI.
Maybe I should probably just like stop giving away my good ideas because somebody's gonna steal them.
You're right, man. Yeah. Get to work. It's out there in the ether now, bro.
Just like write a book on how to use AI. Ask AI how to write a book on how to use AI, and then ask AI how to get it printed and published, and then print them up, publish
You're
them, sell it on Amazon.
right, and then in the disclaimer, you put this book was partially created with AI.
Yeah, you gotta have a disclaimer, man. No AI was harmed in the making of this book.
Yeah, I was sitting there cracking up about that still, man. AI for Dummies. Learn every prop you need to know on how to operate AI. Disclaimer, this book was written by AI. You price it cheap enough, you'd probably get the sale just for the laugh.
Yeah, you gotta put it in the disclaimer as well. Like this book was written for entertainment purposes, like in the fine print.
Yep, and they have to click on and accept the terms of conditions.
Yeah, all sales are final, no refunds. I saw this short video on YouTube one time, and the guy was like, he picked up a book and he was like, and his girlfriend was next to it. And he's like, so let me just show you how much my girlfriend loves wasting money. He was like, let me show you how much my girlfriend loves wasting money. He's like, this is a book called Meow, and there's a cat on the front and it says Meow, and he just opens the book and he's like, every single word on every single page is Meow. And it just says meow, 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 meow. Like literally every single word on every single page was meow. It was like, it was the dumbest shit ever. I'm like, oh
That's
God,
pretty
man,
funny.
how much did that book cost? Like, how much did she spend on that book?
Hey, so is that looking like a pretty straightforward head and shoulders on the 15-minute chart? Hey, is that looking like a pretty straightforward head and shoulders to everybody else on the 15-minute chart?
Yeah, I lost connection. I'm trying to look at it now.
If you're looking at Bitcoin, to me, I wouldn't say so, man. It doesn't look like a head and shoulder setup to me, but just my opinion.
I mean, yeah, it does look like there's a head and shoulders. Like I'm looking at the one at the very minute. I'm trying on top of the trend, but it does have that shape. I see it at the very end of the 1 minute. There's what looks like a head and shoulders. As far as the 15-minute, I'm trying to zoom out.
I mean,
maybe you could put like a picture of what you're seeing, like a
yeah, I can put it up on my
screenshot in
I'll put it
general.
up on
That
my
head and shoulders is
one
not
second.
really.
I mean, it's super small. Like it's not like a crazy
I have like
head and
a
shoulders. But it does look like a head and shoulders to me. Here, I'll switch over to my PC. 1 second.
I mean, I've got like the worst connection right now. I would definitely look at it and like analyze it with you, but I've got like the worst connection right now, bro. What is it there?
Sorry, I had to plug in my headset. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I have it up.
Just zoom out a little bit. So
Here we go. 1 second. So I mean, it's small.
yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Super small. Nothing like crazy, but I got to. Oh, sorry. Got a pretty textbook head and shoulders right there. Small as it may be. Let me see what the measure move would be.
I mean, it definitely does look. It definitely does look like one. I'm just the only gripe I have with it is that it's not at the very top of the trend.
So I'm not too familiar. So if it's not at the top of the trend, it's not a clear indicator, or is that what you're saying? Oh, I see. Because it could reaccumulate based.
Well, it's a reversible pattern. So most. I keep hearing my voice through your screen.
Is it
Quickly found at the top of it, not the trend, closer or the, like an end very would be found at the bottom of a and not like really like it's a reversal. Anyway, it's not coming from the very tippity top. Are you trying to like jump into a short? Or what? Or are you just looking for like market direction?
I just realized my headset was up. So yeah, I just had I didn't have a great entry for my long, so I went ahead and closed that. Just because I was like, that could be concerning. But is it possible if it's not at the top? Well, I mean, we're coming off
it
of
could still play out.
Like we were sort of like accumulating.
It could still play out the measure move.
So maybe this is signaling like that we're gonna distribute a bit before we bounce back up and well, let me think.
Yeah, I switched it over to the 5 minute, and I was able to see that structure that you're talking about. To me, it just doesn't look like there's enough of a head higher up above the shoulders enough. That's just me, just my opinion though.
Oh, looking at different time frames. Yeah,
Yeah,
let
well,
me
I tried on the 15 and I couldn't really see it, and then so I switched down to 5 and I see it a little bit better.
So where I saw it originally was just looking at Dbloc's chart. Like I kind of saw those three peaks with the center peak being higher. Now, I mean that would. So let me look. Let me look
I mean,
at my chart.
it sort of resembles it. Yeah, I mean, I won't say no, but I don't really see a good head and shoulder.
Yeah, fair enough. I was just curious, kind of. I'm still trying to recognize these patterns and understand what they mean. Um, so I'm gonna run with this thought for a second. Would put us. That would put us pretty far below the weekend trap. So maybe not that. Although at the same time, you see, if you see on Dbloc's chart, or his VRVP, we've got that like pretty thick purple line down there for the liquidity or the order block, or where orders are. That would take us kind of just below that, so catching those orders, which would give us the gas to get up into that vector gap above, I feel like. So maybe this is kind of the thing we're looking for. I mean, I definitely know we definitely needed some downward movement to figure it out. Let me see if I can see it on.
I think the weekend's over. Like, I think Asia's on now.
Well,
Should
Asia's on,
be.
right? But we're still, yeah, I guess that would be the beginning, because I think, yeah, so Asia would be the first, and then the rest of us follow. Yeah, so you're right. I mean, that still could just be to kind of consolidate that vector gap, but yeah, I guess that doesn't really make sense to be considering the weekend trap at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you said there. It couldn't hurt to go down, grab all that liquidation. I mean, we got all week to pump back up. I mean, not a big deal.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I just was kind of curious everybody's thoughts on that, and if I was seeing what I was seeing, and if that made sense. I mean, I'm out of my Bitcoin trade right now. I'm kind of just waiting to see what happens. I got in the wrong long. I was looking a little bit too much on the like larger time frames and not paying attention to the shorter for a bit there.
Yeah,
So
if I remember D-Block said that earlier, I think if I remember it right, he's just watching right now. Just chilling. We're going horizontal. We don't really know what to do.
yeah, I tend to get ahead of myself when things go a little sideways and like I overtrade, because I'm like trying to capitalize on each gap or whatever. Well, I also got liquidated on in a short yesterday, so a pretty big liquidation. So I'm like trying to take my dollars and build that back up a bit, and I think that's part of it. Is I'm just a little bit revenge trading, but yeah, I was looking at the. Show you what I was looking at on the 4 hour. Looking at
Things
the
are kind of
4 hour chart.
bearish. Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, at least for the short term, I would say.
Yeah, it's already pretty much made the measured move that
I
head
was
and
looking at the
shoulders you're
4 hour
looking at.
chart, and I was kind of looking at this like regression channel that we're in. And like we've been sort of just sitting right about this line,
Hello?
and like when we got our all-time high, We jumped right way above it,
Can you
but generally,
hear Qui-Gon? Or do you have
oh, I can't. I'm sorry. Hold on, let me make sure he's not muted.
I was just saying that the head and shoulders you were looking at it pretty much already played out the measure move. Like just eyeballing it, I can see it looks like it already played out.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so I wasn't hearing you, Qui-Gon, because I think you were lagging on my end. But
Did you hear what it? Did you just hear me then?
I heard the very end of it, about the measured move playing out, but
Yeah. Yeah, that's all I was saying. Like the head and shoulders you were looking at, the measure move pretty much already played out. You know, it was that small of a time frame. But yeah, I mean, that's what I was trying to say earlier was like, oh yeah, it could still play out to the measure move, even though it's not at the top of a trend. Like, yeah, it does look like a head and shoulders and could still play out. It's pretty much already played out now. But like that's how quick it made the measure move because of how small of a pattern it was.
yeah, because it was only
So I
on the
was like,
15-minute.
I just had a really bad connection, so I was like trying to ask you, like, are you trying to short it or what? Blah blah blah. But like, I don't know.
No, I was more just trying to
Didn't know if you were.
mitigate a long position with a bad entry that I was in, and just figure out whether or not I should close. I already closed it, just because yeah, it just wasn't doing good. I needed to catch a new entry, honestly.
Because it's not going up.
Exactly. So I was looking at this also. I guess so. I think originally I was on the 30-minute chart. I didn't realize I was on the 30-minute chart. I thought I was on the 4-hour. So I did this. Found this diamond, sort of. Not a perfect diamond, but I mean, what I originally saw was this up, down, then smaller up, which sort of formed this diamond here at back on the 21st. And I measured that, I think, up to about 115. So I was kind of trying to take a look. I've definitely missed a few opportunities, or a few good spots to long. So I'm more looking for shorter term plays. Yeah, so there it goes to there.
It's all right. There's gonna be more.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm more or less trying to correct my mistakes from the last couple days and like consider what I didn't look at.
It's hard to get in the middle of an aggressive move. I feel like I don't know.
Yeah, when it's like been pretty volatile, and we've also had this sort of like sideways ranging with a few big downward movements. I've also like, I think a lot of times I'll profit on these big moves, and then I want to trade every other dip after that, and that's been messing me up. So just learning patience on my entries, really.
Bro, I have totally been there, man. I was doing futures on Coinbase, and I would just do a trade, a leverage, and it just was awesome. And then I'm like, all right, I recognize the pattern.
Yep,
I see,
exactly.
I see what's going on here. No, 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 I don't.
Yeah, it's my ego. I mean, honestly, it is. And I was thinking about this too. Is like, I'm here in the chat all the time. I'm listening more every day, but I'm not like necessarily focused for all of it and soaking everything up. So like, I think I've been letting myself think like, oh, I know. I'm starting to know what I'm doing, and then I get ahead of myself instead of being a little more patient.
Hey, oh yeah, I've been there, bro. I still do it. Probably all of us do.
Yeah. And so I was looking, I saw this looking back now on the 30-minute, I saw this diamond, and that sort of played out into getting us to our all-time highs, right? But there's a bit of that measured move that's not played out, although I guess it's probably invalidated because we dropped below.
It's Bitcoin is dropping hard right now.
Yeah.
It just dropped like 1% in the last couple minutes.
It looks like that.
Big
Yeah,
sales
that
coming in.
that literally fulfilled my measured move on that head and shoulders actually. And we're just at the bottom of that, so let's see. RSI is just
I
a
might
normal
actually
dip.
close my short. If I start to see some sort of recovery, I'm probably gonna close my short that I have open.
Yeah, so the 30-minute RSI is just getting to oversold. It just dipped under that 30%. Just so you know.
Yeah, but with those, it's like you can still make a lower low even after going below 30.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's
A lot of
I
times
wait
that's why I like to
wait
see a
until it
bullish
hits.
divergence.
So I have alerts on when it crosses into 30, and then when it drops below 24 and then crosses back up into 24. So like, because 24 like you can see here, sort of at the what was this on the 23rd when we went into that overbought on the 30-minute, or I mean oversold. It drops just just below 20. So I have it at actually like 25, 20 or 24.5. It drops just below 24.5 and then comes back up through. So I have an alert set when it comes back up through that channel on the 4 hour. But I'm thinking I might start setting those for a few smaller time frames, just not too small. But yeah, so right now we're at just about at 26. If it drops down below that, well, so on the 30-minute, we just closed that. We just closed. No. That's still consolidating, or that's still figuring out that candle. Let me look at the 4 hour. Our side's about at the center of that 4 hour, although I guess it really just depends on whether this candle closes. It might be the beginning of a short-term uptrend, or we might be continuing this shorter downtrend. I'm gonna do some charting. I'm gonna mute up first.
I think I'm gonna.
Yeah, we just retest trend low. Just be careful not to break it. Fifth time we touch it. Break it, it will be like psychological.
definitely got some buys coming in here. The screen I have now is a super short time frame. It's 15 seconds, so please
Wow.
base your TA off of it, or any long-term.
That was a fast spike. That's like a little liquidation event right there.
Yeah. We're just sitting
Yeah, I
sideways.
just closed most of the short scalp that I was making. I'm leaving a little bit of a runner, but I'm gonna put my stop below my entry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just be careful because this is the fifth time we touch this uptrend line, so I think there is an intention to break it. Yeah, the trend line.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I can re-enter a short if I have to.
You're sitting inside of my red Ichimoku cloud right now. If we break above, which we might right here, for this candle to close, but did not close above.
Yeah, this all sort of cascaded in the last like half an hour, huh?
So look at the size of that wick on Dbloc's chart, man. Buddy, this thing's gonna be nothing but a wick.
Right, we have broken above that downward trend on 15 second in my Ichimoku. So at least in the super short term, we're looking up. I'm gonna look at it on a bigger time frame real quick. Hold on.
That was definitely a very intentional push to the downside there. I can see, yeah, the line. I'm gonna throw my screen up real quick. Samur, the line that you're talking about, that real, the one that came from the 74K level.
Yes, sir.
That big climbing line. Yep.
Yes.
I see it, because that was like the starting point, second touch, third or fourth. I'd say third, and then fourth, and then we just reacted with it again over here.
Yeah.
Yep. I understand that there'd be a lot of like people anticipating a breakdown of that line, like falling out of it, especially the ones that see this as a rising wedge, like something like, however you want to try and view it. It seems more locally like a channel, like this line here. It seems like, let me just duplicate this one to get it parallel. Like that, something more like that, with a little bit of activity out on the outside, a couple of deviations, but most of it seems to follow that track right there. But yeah, I would be very cautious of this line, because lines don't hold forever, right? They can break down. So
yes,
my caution would be like, if you lose that,
break
that would be a big short
line
to take.
will give us, I think, fast drop and then fast recover. This is how this thinking. Like now, psychology will play a big role actually. Line because there's.
Well, when you look at the market, like, so uptrends, it's all about the support. Downtrends, it's all about the resistance. So you may as well delete the opposing side because it's not as critical. See how now I've just got the resistance on a downtrend and then the support on an uptrend.
Yes.
Because the context of what keeps something down is its resistances. As soon as you like break the pattern, that's when you get a change, and then you start looking at support.
You can sort of even see that with when it deviated above that line, right? deviated above that line, and just before we got that, that shot down and the bounce up.
Which line are you talking about? There's like
before that, to the left, right
so
there,
this one?
that one. Yep.
Okay. Yep.
Sort of deviation that wicked up. It was a kind of a sharp, or I guess it really probably it started again sharp wicked up and then it dropped down, right? Like fast drop. And then we got that little that inverse head and shoulders almost.
Yeah. I think
I don't know.
I'm gonna chuck.
Sorry, go ahead.
Let me clean this up for you guys too, because like this is gonna be very that's better. Get rid of those little price lines. But yeah, look how uniform. Like that's like a double, and then there's this third one, and then this all like falls in before even testing the line. These ones here, like it got front ran in a way. Yeah, people got in front of it before it even came up to test. This one got ahead of it. I bet you there was a bunch of bulls that maybe got a bit too excited and got stuck in that wick and were holding longs and then went underwater dramatically.
Actually, was it Friday? Just check if it was Friday.
Oh no, this was April. This was the
maybe
Liberation Day.
This was a Friday trap long, maybe.
Yeah. This was the Liberation Day like drop, like the savage. I remember it because it was like it was starting to look optimistic, and then it was like, oh, Liberation Day happened, 3rd of April, I think it was, and it just slammed it, and then we got a bear flag, and then slammed further down. But the cool thing was, that double bottom test of the old all-time high over here from 2024. But yeah, man, like see how like you can just simplify the direction. Like here was down on the macro, here was up, of course, here was down, here was up. So if you follow that pattern, you would expect, like, if this is the turning point, that we would get down again. And I think the natural spot that would land would be, judging by where we've come from, I'll have to zoom out on the daily a bit. Like, look at this blue ascending line. You've got a pretty prime touch here, prime touch there, another huge one here to really, I think this test here really established that this AB was legit because it did a C reaction over here. So if this was to collapse, and take like a month to correct and get back in touch with the blue line, you could get, and it happened roughly in the same timing span of the other corrections, roughly, puts it like that. That gives you like an 85K test, which is deep. We think that's deep, but that's still bullish. We're still in a bull run with even a test down to 85,000, You haven't broken macro structure at all with that. But that's making a very bold assumption that we've found the top of this leg. I wouldn't be comfortable calling a top in this, this up thrust until you lose this line, until you lose this ascending line. But it is like threatening to lose it, and it just did threaten. But it just, look how strongly it got defended by the buying. Go down to 15.
Man, am I glad I closed most of that short.
Yeah.
I almost bottom ticked it. And I'm driving too.
Oh shit.
But I was like, better safe than sorry. But I almost bottom ticked it.
Have you noticed that it's got the signature of how pivots tend to go? Like, look at that. It's got that look to it, like really dramatic, and a lot of it becomes wick. That is like pivot style price action. Look at this one. This is another, not as big, but it's still like you got that pivot style wick on the bottom side, really long wick tail. Same happens to tops.
We'll
like
see
you get a really fat top, you get a long wick.
We'll see how
This
it
is
develops. See if there's like a higher low or something, or if it's a if it ends up
Yeah.
putting in like a bull div or something. Because on my chart, it didn't quite touch that line. I got really close though. Got like a centimeter away.
You know what I would say? Fear the wicks. If you're a bull and it's going up and you start seeing this kind of stuff and like say that, it's like, oh, it's exhausting. It's running out of, you know, strength because the highs are just turning into wicks. They're not backed up by candle body, so to speak, you know? So expecting continuation after such a dramatic wick is risky. It's probably better to, you know, take the profit if you've got it and then reposition on the opposite spectrum. But yeah, I don't know, man. Anything can happen at this point. Because that's a wick too, but that didn't take it to the heavens. It was like a local bounce, like you were saying, Choir. That automatic rally that happened off the drop. Yeah, they're all
Yeah,
over
because
the
I mean,
place.
people kept buying the dips, but then there's one dip that happens that looks just like the others, and it gets bought and it rallies back, but only back to the previous support zone or like the previous resistance or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? The level that it lost in such a short time, it was sort of like a signal. Oh, this is a character change. But then so many people are looking at it like, oh, it's gonna it's gonna bounce right back up just like all the other times, and then it doesn't. You know, and it's like it has that so that automatic rally comes from buy orders that are waiting, and they all get hit all at the same time, and then it has that automatic rally up, but then people are like, oh wait, no, like it's not gonna, it just lost that level. I'm gonna sell here because I don't think it's gonna break it.
That's the thing with I feel the market the market psychology, I feel sorry. The market psychology, I feel like it's kind of like a once bitten, twice shy scenario. Like once there's any kind of crack, you lose so much confidence. Like a lot of the rally can fade after that. It just depends. And we're in I mean, like if you jump out on the daily, like look how up we've been for so long too. Like since that 74, right?
Yeah. Been more than a month and a half now. So it's like, you know, but usually it only rallies for like 3 weeks straight before there's some sort of cool off. Like some sort of significant cool off.
Not saying that these things can't happen, but expecting that is dangerous. Like it's the longer like the trend is stale now. It's not fresh. This is not a fresh trend that we're on. It's pretty stale. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I would love to see it obviously go price discovery, but you know, whatever.
Even on that chart, like you're looking at it, like there's a lot more. We're spending a lot more time closer to that line now, right? And yeah, and like the growth rate is tightening up too. So I would say that that kind of indicates the higher potential for a downturn here.
Yeah,
I
you're
think
right
it's
as
fair
well.
to
If
put
you check,
this.
this is the first time I think we retouch after a lower. Can you check quick, please?
Yep.
After
I was just
a higher low. A lower high.
I was just dropping this line in because I think it's fair to put that line now. Now that we've got two very obvious pivot points here and here, and then obviously we got this track running up. So we got an apex. Bitcoin has to make a decision before that apex, up or down, kind of thing, you know. But rarely, like sometimes you get this, like where it just ignores it and it just runs through it, and it's like, oh, sideways gang. Can you repeat that?
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does a fake out on both sides.
It does. Yep. We saw
when
that.
It does that. Is it the first time we touch after a high?
Remember this one?
Yes.
From not that long ago. Like this had drama all over it right off into the apex. It's like, oh nah, no way, not yes. And then finally we get the ball rolling. It's like, geez, make your mind up, Bitcoin, you know? Sorry, can you repeat what you were asking me there, Summer?
So is it the first time we retest trend line after lower high?
After a lower high. Which lower high are you talking about?
Yeah,
do you
this
mean
one.
like
So we just a lower.
this, or you mean these highs? Like this lower high is the first time we've tested this support? Yes, it
Yeah,
would be.
if you
This
can
is
you
the
zoom
first
out?
test.
Can you zoom
Yeah.
out? Yeah. So here, every time we form higher high, then we retest. But this is the
Yeah.
first time we do a lower high, then we retest.
Hang on a sec, man.
He means this is the first time that it's retested the trend line after making a lower high.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yep. Because there's your lower high, right? There's the high. Here's our first lower high. We've had a low set in. We've had two lows set in, really, like because that's like a little sub trend, the automatic rally or whatever. But so it's like, okay, you can argue that there's lower highs, but there's also higher lows. So we're squeezing. We're coming up into a triangle situation.
Yeah, but this drop did not end yet. We're still in the same candle.
We are, yeah. Depending on what candle you're talking about. If it's the hourly, we've still got 15 minutes. Yeah.
No, this uptrend actually tend to work on the daily and the hour.
Yeah, the daily's got 22 hours of the day. You've only just started the day. 4 hourly, 2 hours left. Hourly, 15 minutes left. Yeah, it looks like whoever's, creating this. I mean, it could just be the market in overall, but someone has or a lot of the market saw that as a reaction to defend, like a line to go defend, or at least
Actually, yes, there is some sort of defense because on order there is some keep adding
Jump down.
250 BTC under this.
Yeah. If you take the whole crash down there, like this little sub move, look where we've struggled to get past the halfway point. We're already bumping our head here. But yeah, sometimes that bump happens higher up, like at the golden pocket. And then sometimes it's a complete V shape and there is no fib like rejection. It's just 1-to-1 V shape recovery. But look at it, okay, yeah. We're starting to see a little bit of, they're trying to defend. There's definitely like a battle going on.
Yeah, check the heat map. You will see the order being added under the wick.
Have a look. Bitcoin heat map 3-day. There's a lot of liquidity up higher, but the liquidity is still big down low, but it's spread out. It's spread out between like 106.5 and then 102.5. It's just, yeah, spread out more. Whereas this is very jumbled together, like so many people. There's a lot of liquidity just above the well, it's not the all-time high, it's just the local high. Zoom out more, like the 2-week view. Oh, we're getting a bit more selling. 2-week view, let's see how hot the liquidity is on top and bottom.
That was a string of vectors. Well, there's two vectors on Dbloc. What? That's 15 minute or 5 minute? Yeah, 15 minute. 15 minute. There's two red vectors in a row. So I think that at least some, if not the first one, then the first one part of the second one might get recovered. I don't know though. There's no stopping volume candle yet. Well, I guess you could say that second vector was a stopping volume because
Do you ever
the
get
wick was so
connection?
large.
Do you ever get like slow connection to CoinAnk? Like it's busy, like there's so many people using it, it just goes real slow.
Yeah, it's probably a lot of traffic. Sometimes it doesn't even load for me, but I need to get a better network. Like I'm exploring different cellular
Yeah.
options because I need better coverage. I need like 5G or
Coinank,
something because this shit just ain't working.
I'm gonna try CoinGlass because Coinank sometimes is just very unreliable for connection, not for their data, but their connection. Let's see, liquidation heat map, BTC. Yeah, so we just cleared a bunch on at least the 24-hour situation. Let's try the 2-week view. Oh, look how hot it is down here at like 105.5. There's a lot of liquidity, a lot of long liquidity down here.
And I think that's sort of our next stop. So I mean, if we do see it basically retest that trend line again, I think we go down and get those.
Yeah, because that ain't too far. That ain't too far from here, really.
That would be a decent bit of gas. But I don't think that would necessarily, even grabbing that would necessarily indicate we're gonna start another upward trend. Because we got a bit below that too. I mean, we got a decent bit below that. It's nothing crazy down there, but
Yeah,
if we
105.5. If I mark that on here, that would be like to this. I'll just draw like a blob around it, like around that kind of landing spot. I can see that. Like if we try and hold this and then fail and then break down, snap all that liquidity up and then race back up again, that could totally happen. And that, you know what that looks like? A bull flag. If you parallel that, look at that. That handles that liquidity and it gives you a flag on like, the
on that
15-minute chart. Yeah, gives you like a bull flag.
that regression channel. Yeah.
Yeah. And it would get a lot of people bearish because you've just lost that really long-term uptrend line that we've had. So a lot of people would probably go short here thinking that, that's the end. And then all of this liquidity would build up, like, wherever it builds up, depending how popular
Should give
people
us the gas
jump
to
into
go
short.
up.
Yeah. Which would then cause a snap reaction to grab that. Yeah, man, I can see that potentially being a thing. That would be cool if we built a flag. I mean, it's got the workings of it. It's still got the pennant idea because we're still inside the triangle look. But I guess that's the next shape you look for. When a triangle fails, it can become a flag. And then if a flag fails, then it's like, okay, it's just it's coming down.
And it really makes sense if you're looking at where the price is right now. That was sort of like the halfway point of that triangle that you were looking at, between the
Yeah.
two, the upward and the downward trend right there. So like, would make sense for us to stay a little bit below. I mean, we've just spent quite a bit of time above that halfway point, so it would make sense for us to kind of spend a little bit of time below, which would be that would make up those like 3 or 4, smaller bounces off the trend line before the break. So it seems very feasible.
Yeah, I reckon. There's like an angle tool that you can use.
Oh, it's
Where is it?
under
Trend angle. Yeah. It's like you can go, I think you draw it like that.
I think you can only go up with, oh, is it?
You can only measure like, yeah.
Yeah, you can only measure from like the assuming that you're at the bottom kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because I think it's meant for measuring from the beginning of either an asset or at least the beginning of a cycle.
Yeah. And it looks like it fixes the measure to horizontal. So it keeps that plane and then it just measures the angle of severity, like, how steep.
But if you want to measure an angle to the downside, there's a
Another angle?
few options. Well, you can always use like a GAN wedge to get your numbers and then measure the angle from that. Where is it? I think it's the pitch fan you can use.
GAN fan, pitch fan. Yeah, I've never gone that deep into the tools. I don't even really mess with GAN. I'm sure there's like a big team of people that are full on into GAN, but I just never gone down that road.
I mean, I don't even know what I'm doing. I've played with the shapes because shapes make sense to me. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
Because I'm still pretty new. I didn't really know what I was looking at, and so it's like the shapes make sense, and sometimes they played out really well, actually. So
this is cool. This gives you like quadrants, like you're at the halfway, the 3/4, or the quarter. So right now we're sort of sitting on the 3/4 quadrant, like of this triangle, I guess.
It's funny. I've never even thought to do right to left because I was like, the market goes left to right.
Yeah, it's like yeah, like measuring it in reverse. Yeah, because then you can always go like this too, like the forward looking like angle. Like if you've got a trend on the top side like that. Wait a minute, let me fix this up.
I have no
Yeah, so
idea
the
why.
one I was talking about is the GAN fan, and you can use that from left to right because it'll give you sort of like the spread between the movement from like 1 to 8 to 1, right? And so you can sort of use that instead of getting an angle, you can sort of use that to like see how far it's moved over time.
Yeah. Wonder
Like
if using it in reverse like that, if that's even a thing that people do. I'm not
mean,
sure.
it's
See how it seems to be like using horizontal as a bias kind of thing. See how it's like it's messing with the
well,
horizontal?
I think it works in quadrants, right? So
Right.
So like if you hit 0 on the Y, you're gonna, it's gonna reverse and flip. And same if you hit 0 on the X, because it's either assuming that you're looking at an uptrend or a downtrend, and probably not as. I mean, I guess it's designed so that you can use it in reverse too. So that is kind of
Maybe,
cool.
yeah.
I've never thought about that, but that might actually be a good way to look at like momentum shifting over time, right?
Yeah. There's so many like GAN thing. There's a whole section for
Thanks
Elliott.
for the clarification.
Pardon?
Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
Oh. Did you say clarification?
Yeah. For the and explaining what appreciated.
Oh, all good, man. If you're talking to me, you're welcome.
Oh, so the other thing I was thinking. Sorry,
This
go
thing
ahead.
looks like this thing looks like an explosion. Like
Yeah, it's a blast radius, right?
yeah.
So the other thing I was looking at, actually, you know what? That kind of just explained that to me is that if you put that at a pivot point, that tells you kind of like that's interesting. Or if you put the center at the pivot, yeah, exactly.
Something
That
like
kind
that.
of tells you like
Hand
how
waves.
far. But yeah, so when you were asking about like doing angles less than 0, if you put up a GAN box, that's what I was thinking of. The GAN box, you can set it to have like preset angles in it if you go into the settings. So like if you double click it, yeah. So if you look at the bottom, I think, yeah, the bottom of this screen, yeah. Does it say angles? I can't read your screen, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's got angles. Yep.
Yeah, so if you add the angles, you see it adds those angle lines, and so that you can use that sort of to determine like angles within it. And I really like the angled lines because that it almost is very helpful for like you can kind of see when things are moving inside of like little channels along it because it has each angle coming from like this 0.75 to the 0.618 to the, you know what I mean? Like it's
I see.
found it interesting for just kind of like tracing things over time.
It's
I've
very busy.
actually it
I
is
guess
very
you'd have to
busy. So I
train.
turned down all the transparencies of the angles like really, really low. So they're super low. So I can see them, but they're not like so overwhelming. So like I'll turn down the transparency of like
And
down
like the
even to
thickness.
Yep. I turned the thickness down to 1 for the angles. The only things that I have like higher transparency that like are a little more bright are the actual like square grid lines, right? And then everything else, I turn the transparency down to like sub 15%. And that way like I can see them if I'm like looking at something, but like I can still see the
Yeah.
chart. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, I gotcha.
I even have there's an indicator that I use that actually will put it can make it a bit hard to see, but if you have a couple of windows of the same time frame with one more naked and the other one with the indicator on, it'll put like GAN and boxes on automatically. Where is it? What is it called?
Yeah, I do wonder about auto again and see if there's any.
Yeah, and like I like that because like I don't really know what to do with it, so I've been using so it's the GAN box by Zeyerman, like ZEIIERMAN, and that'll like automatically put that GAN box on, and it takes away most of it. Like it kind of makes it so it's easier to see it, except for the bottom channel and the top channel, like the upper band and the lower band of the GAN box.
It just
And so
redrew
like
itself. I guess it depends on where you're zoomed at.
Yep. And so the
Yep.
Zeyerman one basically is like where the biggest pivot point was in recent history, that it can see the whole movement of. Is it'll like redraw itself. It can be obnoxious at times, so I tend to like have it turned off, but occasionally I'll pop it on when I want to see it. And I just keep it on one chart, and that way it's like it's not on all my charts. I can't, it's not like blocking my view, but like if I'll keep it on one on Bitcoin, because that's kind of like the central authority, if you will, of other cryptos. So I tend to have a couple charts with a bunch of indicators on them for Bitcoin, and the rest is just like basic super trends or RSI or uh, uh, like the D breakout one I like a lot. D-shaped breakout signals by Lux Algo. And then I have my Monte Carlo simulator polyline traceback on everything, and I only use the max and like the high and the low simulation. So like basically the maximum movement, because that'll tell me sort of if we're already hitting like the maximum possible movement, and that'll kind of get me prepared for like when like okay we're really maxing out here on the upward movement. I got to keep my finger on that trigger in case it switches. Then like we were talking the other day, I've been trying to like keep the Ichimoku cloud on everything so I can learn that a bit.
Oh yeah. 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 You can you have so many things going on at once.
In a
Yeah, I have a lot on the chart,
cloud.
but then I have. Sorry, go ahead.
In a lot of people say there's 3 drops, or I mean, I don't know if it always goes by that. Do you know
Oh,
what I'm talking?
like the waves? Yeah, yeah, like an ABC correction. Or
I
you mean
no,
like
I
a
don't think.
5-wave drop? 5 waves, so
I,
like 3 impulses down
I don't
with
think it's
like
the.
2 pullbacks.
I don't think it's what. I don't think it's an Elliott wave thing.
Okay. I don't know.
So my Ichimoku cloud indicator actually draws out waves for me, which is helpful because I don't even know where to start with Elliott waves. I know that's sometimes
It's a very
overused and
subjective.
misunderstood.
Yeah, and it's kind of subjective. I know that there's like even Elliott wave people that like argue between each other on how to interpret, what's supposed to be going on, and there's also adaptations on what is the classic Elliott wave. Like if you start breaking rules of the classics, they go, "Oh no, that's a type B variant, blah blah blah." You know what I mean? Like there's all these different like excuses about why something didn't do a thing, and yeah, it gets muddy.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
hey, man, whatever makes you money and helps you make sense of the market, then go for it.
It's sort of where I'm at. Is I'm just trying to make sense of the market. I use a lot of these indicators to like kind of help me learn what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I
But
tend
I
to.
don't
I'm
rely
basic,
on
man.
much.
I'm very basic. Like I've been down the rabbit hole of thinking that if you get something really complex going, that you'll find the secret, like the answer to the market, but it's not always the way, huh? Like it's
Yeah, I mean, I
really
just in my
simple.
short time, I've seen every sort of strategy I've
Hmm.
come up with has been broken in one way or another at different times. But
Yeah.
I do like, so I think about pattern recognition, right? And our brains are built for that, right? And so that's sort of why I like this busy template. Is I'm absorbing the information over time with uh, like these things sort of superimposed on it, and my idea is that like eventually, as I learn the market more, I can strip that down to a few really basic indicators like an RSI, and maybe just trends and trend channels, or and like looking kind of at Wyckoff accumulations and distributions. And I think if I
Mhm.
have those with the order books in mind, that maybe I'll find something that does work. And I will say, like, I've gotten wrecked a lot learning this, but uh,
You know,
losing incrementally less except for on big swings, and I'm gaining incrementally more each time, and it's like more time that I'm in the green. So I think it's sort of working, although I know when I'll kind of be watching the charts for my first real bear market whenever we hit the bear. So that'll be learning in
yeah.
reverse, right? So
You know what? You can simplify things down so well on high time frames with just the basics. Like, look, this is just the stochastic RSI all by itself. Um, let's like as a rule, let's say that our prime selling is when the stochastic is hot in the over bought, and that our prime buying opportunities happen when the stochastic is down in the oversold, right? And then if you just line that up with the events on the chart, like look, okay, oversold here, so we accumulate in oversold. That would get you buying in this region. Oversold all through here, see? Gets you buying all through these low, like these moments here. And then let's say you distribute in overbought, right? You'd be distributing up here. You'd be distributing right now if you were following this just strictly. See, it just oscillates, and it gets you in at the lows and out at the highs, in at the lows, out at the highs, rinse and repeat.
yeah, it's funny. I've just the last couple days I've really started adding the RSIs to on my chart because I realized I was looking at I think it was in profits and losses. Sinlos had his like 2,000%
Hmm.
profit just off of a 4-hour RSI hitting over oversold.
Yeah.
You know, and dipping
Yep.
down and then coming back up. And I was like, man, you know, like I've been looking at all these things
That's
and like
simple. Yeah.
it's so
That's
simple.
one thing. Yeah.
Yep.
And look, this is the weekly. It's like, okay, well, if it's working on the weekly, can I make it work on the 1 minute? You know? And it's like,
Yep.
well, there's some validity. Look, huge dip here. So it crossed back up right there. Let's say we got long there, which is like, you know, somewhere on this area, this candle. It thrusted up and then it threatened to cross back down here. So like we take profit there.
I have
So
no
it's like,
idea.
yeah, that's a successful trade right there. Another one is like a dip here. It dipped, you know, around here. This isn't very impressive, but it does go up into the oversold over here. So that even there, that's like a small trade to take.
Yep.
So yeah, it has it's not always because you know there's a lot of noise. Like look at this section here. That was very noisy and confusing, but the whole move was a crash. So that's where it kind of falls apart.
Yeah, I mean, so I think if, and this is something Dorn taught me is you know like sometimes if you're like not sure what you're looking at in the short term, like it's like looking at these multiple time frames though and comparing those. Like if you look on your shorter time frame and the RSI is oversold, but then you look at like the 4 hour or the even like the 30-minute or the hour, and you're up in the middle of that, like
Opposite. Yeah.
and so like you kind of like I've been learning to look over multiple time frames before I grab an entry, unless I think it's like sometimes I'll be like, oh, this is a clear bottom, like we just had a retracement, like that wick we have, that wick on Dbloc's chart right now down there, like there's at least going to be an auto rally, so sometimes I'll like buy that just because I see that I know that there's going to be at least a small reaction up.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's why those guys developed that. I mean, there's probably a few different people that tried to do that multi-time frame stochastic RSI indicator where they're like, oh, a lot of the time frames are saying that it's oversold here. I'm going to jump into a long because they're all bottomed out, it's all exhausted.
Mhm.
But if there's a lot of like discord between the time frames, like there's no harmony, it's all
I don't know.
discordant with each other, they're all divergent, then it's like, okay, there's no harmony. I'm not going to trade it because I'm not confident. But sometimes, yeah, the stochastic will scream out buy on all of them, or scream sell on all of them. So it's like, oh, stronger. And then the cool indicators are the ones that have that working in the background, but then they just plot it out as one line, as an oscillator, and they'll flash when all of them are saying the same thing.
Yeah, I've got one. It's actually a pretty simple one called, what is this called? Just RSI divergence indicator. And
yeah, I've seen that. Yep.
It's just one blue line, and occasionally it'll give you these, like, it says like it has this bear line up at the top or this bull line at the bottom. And it's proven to be pretty accurate so far, just back testing a little bit on the 30-minute. But I just put this on today because I was like, I really need to have my RSIs. I need to be seeing that before I even make a decision really on anything, because like that seems to be at least the truest indicator to check my bias, right? Is if I think it's going to do this, but then I'll look at the RSI and it's overbought or oversold, that might be like me trying to jump into a trade that's not ready. You know what I mean? That's like it's still playing out that move, and I just don't even realize it. So, yeah, which I've done enough of that.
The concerning thing with Bitcoin at the moment is just the regular RSI. I won't even use the divergence one. Just RSI on the weekly is trending down off, like there was like peak RSI strength on this high from last year, and ever since then we've been underneath what is like lower highs RSI wise. However, as we know, price has been like ripping up and making higher highs on the RSI weekly. So there's like really long-term bearish divergence. But the same happened in the last bull market. We had a lot of bearish divergence along the way up. Probably more on the daily, but it was highlighted here. Look at these highs all coming lower than that first impressive push up, which was here. Every subsequent peak that came in was like below that. So the strongest part of the market was that first leg.
It does seem like
here.
though that sort of does tell you kind of where the bear market was beginning to shift back into a bull, yeah? Like you see that very first upswing on it, like it flattens out in the bear at the bottom of the bear, right? And then that very first upswing kind of tells you like, oh, things are getting ready to move. So maybe not necessarily that you need to be in position now, but you need to be ready to be in position, you know, in the next month or so, or a couple of months, something like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially on that next one, you see like yeah, that between the two markets,
between the two.
Yeah, you see where it flattens out right there at the bottom.
Yeah,
it's like
this
a
area.
flat line. Yeah, and the EMA on it is just a flat line, and then it starts to move up, and that's sort of like that follows pretty much that big swing, you know.
Yeah, it looks like an RSI head and shoulders, really. Look.
Yeah.
Which is kind of scary, but you never know. We could bust that and come up and like break out. See how we broke out of it down here, which was the turn of the market.
Right, because that also does look like a W forming at the top, which could be a reaccumulation, right?
Yeah, it could. And look, we're on like a down. We've just finished a downswing on the yellow thing. So even if there is like another like, which keeps us underneath, that could be enough to see another leg up. Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, I think we will eventually see a leg up, right? So, like, we've got at least one more, I think, good pump before this bull market's over, at least. Just whether or not that'll be like an all-time high reaching up, you know, that would be yet to see. But I would say probably yes. I know myself and several others are looking at, you know, anywhere between like 120 and 150 or even higher for the kind of top of this market. So that kind of plays out. That makes sense if it plays out over time. It's just really like how far down do we go before, I think? And is that now? You know what I mean?
Yep. Definitely.
Because if we're gonna do another long upward, you know what I mean? Like we did kind of on this one, where it takes quite a bit of time to make this upward movement, and then we have like a sharp peak at the top. You know, like we might want to have a hard retracement here to be able to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think yes, definitely the pullbacks. The pullbacks and the time spent going sideways helps you like reset how hot or cold the market is, you know, because it just goes neutralizes the sentiment and, you know, the pressure, allows the moving averages to catch back up to the price.
You give folks time to grab their carpet with their toes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do love it when you get the price to do this, like where the waves become shorter and tighter, and then it's like, because the next thing expected is an eruption in whatever direction it decides to go. But that was a tricky one because it was like you had a whole bunch of everything. It went up, it went down, it went back up again violent, it went down. It was very nasty. So anyone trying to high leverage the outcome of this triangle probably got shook out, stopped out, or liquidated, you know? Anything like bigger than
Yeah.
50x,
No, I did.
maybe.
Yeah, I think I was on 500x for that one. That wrecked me.
Oh,
Then I
jeez.
100x kind of up to the top of this, and then I tried to play it out even further, and that's what wrecked me this time. So just
Oh,
I
yeah.
gotta learn to take my wins and walk away sometimes.
Sometimes the market, or sometimes Bitcoin, gives it to you on a silver platter, like this one.
Well,
Look at this one.
using
This was
500x was your first
perfect.
mistake.
Look at that. That
Just
was
like using 500x is like, I'm trying to get wrecked. Please come wreck me. Yeah, I'm right here.
Well, see, the thing is, if they give me access to it, I'm gonna try it at least once, and that's my problem. That's my own mentality issue. But also, if you never get burned by the stove, how do you know the stove is hot, right?
Look at this. Look at, just as an example. There was no tricks with this one. This was just a pure bull pennant, bull triangle, whatever you want to call it, right? There was no fake out to the downside and then rip up and then fake down. This was just nice and neat. Like it just gave it to you. We just took off. This one, however, it drew everyone in, going, yeah, we're squeezing up in a pennant. It looks so much like this, guys. Like, yeah, let's do it. There was a trade to take, and you did actually win because it came up initially. But if you didn't snag the profits, it ripped and round tripped what would have been the breakout and some, so it would have stopped you out, if not liquidated you. And then it took off again, even like more violent, like higher, and then dropped lower. That was very confusing. So this is an easy mode, and this is like hard mode right over here. Crazy. And then who knows what's going to happen outside of this, like whatever this triangle situation we got going on. But like if it does anything like the last one, it means something like this could happen, like where it goes like that and then settles and then goes up or whatever. It could get very volatile. But the apex, by the way, to this conjunction happens on Friday.
Dbloc moved his weekend trap back over.
Oh yeah,
I remember how he moved it out of the way earlier. He was like,
yeah.
He moved it. He moved it back over to the right.
Oh. Yeah, we'll see what the market throws at us. It's a 4-day week, so hopefully they can pack a lot of action inside 4 days rather than the 5. I think my fear for Bitcoin is this Bitcoin conference thing is going to be like a sell the event type style of deal. We've seen a lot of them.
It like always is.
SNL, Dogecoin. What else? Bitcoin spot ETF approval sold off. What else? Trump inauguration sold off.
I mean, even if you want to go even way before that, like last cycle type of stuff. I mean, so there was the future short ETF that got released at the bottom of the dip. At the top of the market, they released the futures long ETF at 69K. That's when they released
everyone got
futures
wrecked.
long ETF. and then before that, there was the CME debut in the previous cycle that sold off. Coinbase opening sold off. Like there was
so it kind of makes sense that they knew that Bitcoin was halfway through its journey when they approved the spot Bitcoin ETF, because it's like there's no bias up or down, you know.
No, it was like it's
That
still at
happened
the
here.
beginning,
It
but
happened
it
here,
was
right?
like so. It happened. Hold on, I'm not looking at your chart. Hold on. It
Yeah,
happened
you're right.
where? Yeah,
It
yeah.
happened
It
in the
got
circle here.
it got approved there. Okay, but like
Yeah.
it was rumored back down at
It
like
was rumored over
between
here.
25 and 30. Yeah.
Yeah. And then that's the hype train, the anticipation. That's the climax of the
You know what
approval.
happened in
There's the
between
pump.
there too? Do you remember?
What?
If you zoom in, Gary Gensler got hacked and his Twitter got hacked, remember? And was like
Oh, the
somebody put up
SEC Twitter got
the
hacked, and
yeah,
someone
the
pre-released
fake Twitter.
over here. Yeah, it happened.
The
It
fake
literally
Twitter
happened like
post.
2 days prior. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Matrix Port FUD thing that came out? It was
Matrix
this dump here. Matrix Port. It was like some, you know, cryptocurrency media company, like, you know, website that released an article saying that they thought Bitcoin was just going to dump out and sell off, and that the ETF wouldn't get approved, and it caused this big scare. Do you remember that?
Yeah, yeah.
They put out this article, and the whole market freaked out, and it happened on
Like
that day right there.
Cointelegraph.
Yeah, so that was the Matrix Port FUD day, and then we sort of figured out, oh, that's just a FUD article, and then everyone got over it, and then we just grinded, and there was, I think this volatility here might have been the SEC hack. Actually, no, that's just New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, like volatility.
I don't know if this is a bear flag on the 1 minute, or if it's gonna try to make a bit of a recovery here. We'll see.
The 1 minute? Let's have a look.
Yeah. Because it could just go up and touch like the 200 EMA and or like the 150 and just drop again, but
Kind of looks
I'm
like
sure.
a triangle. That's what I'm seeing. See that like that? Is that what you mean by bear flag? I mean bull flag.
No, bear flag.
Oh, bear
The whole
flag. Okay. Oh,
yeah,
this
so
whole thing.
yeah, so like starting from the drop. Yeah, you probably have to readjust. I mean, you don't
Oh,
have to.
like I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Like just this little local area.
Not even that. So bring
That?
the bottom line all the way to the bottom of the wick. It might be helpful if you just zoom out on the 5 minute because
Oh, you're talking like pretty big. Okay.
yeah,
Like you mean the absolute maximum dump.
yeah,
That
and
level?
then yeah, and then on the left line, bring that up to there, and then make a triangle out of it.
Oh, okay.
And then that pole would be starting from like where pretty much the red candles start.
And that's a Harry Potter lightning bolt. 106.2. I don't know, man. That's pretty.
It's looking stronger. A small time. It's looking stronger. You got 2 higher lows so far.
I'm gonna
3
check.
actually.
Let's check what the clouds say.
You're above the
Still looking
Ichimoku on the
ugly.
1, but
The 1 minute, yeah.
that's about it.
1 minute clouds. Gotta love it.
Is that the 200 right there? That white line?
The yellow one is, yep.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at you on my phone and I can see shit.
It's all good. 5 minute clouds, 15-minute clouds, hourly clouds, 4 hour. You know, on the 4 hour view, it just shows that we're just riding this series of clouds. It kind of represents the more high time frame situation of what's going on. And
That's
we're
US
still
too.
very elevated above the 200 EMA on the 4 hour chart. The daily, though, like, look at that deviation. Hugely deviated away from the average.
US 500 is it completed that M pattern, and it might be coming up for a bearish retest like 58, 57. And then if it comes down after that and this M pattern plays out, then I think this is just gonna be a dead cat bounce on Bitcoins, unfortunately. They're bulls anyway. I try not to have a bias, but yeah.
Look at how long we stayed elevated on this cloud eruption here. And if you take that timing and height, I guess bars pattern's probably the best way to do it, but for failure of anything else, like if you just do a complete replica, like
this 109
where
level.
contacted.
Sorry,
like
Rick.
that.
Yeah, just on the short term, watch 109, like between 108.8 and 109. You might see another rejections.
On what time frame? Sorry.
Go ahead.
5 minute. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean it's not even necessarily a time frame. It's just the previous low was 108.8.
Yeah.
And we lost that low, and so if it comes back up to retest that, anywhere between 108.8 and like 109 is probably gonna act as resistance, at least in the short term. But there is some liquidations.
There's been a
100x liquidation
theme.
there.
I feel like there's been a theme on Bitcoin lately, or in just crypto at the moment, is Bitcoin progresses up, the alts barely move up, but then when Bitcoin corrects off that move up, the alts freak out and lose a bunch of price, like lose a bunch of progress when they didn't even move in the first place. Like, it's kind of been the way, at least for XRP. XRP hasn't really done anything spectacular over the last like month. There was that one push here, but otherwise it's been kind of lackluster.
Yeah, none
like
of them really
most
have
of
done
May.
anything spectacular.
Yeah, most of May has been like that. There was that initial like couple of week or two, but the rest of the month has been just a huge pullback and drawdown and disappointment. Which means, hey, does that get us the next like wave? Because look, up, down, maybe up. I don't know. Or does it go up, down, down?
I think they're gonna go down, but when it's down and when it's boring, that's when you need to buy.
It's been boring. XRP's been very boring lately, I think.
I mean,
this
it's up
$2.30 level. It's like
so $2.30, Rick. Last year you wouldn't be saying the same thing. Do you think
no.
last year when it was at what 50 cents, you'd be like,
Yeah,
oh man,
but
it's
that's
so boring
we're
at
talking
$2.30.
but you're talking macro. I'm not bored on the macro. I'm very bullish on macro for XRP. I'm just talking local. It's been boring. Like the last week or two, especially the last like four days, it's been just painful. But that's because of this long weekend, I think. There is some kind of
I
like
think
maybe falling wedge.
early long-term investors will get paid good for holding for a long time, but it's just there's stuff I really don't think it's the fastest horse. And I could say even if it starts getting used for what it's intended to be used for, it kind of ends up being like an oxymoron because it's not something that like ends up holding value very very well if it's used for constant like a ton of money constantly like buying, sending, selling, then it's going to be wicked volatile. So people are probably not likely to want to use it for that. So it's like kind of, you know what I mean? Like it kind of is like there's a redundancy issue there.
Yeah, I guess
I mean,
we'll
I think
find
over
out.
time, just because of its tokenomics, I think it will gain and hold value. But if there's a
Apparently,
demand for it, but the demand is like, oh, we can use this for this. It's like, well, yeah, but you can pretty much use any crypto for that.
apparently they're putting like this Dubai real estate market has put a large portion of it up onto the XRP ledger. Something, there was some news story, just like I think they announced it on the 25th, a couple of days ago, or yesterday, or whatever. Let me have a look. Dubai XRP. Let's find the news. 10 hours ago, CoinDesk. Dubai unveils real estate tokenization platform on XRP ledger amid $16 billion initiative. The new platform lets investors buy fractional ownership in Dubai property with title deeds tokenized on the XRP ledger network.
So it's the
So
property
that's
is
kind
like
of a
an
big deal,
NFT.
I guess. Yeah, or it just, instead of there being like an old school like title deed to the property, it's put up on the blockchain.
Oh, so it's like a
Yeah, so I
REIT.
guess
It's like a real
it's like,
estate investment
yeah, it's
ETF.
like real world assets, RWAs is the hot.
Yeah.
That's like the hot word on the street at the moment. But that's Dubai. That's a lot of money. That's, I mean, $16 billion.
But wait, how do you buy that?
I don't know. What to know? Dubai government agency debuted its first real estate tokenization platform, teaming up with real estate fintech Pripco and infrastructure provider Control Alt. The Pripco Mint platform tokenizes title deeds on the XRP ledger, syncing with official property records. The platform builds on the agency's initiative that projects to tokenize 7% or $16 billion worth of Dubai's real estate market by 2033. The Dubai Land Department, the DLD, a government agency for the real estate industry, has launched its first tokenized real estate platform as part of a government-backed effort that could see $16 billion worth of real estate digitized by 2033. So this is all like this
Like
by
commercial real estate?
2033. I guess maybe just all sorts of real estate. Not sure. But that's, yeah, I mean, if you're asking about actual use case, it is being implemented like in different parts of the world for different things. Same with XLM and Chainlink. Chainlink is used in Australia in one of our largest banks internally. You and me, we can use XRP if we want. Like if I want to send you a birthday present of like money, I can do it over XRP. I can do it over
Sure.
so many other things too.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can.
Go
You
ahead.
can personally. I mean, we can use bloody Fartcoin if we want. Anything that has the ability to send value, yeah, we can use that. So there's obviously that's the base case. Base use case. Peer to peer. No intermediary. What comes down to it is speed and cost. It's like, okay, well, we don't want to spend 20% of what I'm sending you on fees. Like, I'll send you $100 and it lands in your account as $80 or something. Or if I send you 100, I have to pay 20 on top of that to get it to you, so you still receive the 100. You know,
All right,
that kind of
that's
sucks.
This is 150 EMA on the 1 minute. It's in the first test.
Oh yeah, let's.
It's not quite at resistance yet, but it's at 150. If we can get above that, then I think we can go for a bearish retest of like 109 possibly.
So Dbloc's been looking at that 50 EMA thing. Is that daily 50?
Yes.
Yeah, daily 50 EMA. Okay. Let me chop one on, because I know that EMAs and SMAs can be a little different looking to each other. So we'll get an EMA. Make it yellow. Okay, yeah, that's a fair ways down at the moment as it stands today. Like it's down at $99,000. maybe tomorrow it'll be at 100. It seems like every day of the week it's jumping $500. So in 2 days' time, that EMA will be at 100K. Next week it'll be maybe 102K or something, or 102.5. Kind of depends if Bitcoin wants to sort of hang on this trend.
Hang sang.
Yep. Hang sang. Yeah. Tell you what though, this green line is not going to hold forever. There's going to be a point where price wants to come down through it. So
speaking of which, Hang Seng is open.
Hang Tang with the Hang Seng.
What are they doing? John Sally's. Down really. Small time frames. Yeah, they're going down.
Down. Today is my Friday. Last day of work, and then I get a day off.
There you go.
Right in time to watch the Tuesday session tonight.
Yeah, that's not be good.
For me. Hopefully it gives us some outcomes,
I think we're going down. I'm a bear right now, but
fair enough. I understand. I can see the validity to being bearish at the moment, yeah, because it's like we've been going up for basically 2 months. It's very close to 2 months. It's a good month and a half. So yeah, I like if we came down, it wouldn't surprise me because we've been pretty hot.
Poor old Jupiter, it's 60 cents.
Maybe that's where they want us. They want us thinking that this thing's due to come down so that we get short, and then it goes nah, and it keeps going up.
I mean, that's kind of what happened like earlier today.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to get stopped out of my short. I was like, oh, keep freaking pumping. So much short liquidity that it was going after, but it ended up working
Kind of
itself
happened.
out.
Do you remember on this rally in November, Bitcoin, coming up real good, and then it did that, and that was like, oh yeah, no, she's coming down, and then it bounced off that, and it started getting real volatile, especially that section there.
Yeah, this whole long weekend's been kind of mad. That madhouse. Not so much.
I think
volumes.
your Wyckoff distribution style thing happened in that area, in that whole area there. I bet you there was a Wyckoff schematic that fits the bill for that, for whatever happened here. And same on the bottom side here, you probably could have applied a Wyckoff accumulation to this area, like Wyckoff reaccumulation. Maybe the range is tighter, like maybe it's inside this. So there seems to be like a spring here. Or maybe it is that whole section, I don't know.
There's probably some sort of schematic that would track with it pretty well, but
yeah, there's so many different Wyckoff schematics. So there's probably one that fits the bill.
I don't
if
want
there's
to stay
not,
up
we'll
all
make
night.
one.
I was gonna try to enter another short scalp, but I don't want to stay up all night, and there's like not that much volumes. Oh, we did reject from that 150 EMA. All right, so far it's coming down. If it makes a lower low and closes below the Ichimoku, Probably gonna retest that trend line.
Yeah. Locally speaking, it's not in an uptrend. Let's put it that way.
If it does and it breaks through it, you not only do you have that smaller bear flag to worry about, but you've got it'll be threatening the break of the trend line at that point too. I have a position. I'm wondering if I should just move my stop loss up, leave it at break even. No, I'll leave it at break even because if it doesn't work out, then it doesn't work out. It did just sell off quite a bit though. Maybe I'll just close it. It's working out. It looks like kind of like a Dalai Lama type thing. You know what I'm saying?
Dalai Lama, yeah.
The little 1 minute Dalai Lama. Looks weak though. Where's all the volume? I thought there'd be volume around this time.
It looks like an Adam and Eve too. Like look at the massive atom on the 1 minute. And then the scoopy Eve.
It's a roof.
Yeah, it could become a roo, yeah. If it comes up here and flags out and then fails. Bart Simpson's. Maybe you could argue that it's already done that little Bart Simpson-ish thing. Like if that's the atom,
this
was
is
the Eve here, and then this is the, and it's working on the descent. Maybe
it's fallen below. Hold on. This is a 618. So local 618 from the bottom of the basically double bottom drop that we had yesterday. Up to the move that we just hit at the high of day. We came down to the 0.5, you fell below it and failed it, and now you're below it again. So we're right at it right now. We're approaching it again from the bottom side as we speak. And it's having trouble getting back above it. I might just keep an eye on this position and kill it if it goes above 200. Instead of leaving a stop loss. It's no lower low yet.
so. I guess they're all warming up for that conference, huh? Is it tomorrow?
It's gonna sell off. Yeah, I think it's either starts tomorrow or Wednesday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, yeah. And then it runs for 3 days. So I'm guessing like, yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or something like that. I'll look it up. Bitcoin Conference 2025.
Yeah, send me the dates because I've been forgetting.
May 27th to 29th. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Okay, so it does start
Day
tomorrow.
one's tomorrow. I wonder when Michael Saylor's like supposed to speak. Day one, you reckon? Surely he's a day three speaker. I don't know.
I was gonna say he seems like a day 3 guy.
Yeah, do they put all the big stuff happening on the first day? I don't know. I'm gonna look at the schedule. Let's have a look. They've got a Nakamoto stage, a Genesis stage, the mining stage, open source stage, enterprise stage, developer zone, the deep VIP vault. The Nakamoto stage sounds like it's the main stage. So
Don't
Tuesday
knock
the
the moto
first
till you
day.
try it.
David Bailey is speaking first at 9 a.m. on Tuesday. Then it's Hader Rafiq, and then Dan Edwards, whoever the hell that is, Heath Ammon, Alex Thorne, Matthew Siegel, Matthew Pines, Fred Thiel. That sounds like a little, like a group like speech thing.
Dude, I want to see that guy
Oh, Cynthia
Safety.
Lummis. Cynthia Lummis is the first name that I recognize. Day 1, 10 a.m. Talking about the Bitcoin Act. Oh, that'll be interesting. 9:30 a.m. on Tuesday. How do we fund the strategic Bitcoin reserve? That's like a little, panel discussion. Let me just see what the rest of Tuesday has. I want to see if there's any other big names. Tuesday. Not Cynthia Lummis is the only name I recognize for Tuesday so far. Oh, Bo Hines sounds familiar. 12:40 p.m. on Tuesday.
You know that guy Safety? Cypher Dean.
Oh, okay.
The guy
No,
that
I don't know him. Don't
Standard.
know of him that much. You got Vlad Tenev of Robinhood speaking at 1:10 p.m. Tuesday. I'm gonna bring this over to the main screen so you can just see it.
You know the guy that wrote the Bitcoin Standard, the book?
No, I haven't. No, I'm not familiar, but I believe you.
That guy's cool. That guy's smart as shit. But I want to see him speak at one of the conventions.
Oh, the Winklevoss brothers are moderating
I hate
something
those
at
guys.
4 p.m. David Sachs, the White House speaker. Is he the czar? Crypto czar?
David Sachs.
Donald Trump Jr. speaking 4:30 p.m. day 1. Okay, let's see what day 2 has. So Cynthia Lummis and Donald Trump Jr. for day 1. What about Wednesday? We got JD Vance in the morning, 9 a.m. Wednesday. He's speaking for an hour. Wow.
Dude, we're definitely gonna have to
He's
catch
got a lot to
coverage of
say.
this. We gotta catch coverage of this somehow. I want to
Ben
see
Cohen. 10 a.m.
Wow, he's
Wednesday.
speaking there?
Yeah, with Matt Crosby and Chris Kuiper.
I got like a panel.
Who else we got on Wednesday? No. So I guess the big gun on Wednesday would be JD Vance.
Dude, it's arguable that Ben Cohen is like the leader of the cryptocurrency space.
But you like YouTube analyst? Yeah, man, he's probably pulls the biggest crowd.
I'm saying like the crypto community. Like he's like their leader. Like he's like our leader. like if I had to pick one person that knows the most about so many different aspects, it's
Yeah,
it's him.
he's up there. He's definitely up there. Yeah.
As far as people that have a public opinion and like share it freely.
Yeah. What about Austin and Aaron from Altcoin Daily? They're
They're
like
alright.
kind of their channel's not bad. They report on they interview a lot of like people in the space. They're very bullish though. They're very much a bullish bias type channel.
Yeah, they're more like they take out mostly other people's opinions, right? And like read articles and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, they're like a crypto news coverage type. They touch on TA sometimes, like they'll just briefly talk about like moving averages and trend lines and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're more news based. Yeah, the Wednesday.
The guys from Coin Bureau are like pretty good too, but they're like
oh yeah, they're very good.
They don't like they're like informative. But they're not like, oh, like here's what's going on. They're just like
yeah, they actually pick it apart and then come up with they theorize off it rather than just share the information. They actually They make you question it a bit more, or dig deeper.
And they
a
kind
bit.
of like leave it up to you. They're like, here, this is what we've got to say, and we're bringing you some information. Make your own decision.
What do you think about? Yeah. What do you think of them apples? Yeah. There's a lot of people. This conference, man, it's heaps. Oh, Michael Saylor of Strategy speaking at 1 p.m. on day 2. 1 p.m. Wednesday, Michael Saylor. You think he's on the Nakamoto stage?
Mike Saylor?
Yeah. No, it's in the deep VIP vault. Interesting.
Of course he is.
Man, I wonder what kind of security he's bringing with him to this event.
Michael
'Cause he's
Saylor
worth
is like,
he's got a lot of money.
I hope he's not bringing his hard wallet. But yeah, like, dude, Michael Saylor is like, he's like the poster child
He
for
is.
Bitcoin.
Oh, Donnie Trump Jr. is speaking again with Eric Trump on Wednesday afternoon on the Nakamoto stage.
Like if somebody, I'm gonna
if
be a
Michael
Bitcoin
Saylor-
mascot for Halloween, they're dressed like Michael Saylor.
Yeah. It makes you wonder if Michael Saylor will come out on day 3 and do another one, you know, just for good measure. Wow, the day 2 is huge. There's so many like segments across, like, you know, all the different stages they have. I'm imagining. It's like, where do you go? That's a long list. I think they said something like there's going to be 50,000 people at the event. What about the final day? Just want to see if there's any big names. Oh, look, Dbloc will be on the Nakamoto stage. I'm just kidding.
How much is 10,000 Bitcoin? Is that like $1 billion?
10,000?
Yeah.
Well, 10 Bitcoin's a million. So that means that 100 Bitcoin is 10 million. Is that right? Yeah, I'm bad with maths.
1,000 million is a billion.
Yeah. 10,000 Bitcoin is a hell of a lot of money, put it that way.
Yeah, so 1,000 million is a billion. So, but Bitcoin is not a million; it's 100,000. So divide that by 10. So 10,000, and then
10,000, 10,000.
Simply combine zeros. So
Yeah, just count the zeros.
if you
There's
want
nine
combine the
zeros.
zeros.
So I'm right though, right? 10,000 Bitcoin is $1 billion.
Okay,
Probably.
so what's
Why
the
don't we
point?
Google it?
Just take 100 billion divided by 100,000. It's easy. You
How much
strike
is
out zeros.
10,000 Bitcoin worth?
God, we can't do math in our head. We have to trust Google.
Yep.
That's
Guys,
pretty sad.
it's $1 billion. I was
I
just trying to
understand.
make it easy.
Okay, so what's the point? What's the point?
I was literally just asking. I was trying to get it straight in my head, like because I did the math in my head, and then I was like, oh, because I was like, I wonder, because I know that there's all these wallets, right, that hold just 10,000 Bitcoin. There's a bunch of them. There's like 50 of the top wallets that hold 10,000 Bitcoin exactly. And I'm like, wow, how long have they been holding that? And why are they still holding? Why have they never sold it? And then I'm like, that's worth $1 billion. Those are worth $1 billion each. Each wallet's worth $1 billion.
Okay, and that's 1/10 of 1% of the Bitcoin.
Well, what really got me thinking about it was, I was like, I wonder how many criminals are still holding Bitcoin that they got paid in Bitcoin a long time ago for doing it. Or like a hitman got paid for killing somebody with Bitcoin and they're still just holding it. Like, you know what I mean?
They didn't get paid $1 trillion. That's the market. So that's really a non-factor. When you start to talking trillions, then you're talking money. Billion is not a big number in the Bitcoin space.
I mean,
I'm just saying it's 1/10 of 1%. It'd be like giving you for every $100, I give you 50 cents. No, a dime. I'm sorry, I give you a dime for every $100 you have.
Well, Clark, we gotta look at it this way too. This market cap of Bitcoin itself is $2.15 trillion.
Right. Bitcoin is 2.5, or the crypto market is 2.5. I think it's the crypto market.
The entire crypto market is 3.40. Bitcoin itself is 2.15 trillion.
Okay, and
I didn't mean for this to be a rabbit hole.
No,
or
I'm
like
just saying.
for it to be, how is it going to affect the price? All I'm
Basic
saying is, I
question.
wonder if there's some hitman out there that was like, oh, hey, here's 10,000 Bitcoin when it was only worth $1 million. Here, take this for the hit, and like he got paid $1 million, but now it's worth $1 billion.
Do you
think I reckon he would have cashed it? He probably would have cashed it out immediately. He's like,
or he already got killed and it's lost. They do say that 20% of all Bitcoin is lost forever.
Okay, so look at it this way: how much is Nvidia worth? Market cap total, 3 trillion.
It's right, 3 trillion. Yeah, it should get to 6. Is my projection.
So look at it this way: we're projecting Bitcoin potentially getting to 6, and it's only 2.15 trillion.
I understand. One is a stock and one is an asset. There's a difference between assets and companies. You can't compare
one
the
thing
two.
you own, and one thing you're just rooting for a company. One thing you actually own. One's a big
Okay, so but they're totally different animals. They're totally different animals. That's my point.
One's creeping up on the other is what I'm kind of getting at.
I understand. Are we going to compare the French franc versus the German, the Deutsche Mark? That would be the same.
Holding a share with a company. You're just one person out of $3 trillion. You know, right?
I understand all that. One is a company and one is an asset.
Let's compare how many big wallets, how many big people are holding just Nvidia in certain wallets themselves.
Sure.
Let's look at it.
There's a lot of people.
So that would make us nervous about certain crypto coins. How many people are holding such amount of assets, right? Of that certain specific asset. So we're just comparing. Nothing crazy. I'm not trying to.
I got you.
Give it a little. Give us a little bit of hope around here, right?
Oh, okay.
Because you've been in the markets for 60 years.
Not quite. Got another 5 to go.
So help us.
I don't like to do comparative analysis across, like, oh, dogs do this and fish do this. I'm like, okay, but they're different animals.
Well, things come up in the past, like if a record going to a 8-track, and then an 8-track go into cassette tapes, and then cassette tapes go into CDs.
Yeah, I understand.
And CDs go into MP3 players. We don't even use MP3s now, you know?
Okay.
Look at where things shift quickly, but also pay attention.
We're going back to cassette tape, baby. Cassette tape.
Hold on. I'm just entering the house.
Hello, miss on the tape.
I can't hear you.
But there's also different avenues like satellite.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
when Clive said I'm entering the house, it sounded like some Black Ops mission. Like I've entered the house. I've entered the building.
Code word for something.
The dogs are coming.
I've entered the building. Alarm systems off. Guns ready.
I'm gonna have to come back. Hold on.
Either way, all I'm saying is, the crypto market's holding its own. He's got to give it a little bit of time and effort and pay attention to what's really going on.
You're making an argument while I can't hear you.
No, I was
Hold
talking
on.
to others while
Oh, go
we're
ahead
waiting
then.
for you to return to the table. If you couldn't hear us, you wouldn't be paying attention.
It's not all about you, Clive. Jeez. Well, other people can talk to each other too.
This thing kind of is looking like a Bart Simpson. We're on its ear again.
Are we going down? Did I get stopped out yet? Not yet. Well,
Bit of activity to the up.
there was a lower low, but it's like a V-shaped recovery.
It's getting real volatile. Yeah.
All right, it's the last chance it has to reject, or just completely close the short. Rejects right there, then makes a lower low, then I'll hold it.
Volatile, mate.
Clive, are we still waiting for you, or man?
Yeah, nobody's allowed to say a word until he gets back.
Yeah, you can't change the mood or the topic. We have to wait.
Forgot I was talking about at this point, but I'm kidding. You know what I mean?
MP3s, MP3 players, some of the new fad. Maybe I'll add to the short here for one more little scalp.
I thought Clive would be talking at the Bitcoin conference.
How do you know he's not?
So he's been there 4 times.
There's enough speakers there. Like, look how many. Look how big the catalog is for it.
Bro, his dad invented the Bitcoin conference, right?
Conference is his middle name. He invented the conference.
Yeah, he invented the word conference.
But if his brother really is sitting in the seat he's sitting, I bet his brother could have attended it, you know what I mean? But he does in the market.
I'm about to get stopped.
Ooh, big buys.
Is that Clive in the background trying to speak? What is that noise? Do you hear that?
I did hear it, but it wasn't long enough for me to pick it up.
I think I'm about to get stopped out.
Damn. Where's your stop at?
Oh, I did. Got stopped. All right.
In the profit?
Yeah.
Nice.
I move up above the 200 got me out, but now it looks like it's freaking rejecting again. I don't know. That is technically a little micro higher high. And it didn't, that low didn't take out the low from earlier on the first dip, so.
They're keeping it interesting.
Yeah, let's see. that probably tests that 109 area, like I was saying before. 109 is probably going to be a retest. We're losing like $1,000 a day.
I feel like it's stuck in this long weekend trap. It is a long weekend. And we're still in the trap zone.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to trade again tonight. I think I'm just going to wait till tomorrow, see what the trend looks like.
See, yeah, the whole conference situation as well, on top of the fact that we've got a short week. It's a very strange week, man. Very strange week indeed.
This one, yeah, like that. Well, Dbloc. If you were willing to risk 6%.
Also think of the timing of Trump announcing that 50% tariff on the EU. He did it like after the market closed, right, on Friday, knowing that we were going into a long weekend, so 3 days off, and then kind of did a 180 on it. Well, not quite 180, but he paused it. He gave them, so it kind of like nullified the effect. And now we got time to sort of like calm down about it. Strange. Like, I wonder if there was a timing, like he did it with timing in mind with markets. I don't know. Probably.
Yeah, he's like market manipulator #1 right now.
Master manipulator. Yeah.
That was funny that little head and shoulders played out so perfectly. Yeah, if you're willing to risk, we entered at 109,480. You're willing to risk 5% on a 10x. You could have got a 1 to 3.5 RR ratio off that move down. That's a 1.74% move, yeah. So that would be 10%. Oh. Not 10x. 17.5%. Not bad for a scalp. You actually waited
that's
for
lovely, man. That's beautiful. Especially if it's like 17% of a good chunk of money.
Yeah. I mean, like, say it was only $100. That's $17, $18. You know, put like $100 on a 10x trade, it becomes 1,000. You go in for that move, and 1 to 2% move up or down. You can compound a small account pretty fast like that. Only one trade a day. But if you had lost, you would have lost $5. So you're risking 5 to make like 17, 18. You do that once or twice a day, and that's like pretty good little side hustles. Just 1 or 2 trades a day, 1 or 2% each. Bitcoin can still do that. Bitcoin can still do 1 or 2% a day, even on a slower day. All right, let's take a look at this trend lines. Actually, I'm gonna look at dominance real quick. 1 hour. Bounced off the 50 EMA on the 1 hour. Bitcoin dominance just did.
Fear and greed on Bitcoin is at 68. On alts, it's still down at 25.
If it goes below 10, then buy some alts. Not financial advice. Yeah, those single digit ranges were perfect accumulation times. All right, here's that 109 retest I was talking about. I might enter another short right here, actually. Looks like a good thought. 200 EMA on the 15-minute. Should I do it? It's kind of sketch. I'll wait for a bad candle.
It might mean you have to stay up squirming in your seat about it.
No, I'll just put a really tight stop.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I think I might just enter.
It feels too middle of the road to be taking a position here to me. You know what I mean? Like, up to you though. Like, whatever you reckon, but middle of the road.
Actually, yeah. I mean, I think we could see a little bit of a reversal here to the upside. I can make just a little scalp. That might be nice. I don't know if it's even gonna catch me now. Damn it! I hesitated. All right, caught me. $382, but from where? Oh no, I forgot to redraw my fibs. No, it's a 0.5 from the high of the day to the low that we made. We're right at that 0.5, it looks like. That's what the strong push is, though. There must be. Oh, you know what? I think there's short liquidity up here. That's probably what it is. It is resistance, but yeah, kind of sketch. Need to zoom out a little bit.
Build all those vectors. What do you think, Dbloc?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to take a short right here, but I'm gonna keep my stop really tight.
Yeah, see these wicks up here? Like there's some cells bouncing off that 200. And there already is a vector that was created as it passed up through there. Yeah, look at it, inverse. There's a green and a blue vector that were created there down below us. Ripped up.
255 here. Average in right there. That's a film. Come on, hit it, you busted. No. All right. That might have been a bit of a sweep of liquidity right there. I don't know if that was the real push. This resistance zone here from earlier, that previous consolidation from earlier, that might pose a problem. Still got 11 minutes for the 15-minute candle to close though, so I don't know if I. Yeah, I can wait. I can wait 10 minutes to figure out what it's trying to do. Because if it does get rejected here, then probably happens somewhere within the next 10 minutes. And if not, then I guess I was just wrong about the trade. Again. Wouldn't be the first.
Some pretty big buys coming in.
Yeah, I need to look at the liquidation heat map because that could also be a problem for shorts. Yeah, if it does break this consolidation, then
a lot of money in liquidation sitting above us. What Dbloc is saying.
Yeah.
50, 100, and 200x is sitting right above us.
But still, I think this 109 area is going to be tough to get through. Oh, neither one of those stopping line candles got invalidated either.
Seems like there's a lot more liquidation sitting right above us. Trick some more people back in up there before it really wants to come and scoop everything back down properly.
Yeah, but I think they need retail to jump in.
Well, don't forget, it's Memorial Day weekend. Retail's probably drunk, so they're probably inching it up. They're spooking people into the market. Oh, FOMOing them in, you know. Not a bad time to do it. You know what I mean? When people drink and go to barbecues and do stuff for Memorial Day weekend. I don't know.
Oh, that candle at 15 minutes looking nasty now. It's turning into a gravestone. Yeah, if it goes below this 200, I got a good trade.
Yucky.
Laying the hammer down. That's a good one. It's a good one, Dbloc.
This 5-minute might in gold. What the hell? This is some, I mean, Bitcoin's been doing weird stuff lately. It always kind of does, but it's been a bit exceptional lately. I hate how slow the candles move on that exchange. No one gives you like half the data. You gotta go to Binance to like just get the real candles. Dbloc is going to sure has to hold 50 below. Below that, he's got the guy pointing at his head like. And thinking. But yeah, neither of those stopping volume candles gotten validated yet. So I don't think it might not make a lower low tonight. It might go back up towards the top of that range. After if it comes down a little bit to get those few guys that just FOMO'd in on longs. I mean, I guess to make it simple, yeah, like he's saying, if it holds to 50, then it's probably going to go back to the top of that range to get the shorts. Ding, ding, ding. What the hell? Maybe I should just close the position. That does look like a slight rejection, but
Tapping off that 800. See if that 50 wants to break through the 800. If it wants to make its way up here, we'll see.
Either way you cut it, that is one ugly looking topside candle wick.
15. Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah.
It's been a while since all these were this close to 800 to 200, all the way down to the 5.
Wow, that actually made a really nice trend line too. You draw it on the 15-minute from all those wicks that went up.
Oh yeah, I see them. 15-minute wicks. pretty damn much. I'm gonna perforate that line. Perforate the resistance line, the trend line.
Haven't lost that big old that big massive trend line yet.
Yeah, we're still on it. The big, you mean the one from like 1.5 months ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been on it. We've been trending for 1.5 months, almost 2 months.
It's so sketchy being short on the market right now, but I guess that's or the opposite of being afraid to buy when shit is tanking. You know, kind of the same principle.
Sure. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Shows.
I gotta try my best to like go against the herd, but like there's sometimes the herd just runs you over.
Sometimes they're too strong, and you gotta go with it.
Can we count that move to 110? Can we count that as like a gunning, like one more gun to take out shorts? Right, because I remember I was saying yesterday, I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if they made a big move up, like a sharp move up to try to take out shorts before sending it down. I'm wondering if that's what we saw earlier today.
We'll send.
I was kind of expecting it to go a little bit above 110, which I guess it did. It went to like 110.5, right? So that's probably sufficient if they are going to send it down. I would think that that's a sufficient move. Lower high, lower high, lower high. Yeah, dude, that's it. I'm trying to trade the trend, I guess. The same thing as scalping along if you just flip your chart upside down. I'm just better at shorting when it comes to scalping. For big like pivot like swings, like a week, like a swing that lasts for weeks, I'm better at finding long splits. As soon as momentum shifts to the downside, I like to short again those scalp shorts. Remember you had that diagram, Rick, where like it shows that if you just keep entering and exiting shorts like more often, you make a higher percentage rather than just holding it for a long time.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That's based, yeah, but that's based on optimal data if you hit it exactly right. By and large, bear markets last 1/3 the time of bull markets, period.
Yeah, yeah, but you don't need to be in a bear market to trade a downtrend.
No, I understand that, but by nature, the market moves up on anything that's
Oh,
good.
I see what you're saying. Like, yeah, but
Right.
even if it was a bear market and you held for a year, you held a short position for a year, you would be more profitable opening and closing 5 different short positions than you would just holding one.
No, you wouldn't. Name a time in the market. In fact, the longest bear market in the stock market is not even a few years. Period.
The lower, when you're trending down, the lower the price goes, the higher the percentage move
I
down.
understand the math behind it, but the general rule of thumb is the market goes up. There are short bursts down, but they generally always recover. Hold on. Let me just fact check this. Hold on. What is the longest bear market in the U.S. history? I don't think it was even 3 years.
Oh, it's holding.
Longest bear market was 61 months. And that was in 1942.
About to cross the 50. The 13's
So
about
it's
to
a
cross
little
the
out
50.
of realm of possibility for us because that was a war. Okay.
I know the point that
Between 47 and 22, there were 14 bear markets, each lasting approximately 1.7 years. Bear markets were bull markets were 3 times longer.
I think in an isolated environment.
The
like
race
on
is not
paper,
always a swift nor the battle to the strong, but that's the way to bet. So if you were to lock up your assets and just will them away, a short would be collapsed over time. Because money supply just continues to run up. And that's why.
Yeah, it's meant to capitalize on short-term volatility. That's why it's called short.
Well, short term, but you have to hit it, and then you can point to it. Oh, if I hit this exact point, well, you didn't. Very few of us do.
I've done it a ton of times. I've gotten
I
stuff
did.
out a
I
ton
did
of times.
1,100 shorts on AMC. I lost on 2, and it wiped out my profit. Now that was over a period of like a couple months.
If there's a short squeeze, then you're not gonna.
So Kwai, I know what you mean, man. Like, let's take the 2022 Bitcoin bear market for example. 69K all-time high, all the way down to the depths of 15.6 or whatever it was, 15,600. What's better, taking one single short from the top all the way down to 15.6, which is what's that, like a 76% performance or something on a short raw percentage, or is it better to take each new leg and build upon them? Not even really compound. You don't have to compound. I think it works better to get out of one leg and then get in on the next one.
Let's just simplify it, right?
Let's go from Bitcoin at $12.50. Has any short ever exceeded that? That's when I got introduced to it.
Yeah, I don't even know if you could short it back then.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You can cherry pick your data, okay, and come up with a point. But none of us are that astute. The times have changed. BlackRock's in this game. This is a totally different game.
So if you short it, you're missing the point of the argument, though, Clive.
I'm making a point. I'm not missing a point. I'm making a point.
But you're making a point beside our point.
Yeah,
what you brought up. That's all.
It's not. You're arguing in completely different context. What we're saying, if you shorted from 69K down to 15K, you would have made 77%, right?
Okay. Did you short it then? You were in the market then?
We're not talking about real world. We're just talking about like the dynamic of.
Yeah, we're talking about how shorting actually works. Now, if you had just shorted from 69K down to 32K, that's a 50% short.
When do you think Bitcoin will drop 79%?
Next year.
When it hits.
And then if you took another short at that same price down to 15K, you would have made another 58%. So you're talking 108%. That's a higher percentage gain than 77%. That's all we're saying.
let's not talk Bitcoin because I think we're getting on the rail of Bitcoin. Let's just say asset A or asset,
No,
you know.
let's talk about Bitcoin. We're talking about Bitcoin. Yeah, and
Yeah, I
there are
know.
assets all the time that go to zero every day. Those are
Yeah.
aberrations. Yeah, every morning there are at least
Yeah.
50 stocks I watch that go to zero. Period.
Yeah, I know. So Clive,
What
you're
kind
you're
of
you're
stocks are
talking
you
about
watching?
real world. You're talking about like this is what happens in the real world. We understand. We
Right.
understand. Yeah, yeah. But
I'm
in
not
isolation,
arguing.
in
Yeah,
pure
but
mathematics,
yeah, to say that Bitcoin's going to drop 79K, 79% next year, I'll give you 5 to 1 odds. I'll put up $1,000 against your 200.
Clive,
Okay.
Clive, that's what's happened in every single one of these phases. It's happened at every single top. The first one, it went down to 85% from its high point to its low point through its
When was the last time Bitcoin fell 85%?
the last cycle. From our last highs down to 13,000, 15,000 area.
Before it was 75, now it's 85.
Okay, so you think that Bitcoin will fall 79,000 the next year?
No, we're just
79%.
referring to percentages off the tops. We're just basing it off of every single last periods that they've done. That's what we're
Okay,
basing it
so
off of. So we're not just saying it,
when
we're
do you
basing it off of what it's done in all of its previous cycles. Okay.
When do you think this will happen?
After it reaches its all-time high. Once it reaches its all-time high, that's what we're saying. Once it comes down
Okay.
from that point, which it
What is
usually
the
does,
all-time high?
80%. We're only giving it 70, 75% this time. You know what I'm saying?
What's the all-time high right now? 120? Close
We
to?
haven't gone to 120 yet.
What is the all-time high now?
112. 112.
112. So
So
go,
when it reaches that all-time high,
75% down to that.
okay. So
That's
once
if it
it
were to fall.
reaches, let's say next week it hits 120. Are you expecting a 79% decrease within?
No, because I think it's still going to go continually higher, all the way up even for a few more months. But once we reach our high point, Clive, that's what we're saying is every time it takes a year, year and a half for it to reach after its high point to come all the way down and retrace that 70+% every cycle it's done it.
Okay.
Proof is right
How many
in front
cycles?
of us.
I'm curious. How many? Bitcoin's had what? Three
four?
cycles?
4? Yeah,
Four?
4.
Okay.
So if you
It's
look
had
back,
3
every 40, each
halvings.
one of those. So
okay.
3 technical halvings.
I don't think we can make the point until
if
it's
you
had
want to still bet
many
that
runs.
$1,000, I bet a bunch of people bet against you right now. So if you're willing to hold your bet,
He said within a year, if it breaks the all-time high, period, whatever it is right now, whatever the all-time high is, within 12 months, it will drop 79%. That was the bet.
75.
Whatever, we're arguing. I'll give you 70.
that's what we're anticipating. That's kind of what everybody
I
usually
understand.
anticipates, right?
Bet. Make that bet. Any takers? We can do $10 if you want. I mean, keep it reasonable.
Well, what are you saying it's going to do?
I'm going to say it's not going to do that.
Tell you what, I'll bet you 1 Doge.
Okay, that's fine.
That it will drop from whenever the all-time high is put in within 12 months, it will drop 75% at least.
Okay, let's define the terms and let's put that in writing.
Can we hold on? Can we not be betting on YouTube Live?
Oh yeah, let's not do
Okay. Okay.
It's not a gambling channel.
They'll be set up for the basement once we get towards the higher understandings here. But at least we have the guidelines of the bet we're going to create here in the future. But we have the idea.
But that's not what we're doing here. So just to be clear.
We can all just do it as a friendly bet. We're all just saying 75.
Bet. This is a fictional bet. Okay.
Yeah.
So the terms and conditions are
purposes only.
the terms and conditions are that we could write this down. Is
Save
that
for the
once
basement
BTC hits its all-time high as of right now, which is I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say 120. Okay. Once it passes 120, within 12 months, it will drop 79%. From wherever it goes. Let's say it goes to 200 and then drops 79%, that still qualifies. Within 12 months.
75% within 12
I'll
months.
give you 70. I'll give you 70%.
Again,
I'm not.
like
I'm not.
you guys can discuss the odds of this anywhere else, but like no one. Whenever somebody suggests this, like, hey, if you want to have this
No, I
conversation
understand.
downstairs, no one does. We're on YouTube
That's
Live.
cool.
You guys don't need to be going over your bets or whatever you're
Yeah,
doing.
there you go.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
not betting. We're not actually betting. He's gonna forget anyway.
Okay. I won't forget. Believe me, I have a better memory than I. I remember things. Do you remember things from 50 years ago?
Big dog. I got you. I got your back, my bro.
Yeah,
For
there
every
you go.
50 years ago, doggy.
I don't think anyone here has a memory that's, well, there might be 2 or 3 people here that have a memory from 50 years ago. And remember, I'm a vampire. It's all well and good, but I do like to put things in writing so that we can reflect back on it sometime. And I don't like making 5-year predictions. Let's put it that way. You know, nobody's going to care. How many times have I come on here and said I'm wrong? A lot. I think we're going to see. I don't know.
All right, back
I'm
to
not.
what we were
I'm
saying,
not
though.
making.
It doesn't
predictions.
really matter how much it drops in the next bear market. The fact of the matter is that if you open
No, it
if
does.
you open a short and you close it and you open a new
It
short,
does matter.
you
You made
make
the
more
statement.
money.
Drop down 70%.
Yeah,
That
it's
was
done that
In the
every
Doge,
cycle.
can we get
You're
back to the
backtracking.
Doge thing?
So anyway, U.S. futures look green. So even with Trump, etc., maybe we'll have a good green day tomorrow, and probably currently or what 110 something. I'm going to say 112 tomorrow. Within
Let's
okay, it's
let's
short
send
and sweet.
Pelosi a new
Let's
pack
say
of
5 minutes.
new pack of toilet paper. What do you say, bud?
Say again.
I said let's send Pelosi a fresh pack of. She
Yeah.
ain't ready for the gas.
There you go. You guys would have loved me in my gambling days of poker. People were
You
so
still a gangster
horrible
now,
at poker.
dog?
Say again.
I say you're still thugging, dude. You still gangster.
Mm-hmm.
You were referencing bear markets and their lengths over time, and you went back before the time of like quantitative easing, which led
true.
to the creation of what this is that we're looking at on the
I
chart.
got you. Mm-hmm.
But that's also me saying
Yeah, it's a factor.
this time is
It's a factor.
different, which is cursed words.
Gotcha.
But like what will not be bailed out in the future? What black swan will not be bailed out?
Huh, that's an interesting question. What black swan will not be bailed out? I really can't think of too many. The housing market was bailed out.
There's an
Commodities.
infinite amount of money.
It's always finite to it. The Zimbabwe case is the biggest one, of course, in history.
There's no alternative other than to just be as invested as possible.
I agree. I mean, I sat 3 years and didn't make a single trade. No, one trade.
What years?
Trying to remember what years that was.
Would you believe it if I sat three decades without making a trade?
Didn't you just say you have like the best memory ever?
COVID era. The COVID era was it?
Well, that was legit. That was scary during. I'll admit to it. There was fear during the beginning of that.
Buried my wife and 200 friends, associates. Let's put it that way. I attended over 75 funerals. Now, was that totally due to COVID? No, they were older. They were a lot of my gilfs. For my younger days. I only dated women 20 years older.
Was a large percentage of them on ventilators? That was like
no,
issue.
most of them just didn't take the shot. None of them actually. Not
Ivermectin?
one person. One person that I know that that was a close associate that died of COVID took the shot. Not one.
Wasn't the shot like proven to not even really help us?
Help me. When you have 100 people that all died, I didn't have a single friend that died from COVID that took the shot. And I had every friend that died from COVID that didn't take the shot. So that's really a major statement, if you think about it.
I don't know. I still haven't left my house since all this. I get now everything's
Really?
Amazon delivered.
I got you.
I had to take the shot though because they brought us back into the office.
Gotcha.
They would
It just
fire
takes
us.
so long to prove any of this stuff. Medical tests sometimes go multi decades before they finally prove one way or the other. I mean, some of it's generational, and we tried to solve it within the shortest period of time possible because so many people were dying. I'm sure there were problems with the smallpox. There's probably here people including myself, that have a smallpox scar. I mean, chickenpox nearly killed me. It put me in paralysis for, what was it, 9 days? I was paralyzed.
I think the most interesting conversation going on right now in X or Twitter is that Michael Saylor's he's decidedly not going to do proof of reserves because he thinks it leads to some security issue. And he says, go type it in and do deep search on Grok or ChatGPT. And I'm sitting here in my head going, well, if that's true, because he probably knows more than I do, then why?
Yeah.
Then if the government adopts it and everyone's saying, well, you can self audit, everyone can audit it. And then the government's probably going to follow the best security practices, which means we can't even audit a government reserve. So I don't know. I'm like, that's where I'm like, what the heck? I thought there was Merkle trees and that we could securely do proof of reserves.
One of the problems I have with ChatGPT, and I listened to a very long podcast on this, and ChatGPT it's really just an advanced Google search. It really can't come up with anything creative on its. Take, for example, Newton inventing physics. Okay?
Yep.
And so it cannot come up with something revolutionary, outside its own realm of what exists now. It can do an amalgamation of various things. One of the issues they have is once you start to ask it something, it starts to learn what you're asking and feeds you the answers you like versus the ones you oppose.
Yep.
And you start heading down that path and you become self-proving yourself to a wrong way. And I found that very fascinating that, okay, now I understand it. I thought there was a case with there are 10 unsolvable mathematical riddles or proofs. One was the salesman route problem. You have an infinite number of places you have to go visit as a salesman. What is the best route to get to all these places? And suppose I'm going to have to back up and do my research again on that. I thought a computer solved that, and I don't think it was
a decade ago. It was doing it. Formulate the fastest routes for everything. 50 different packages in a UPS driver's package for sure. Then it started getting better with the algorithms, traffic patterns, all kinds of stuff, congestions in certain areas.
Well, it was a mathematical solution. It wasn't.
Everything's mathematical, Clive. Everything's a mathematical solution. They are.
It did come up with a solution for it, but it supposedly they had to invent a new branch of mathematics in 10 dimensions.
Almost.
What I understand. Now I'm going to go review it. Give me a week or so. Let me do some deep diving into it, talk to some colleagues, etc., and get the real story behind it, because I may be looking at something that's off the wall that really isn't what it was. So I need to talk to some mathematicians first.
That's why I'm almost sitting here, like, doing what I'm doing, being a jerk for no reason. So do some research and we'll get back to me, all right?
Yeah, there you go. Oh, well, you're stuck with me all day tomorrow. I actually have the day off, and I'll be trading.
We love you, Claude.
I know. Why do you think I come back? I like the group. It never gets it rarely gets personal. Kids are all home. Time for din. I started work at 11 this morning. I just finished about an hour ago.
You guys have a bunch of deliveries for Memorial Day pizza parties and stuff?
No, it was horrible. It was not the event we thought it would be. But my general manager said it won't be.
I just figured people were like out partying. I went to like the grocery store earlier, like for lunch, and there was like nothing. There was like no rolls, no hot dog rolls. It feels like everybody was out barbecuing and doing something.
Yep.
So I don't know.
Yep. And you can order pizza for your outings, etc., but it gets expensive. When you think about it, when I see pizzas being delivered for $50, wow, 2 or 3 pizzas. But then again, Domino's used to have what, the 555 deal? Good evening.
Cloud, not kidding you. Where I live, if you want to order like a large pizza, like an extra large from our local thing, it's $90 for a 3-topping pizza.
Wow. You must have every topping on the earth on it.
No, that's just for a 3-topping.
$90 for one pizza?
Yes, sir.
Wow. And I assume that's not Domino's.
No, it's just like our New York pizza here.
I got you. Wow. Hell, I had one tip that was half of my income today. It was pretty sour. People handing me $2 and $3. So like, really? It's a $50 order and you're giving me 2? I take it. At the end of the day, I made 150. The average driver made 40.
How long you been delivering pies, Clive?
2.5 years.
I did it for
I
13.
have,
And I
I
say,
have,
like, you're like, I take it, but here you are kind of lamenting. It's part of the job, man. Every tip wouldn't
I
be great,
enjoy
or
the job.
everybody would be driving.
I enjoy the job. But I put in a lot of hours for it.
That's what I
My
just recommended. You go deliver things to a really expensive place where they like want a bottle of wine. They got like a $600 bill, and there's always a 15% gratuity
Not
included.
this time. And I this is 2 blocks from my house. My car started with 15,000 miles on it, 2.5 years. I just passed 80,000. I don't like driving in other neighborhoods either.
I bet it's
I've
put a lot of miles
older.
on you too. You've walked a lot of miles and a lot of steps and knocked on a lot of doors.
If you look at me, you would not think I'm 70 years old.
It gives you good exercise. Yeah, it's a good thing.
It does at that. It does at that. It gives me something to do. If I had to sit home all the time, I see this in older people when they hit 70, 65, late 50s. It's 40 didn't scare me. 50 scared me. I thought 40 would be a big milestone. And it was like, oh my God, 40 years old. No, it was 50 that hit me. And I see my compatriots that, I come from a family that the youngest person in 4 generations died at 84. So it's genetic too. We're all tall too. And we're all active. Hell, my father worked 4 years after he should have retired. And in those 4 years, his pay went up 50 cents. 50 cents an hour.
I remember when you used to be able to get gas for 40 cents.
40?
I'm kidding.
Remember
You sound
15.
like my grandfather.
Yeah, I remember 15.
You're BSing me. Come on.
No, seriously, look it up.
You didn't drive a Model T.
I didn't say I drove when I drove. I said I remember as a child.
What year were you born? You're born in the 50s, amigo.
Late 50s.
My point made right there even better. Closer to the 60s.
Okay, so what was the price of gas in 1960? Let's just check.
That was when you were born, amigo. Now push it to the
Right,
late 70s when you were driving. Now we're talking, all right? You were paying 15 cents for it?
No, I
Don't
didn't say
BS
when
me.
I was driving. I said I remember. What? Hold on. Let's just Google that. What?
Let's Google that. Okay.
Gas in 1965.
When you were 7.
Uh-huh.
How about
Gas
17?
was
Add another 10 years to
gas
that.
was
You were
gas was
17.
31 cents.
Okay.
I'm not saying when I was driving. I said I remember. In 1965, it was 31 cents.
Heck yeah,
So
you can go miles on those. But what was the average cost you're getting paid back then too? Like $2.15 an hour?
that wasn't a statement. The statement was I
I'm
may
just
have missed the
correlating. I'm just correlating other costs at that time.
I'm not saying it's up or down or otherwise. I just remember it being very, very low. I think it might have been a quarter. My earliest memory of it. My father complaining about it when it went. I think it was complaining that it was more than a quarter. And this was in Texas. We were in Texas at the time. So 31 was the 60. 31 was the average price. I can imagine that in Texas it was about a quarter. And that's really not that high. I mean, that low, because in 2022 dollars, that's equivalent to $2.85 a gallon. And almost all of us are paying more than $2.85. I'm paying $2.55 right now.
Our gas is like $5.25.
Mm-hmm. But like I said, this is Texas. Texas has always been a lot cheaper.
Rick, are you still there?
Yeah, moving on.
I'm wondering if Rick is still around, but he might be gone. Rick, are you there,
12
mate?
hours.
Clive, I don't mean to push your
Never
buttons.
mind.
It's not easy. It's not hard.
Let's just move on. Let's just move on. I'm about to go to bed pretty soon anyway. Do you think tomorrow will be a rise in Bitcoin or a decline at the close of U.S. market?
Might be a tricky Tuesday.
I think it's gonna fall.
Okay.
I think it's gonna fall, but I'm waiting for the I'm waiting for London close tomorrow.
Okay. I'm going to say higher than it is now, or the close. I'm going to say higher than the close Friday. Whatever it was closed Friday, it will be higher at the close of Tuesday.
Like New York session close.
Let's use New York as the barometer.
All right. By New York session close tomorrow, I think it will be lower than it is right now.
Okay. Shortened week, you're probably, I would say you're probably 65% chance that you're right, because shortened week is always devastating. I think we'll rise in the morning tremendously.
Yep.
And then peter off.
There's probably going to be a 1% gap up when the market opens, and then it's going to fill.
I think we're at 1.6 right now. In U.S. futures.
It got as high as 1.3, but then it came down again.
You're talking about the stock market or the crypto?
Yeah, US 500.
I got you.
It's right above the Thursday close. So from the Friday close right now, it's currently up 0.81%.
Okay. That's good sign. So far. We'll see. Oh. It was rained like hell today and then turned beautiful just before 4 o'clock. Ruined a lot of people's outings for the weekend, for the Sunday.
It's Monday.
Yeah, I consider it a Sunday when you got a vacation like this. It's an extended Sunday. I am building up my gold.
Physical or paper?
Gold.
Well, you gotta buy it up here.
I've sold all my gold bars and coins, etc. So now it's just in GLD. It's only 2% of my folio.
So it's paper. Oh, you meant gold, the ticker.
GLD, yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I sold off all my gold, physical gold. Too much of a security.
What price did you sell it at?
I got out at 27 to 29. Way under the market, but considering how long ago I sold it, I think it was about, I'm guessing 5 years ago. The
May I
value
ask?
of getting to the top was not worth it. I gave up 10% approximately in 5 years, 10% more, and it's not worth it.
I think gold is so interesting.
Mhm.
It relates back to my initial point about like the proof of reserves,
Right.
and you can't audit it really. And that, I would be so nervous about holding the paper gold. Like, is it? How
Well,
can we ever
GLD,
know
you
if it's
can
really there?
sell it anytime you want.
You can
I
go
buy
there.
and sell it all the time. I try to make 0.5 to 0.75% in a short period of time within a week. If it drops far enough, may add to it, but I'm more commonly I add to rising markets rather than DCA and downward markets.
Do they take 1%? Oh,
What's that?
0.4%.
What?
The
You
expense
mean the
ratio.
trading fees? The expense ratio
But
for
if you're
selling,
trading
buying
in
and
and
selling
out of it.
GLD?
No.
I pay about 5 cents per 50,000.
Yeah, so you're just not holding
Both
it, you're
ways.
just trading it.
Well, it doesn't matter if I buy it today and sell it in a year, or I buy and sell it the next minute. It's still a trading fee. It's 50 cents. It's 5 cents on every 50,000. That doesn't include the spread.
Well, you
That's
were
just
talking
the
about
fee.
something different. I'm talking about the expense ratio of like if you hold it for a year, you're gonna lose a 0.4 of it.
Oh yeah. Due to inflation or loss of capital, et cetera. Yeah.
No, you're paying the owner of the product, the exchange traded, or what is this, ETF?
Okay. Oh, I don't know what that is. I'll have to look.
It's 0.4.
Gotcha.
That's pretty good. That's not. I thought it was gonna be 1%.
Gotcha. Hold on. I'll have to Google it. It's so minuscule that I don't really put it in a factor. ETF fee. Or CLD. Maybe that'll give it to me. List. Expense ratio. Yeah. Okay. You looked it up. It's 0.4% per year.
So if you hold 10 grand, you're gonna pay them $400 a year, or is that quarterly?
$40. $40 per year. 0.4% per year. It's right here.
The expense ratio for Spider Gold shares GLD is 0.4% per year. That means for every $10,000 invested in GLD, the annual fee is $40.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I always get it off
who?
by one.
Yeah, I understand. I've told this joke 1,000 times, so if you've heard it before, two astronomers in a observatory. One's looking at the stars, the other one's doing mathematical equations. The one's doing mathematical equations says, "Do you realize in 3 billion years that the sun is going to nova and destroy the Earth?" And the other one says, "What? He says, "In 3 billion years." He says, "Oh, I thought you said 3 million."
We were supposed to hear about Fort Knox by now, and we were also supposed to hear about the 198,000 confiscated.
Right.
Bitcoin. I think that was like a month ago.
Hey, so wanted to kind of run an idea by you guys. But, I know I was talking with Rick earlier about RSIs, particularly overbought, oversold. It's just gonna be tentative until I can get my PC back online. But my plan is to have some charts for those in the Discords up. I could either do larger time frames, smaller time frames, or a mix, like something like having the 4 hour, the 1 hour, 30 minutes. I could charts at a time, but basically was gonna have Bitcoin prices with RSIs up and try to keep those up for folks that are in trades, so they can refer to that live. I just kind of wanted to run that by y'all and ask your thoughts.
I'm sorry, I got connected, disconnected, etc. Could you explain again, please? Thank you.
Yeah, so I was talking with Rick earlier about like how RSIs are pretty decent with a decent indicator for how things are going or how things might go. So I was thinking about having a chart, trying to keep a chart up on the Discord at least with multiple time frames, because I got eight panels that I can do, all Bitcoin, and then just having the RSIs there for everybody to like reference within the Discord at least.
That's a good idea. Good idea.
Yeah.
I use the UO, but I'm old school.
So what I have right now is I have the RSI, the stochastic RSI, and divergence indicator, and then just basically the charts. And the only other indicator is like a RSI regression channel, or I mean divergence regression channel. So I was trying to keep it kind of simple for everybody. I could add the ultimate oscillator in there for each chart.
No, that just complicated things. I use only the UO and volume. That's all I've ever used.
Okay. Yeah.
I think when you start doing ratios on ratios of etc., it just gets confusing. And it depends how you're trading. I mean, are you trading on a 15-second chart, a half a second chart, a 5-year chart? And then the principles are the same. It really is.
Well, so that's what I was gonna
Go
kind
ahead.
of ask what the preference was what time frames. Like right now I have a large time frame and a small time frame. I have two different two different windows open with 8 charts each. I could do like a mixed time frame where I have a couple of the larger, like maybe
a daily and a 4-hour, and then the rest being like smaller, like 30 minutes down to like 15 seconds.
You don't want to do 15 seconds simply because by the time the person looks at it and then goes to trade it, the data's already changed.
Yeah.
They're
So
almost
maybe, what about 30 seconds? Do you think 30 seconds is a
that's well, again, you really have to poll the people here of what they're doing. Are they trading? Are they making one trade a day? Are they making a trade and then holding a week or two? You know, I think the average person here is. I don't know what the average person is here because I'm not really in tune with your market per se, with stocks,
Yeah.
etc. So take a poll on it.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I'll ask Dbloc if you can put a poll up. But if anybody has any like preferences for now, I think I'm gonna do just the larger time frame one for now until we kind of get an idea of what, because I think all the rest can muddy people's strategies. But if people want particular time frames on there, I'm happy to put them up.
I feel like if pretty much anybody's willing, like you can just share your chart on the Discord, obviously, and Dbloc is the one who can choose whether to share it on the YouTube or not. But obviously, if people are watching your stream and watching your chart, then they can just like they'll be able to message you because they see it's your chart and they can say, "Hey, what about this on the 5? What about this on the 10? Whatever," or weekly.
Yeah, and this is just for the Discord. You know, if he wants to do that for the YouTube, like that'd be another conversation. But just figured that since I
Okay,
have
let
the
me
chart
let me
and have the multiple
let me
windows. Go ahead.
interject this thought into you. It's let me back up a second and give you a little thing. There's a difference between going to high school and a difference going to college. Okay, as a professor, as a teacher at high school level, you teach people. You know, you hand feed them, etc. At university level, the first day of class, you have a test. They're not there to teach you. You're there to learn. Now, what I would think would be the best solution is say, these are what they are. These are what the charts produce. These are the values to I put in on them, and then let them run their streams accordingly. If you give them enough selection, they're like, okay, that's the one I want to put on my desktop, and I'll watch it from there. Just a
Yeah,
thought.
and that's sort of where I'm at. Is I'm not really trying to teach anything.
Right.
Just having it available so that if people are running
Agreed.
multiple charts, they can just peek into the Discord and check it
Yep.
whenever
I
I'm
understand.
streaming.
This is why I often send people to sites that give a way more information than I can give. Just go to this site. They're doing it, and keep it within the Discord. Don't try to bleed people out of it. There is a certain aspect of that, but since I'm mostly in stock, I don't think it hurts this channel at all. But what I found is that I basically said, look, you don't need to listen to me at all. This is where I get all my information. You can get it. I'm a slightly ahead of them. Many times I'll be 15 seconds ahead because I'm watching other things on their channel that they can't comment on fast enough, and I have just as powerful a system as they do. So I'm seeing things a little bit before because they're speaking about something, and then I'll see something else, and they have to. Oh, well, they catch up with me and say, okay, oh, look at this stock. It just suddenly did this. Well, it did it 15 seconds ago, and they don't have the time to comment on it. Just two commentators back and forth. So I tell them, look, just go there, and that's where you don't need me anymore. Okay, once you find that, then you can do your own research there, and that's worked out very well. I don't want to be burdened with 100 people asking me questions. I had my own Discord with this, and I wasn't charging for it. I should have. I could have. I've volunteered to. It would have been a great money resource, but it was just too. It was just too overwhelming, and I felt responsible if somebody lost, even though you say non-financial advice. You felt awful. They put their savings into it or whatever. They lost on it. Like you need to shrug it off. Hey,
Or
it was
they
a
hear
bad.
somebody else like touting some
Yeah,
other thing.
I know.
Oh
I tried.
no.
Yeah.
Bro, if I show you guys my stop loss right now and how close Bitcoin actually crept up to it and went all the way
amazing.
back up. Oh my God. Like if I would have called this on the money, I couldn't even fucking do that. I mean, beautiful Jello. Hi guys, how we doing? Damn, I was so close. It was actually down. Well, it was a wick, right? But the wick will flick a sell, right? So if a wick hits your sell loss or take profit, it will activate, right? You don't need an actual candle to close. You just need a
There's
wick.
okay. I don't know how it works in the crypto market, how close it is, but in the stock market, very often there'll be, let's say, you bid $100 on something as your stop loss, and it can wick below it and go way back up, but it doesn't necessarily
The rubber
trigger
bands. The
because
rubber
there wasn't
bands.
enough sellers at that point, and
Correct.
only a few of
They'll
them were
set a
filled.
limit. Correct.
So
So with
it- it-
crypto, I realized, I mean, unless it's a very small volume or small, small population trading that crypto, then I've realized it's basically instantaneous. Unless
And
again, not many people are trading.
not really, because there are over 2,000 exchanges too. The
Oh
stock
my
market only
God,
has there's only 19 world markets. Crypto
guys.
has over 2,000 of them, and just
Yeah,
because you
yeah.
saw a price here doesn't mean that's their liquidity.
Correct.
So it
You're
gets
correct.
confusing. It gets confusing. And
Yeah.
another aspect is a bank will say, "Okay, we're not going to take a risk," and they will drop you out before it even hits to insure themselves.
Oh
And
my
they
God, I'm
put
so
all the
upset.
disclaimers in there. I mean, you say,
No, yeah,
okay, at
yeah.
99.99, well, it hit
Guys, I
99.99995.
need to
Like
I
we're
need to
gonna
show
get
you
no,
this.
we're selling it off.
I need to show you this. This is so, oh my God.
What was your trade?
I'm literally gonna snip it. It's a Bitcoin. I was just trying to, so I went short at a certain point, and then I've been holding it, right? I've been holding it, and I've been holding it all beautiful day. And it went back up to 109,600 before I went to sleep, and I just woke up. Yo, check this out. You guys are in the Discord, right? Check this out. Oh man, like we're talking. I was about to like complete the sale when I got home just to get rid of it, But we're talking about like, dude. I am so upset. Should have brought it up a little bit. But yeah, check this out. If I wanted to call this, I wouldn't even be able to do that. I guess I'll put it in the chat and make sure I have no sensitive information.
Profits and
Anyway.
losses?
No. It's I had a sell limit, like a take profit, but like look how close it got to me. I'm sure this happens to everybody like all the time. I'm the new guy here, by the way, so it's just like look at this. Look in the chat bubble. I don't think that's any personal information. Not ever good. I just put it in the Discord chat. Look at that. Look how close. So that blue line I drew basically goes back to April 9th. I drew a line, I drew like I guess like a bottom support from April 9th, and I carried out all the way through to what was the end, or the most recent candle earlier, with all that chaos going on yesterday. And then I've been holding this beautiful asset all day trying to sell it. And I've been watching, like we're talking a 4-digit take profit point compared to a 3-digit take profit point, Look how close. I'm so upset right now. Now it's all the way back up to 108,909. So it actually came down.
I don't get it. Were you trying to buy it, or were you trying to, or
No,
were you
I was trying to
shorting
sell.
it?
I'm shorting. Yeah, I was shorting. I've been holding it. That's my point. I've been
So
holding it.
it
And
didn't
had a
hit your take
sale.
profit.
It did not. No.
You gotta put it a little bit
A little
like
higher.
above where you're trying to go. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you have a target to close a short, you should put it a little bit higher than where you think it's gonna go, because that way it, even if it goes below it, you know that it's gonna fill. You know what I mean? Even if it
Yeah.
goes below it, it's like you don't have to get the bottom dollar. Like you know, if it goes below it, you'll fill because
Well, that's the thing. Everyone kept saying, well, but I assumed it was gonna go much lower. I just didn't want to get too greedy, you know. I thought, you know, take profit at 107,600. Like I don't need to go down to 106, 105, 104, even though like that would increase
Big buys,
my
big
profits.
buys.
Yeah, we're looking good. It's looking juicy. It's looking juicy. Anyway, how's everyone else doing? That was a crazy night into morning we had. It was fun.
I'm too high to understand your trade. You said April 9th? It's like
No, yeah, so that's Bitcoin. So if you go back to April 9th, if you zoom out, you know, like I'm talking 4 hour daily candlesticks. Look at daily candlesticks.
yeah, you're talking about
Or
like the bottom of
the
the
bottom,
tariffs.
yeah. So I drew a blue line from there and all the way up underneath the support. But again, we're talking last night, so imagine before all that chaos erupted. Um, and it was one beautiful support going from April 9th all the way up to a certain point yesterday. So yeah, I was using that base of structure, basically if at any point it broke through, it in my opinion, I thought it would probably go down more into like, you know, 102 or maybe even 95, 96, 98,000. That was like my telltale. If it did break through that structure, then most likely I can take a larger profit if I'm shorting. But yeah, no, I'm just hold on.
You want out. You want out of Bitcoin. You're done with it.
No, I'm not done with it. Oh no, not yet. No way, Jose.
Well,
No way,
you were
Jose.
long from April 9th, and now you're either out
Well, it
or
was
less exposed.
I was just trying to make some money.
Yeah.
And I saw some, you know, money making opportunities. So I didn't trust
How do you
taking a
feel?
long.
How do you feel? Do you feel FOMO now?
Do I feel FOMO? Yeah, I wish I was here from $20,000. Of course I feel FOMO. I should have been there. I should have been there from like $1,000. But hey, I'm the new guy again, so I'll take what I can get. You know, I'm learning a lot. You guys got a really good community here, really good people. Take the time to show you things, teach you things. No gatekeeping. I've noticed like you get a lot of that everywhere. So to see people actually care and want to, you know, give a community and yeah, like Dbloc and even his, you know, the community here. I'm learning a lot every single day, and I've been here for a couple days now. I'm trying to, you know, soak up as much as I can because I too would like to, you know, help the new people eventually and like be able to answer questions to newcomers. I mean, I know a little bit. I think due to just the regular stock market, you know, for the past 20 years, but yeah, this is a whole different ball game. You know, the psychological effect of it. You know, the way the market's open 24 hours, you get no break. You know, like you go to sleep and wake up. I mean, yeah, true. The market usually is open somewhere else. But I mean, with crypto, this thing is living and breathing 24 hours a
Right.
day, 7 days a week. So
It's hard to
I'm still
sleep
trying
after
to
a big
adjust.
trade.
Oh yeah, big trades, rockets. All right, let me get a drink. I'm so dehydrated. I'll be right back.
I'm new too, by the way, so I don't
Oh
have
sweet.
minimal
I'm
knowledge.
Punisher, by the way. I know we have a huge list of people, so I have a hard time seeing who's speaking most of the time. But yeah,
I'm
I'm
Hal.
Punisher. How funny. How funny. I like that. All right, I'll be right back. I'll see you in a bit.
Love to hear it though. Love to hear that he made money. But I'm biased, man. I'm long right now. I'm willing to lose money. But I've also been long for a long time. But I need some money before winter comes.
see if this 50 wants to hold above the 800 here.
You're below the 50 on the 15 minutes still.
Let's look at a Dbloc chart.
Yeah, it's kind of a battle between the smaller time. Well, I guess really
Yeah, it's the
sort of a
same thing.
battle
If you're looking
between the
at a
5
15
minute and the
minute,
15
probably
minute.
bouncing off the 200.
Yeah, the 50 on the 15 minute is kind of close to the 200 on the 5 minute.
All the same. We're looking at important things we're looking at. Is it going to cross and hold?
Yo, what's going on, family?
What up, Dbloc?
Chilling, barbecue wasted.
You're wasted from the barbecue, or
I'm
you
on some
wasted food
fat
at the
boy
barbecue?
shit right now. Wasted food. Ah. Never. Yeah, she's been on Sunny. She just hasn't been trading full time all the time lately. Bit of an inflection point here. We're either gonna break these lower highs or we're gonna lose this 50.
Yeah, if it makes a lower low, we're threatening that bottom trend line, that mega trend line from April. And this is the first time we've retested it after making a lower high. Somebody pointed out earlier.
Yeah, before I left to eat, we were talking about Asia coming in and sweeping that liquidity. They chose violence pretty quickly.
They did.
Yeah.
Who's asking for me?
Hey.
It was
Speak of the
a.
devil.
Nice.
Janai.
What's up?
All you had to do was say Beetlejuice 3 times.
Let's go.
Like that.
What are you doing?
I was getting ready to go to bed, but I just heard you come in, and just getting ready to ship my car to Turkey. I don't know. Still
Damn, what's
trading
that gonna
them.
cost you?
Oh, just $1,700.
Oh, it's not bad.
No, not at all.
Way
But will it
cheaper
be
than
the same
rebuying your
car?
car in Turkey.
Will it be what?
I was
Man,
gonna
I
say,
said, will it be the same car? Sorry, Dbloc.
no, you're good. And I was saying
Yeah,
it's probably way cheaper than buying it in Turkey.
hell yeah. I'm sending my 2007 Tahoe. It's time to get myself a new car, anyways. So if I sell it, I just spent $10,000 on it, though. Got a bunch of stuff fixed and changed and all that. But still, if I was to try the same car over there, it'd be $60,000. So
Yep.
it's gonna cost me $12K just to, fix it and send it over. And it'll give me a chance. I'm gonna end up buying the same car, just new model. I love Tahoes. What are you guys up to?
Chilling, waiting for Bitcoin to make a decision here.
Yeah, I've been in long since at the bottom at the stopping volume candle you have marked already. But I mean that should swing up. I didn't even put a stop loss.
Okay, here.
Yeah, there's enough liquidations above to get us over all these lower highs, but we need to start making a move.
Yeah, well, it's gonna have to dump or pump one or the other, or it'll just go like this, a typical Sunday night, I freaking longed it at 102 the other day, and it was moving so slow. I was like, screw you. And then next day it pumped to that 109, 110 area. I was like, you bastard. I knew it was coming to swing. I almost came on the channel and say, go long, it's gonna swing up. But now I was like, nope, don't do it. Somebody will do something stupid and you'll get blamed.
Yeah, it's best to play this smart here.
Yeah, this is because these are dangerous. Like either it's gonna pump or dump. It's got that inverse head going. That's what I'm playing on the hourly. That's all I'm playing. Or it's gonna do a head and shoulder and dump. So
I don't know. I'm
but
playing I'm holding because of the 2 double tops and the 3 lower highs.
yeah.
Like, it's got to
Yeah.
prove it to me. You know what I mean? Like, you've got to break this structure. I'm not believing any of this shit. I don't care what it does down
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, because it's either gonna double top right here and eat shit, or if it rips it, then the top of the shoulder is that. If it can't break this triangle at 109.2, it should run up to 109.9 because it's stuck in that channel. But I've been playing the stock market options, so much more money. Now that Bitcoin is moving, I came back to the crypto, but for that I wasn't even touching anything.
Yeah, sample CME got taken care of. We don't have to worry about that. It's funny. It's like even if CME didn't close, we're gonna still be in the same area. Even if it was left over, we would be closing it as soon as it opened. But we took care of that already. Yeah, I know. I've seen it. Table that breakout looks nice. Everything's sort of getting ready. I'm telling you guys, it's just one more lower high, and most of the alts have already seen it. Bitcoin ripped from 74 to 112 with no lower high. I don't know what you guys expect from it. We're on what, the 8th green week in a row?
E.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it. Get mad all you want,
Wow.
but I went to Cali, to LA, and San Diego. I fell in love with it.
I don't blame
And
you. I've heard it's nice on the West. They get a lot of shit because of like
oh my
political
God.
reasons, but shit.
Oh.
As far as how it looks.
I was disappointed in Miami because that's where I
Yeah, you
wanted to
told
be.
me that.
But Cali, oh my God, it's so pretty.
There's only a very small portion of Miami that's like postcard Miami.
Yeah.
Like the
Yes.
Miami that you see in the, you know what I mean? Like that's a very small strip of
That's
like
what she was
oceanfront
saying.
property.
Yeah, but I thought like, after the second and third street inland, it's like a freaking, scared place.
Yeah, you got to go even further out into the suburbs to get to the sort of the nice properties.
Yeah.
There's like the beach, the city, and then everything around the city is obviously, major cities just suck out all the money from the surrounding areas.
Mhm.
And then after that, in the suburbs is where you start getting to some of the
We
nicer
went by
properties.
Malibu and places was burnt by Palisades.
Oh yeah, it's still crazy out there, huh? I can imagine.
Yeah. It was
There's no
still
way they're rebuilt by now. Like
no, roads were blocked where you had to have pass to go through, but it's the mountains and the little hills and the homes
you
on
guys
the
thinking
hill.
about moving out there?
Yeah, seriously.
Oh shit.
Loved it. I really liked Bel Air. It was really pretty too.
Oh, you think?
Oh, Jesus.
There's this little town called Bel Air. It was super nice.
No, I
The
didn't
fresh
like
queen of Bel Air.
I didn't like where the mansions were because mansions are all on top of hills,
Yeah.
which is fine, but it's not like you can come out of your house and go on a nice walk.
And you see
It's
what
like,
happens in the hills when the fire hits too. So
yeah, no. But like down right below, as Bel Air kind of fades out into, there's like wineries and small homes, but beautiful small homes. When I say small, they're still at least 3,000-4,000 square feet. Not the 50,000 square feet, but
yeah.
I was like, oh my God, I could live right here. And my son and them really like San Diego, but San Diego was too flat for me. Like, I didn't really care for it that much. I don't know. And San Diego doesn't get hotter than 85. It's like a very tempered weather. So if during the day we were wearing shorts, and as soon as the sun goes down, you're wearing a coat. But anyways, I was like, oh, I can't wait to tell him California is beautiful. And it is cheaper than where I am. Houses are very comparable, but their food is cheaper than DC area food. So that was shocking.
What about the San Andreas Fault? The big
Yeah,
one.
earthquakes don't freak you out.
Dude, I'm from Turkey. There's
Oh,
nothing but earthquake
that's
every
true.
week.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's true.
fair enough.
It's
It feels like home.
yeah, it does, and Cali doesn't get those earthquakes like Turkey does. So, I mean, they did get one big one, but that was like 1970s or something. Turkey, last one, there was like 10,000 people died. The city I'm from, that was like 3-4 years ago. Even my sister's house, like they had to knock it down and all that, but that was a 5.6 or some crap, or right at 6. A few hundred people died on that too. So it's how if it's the house you live in now, the houses shouldn't be falling apart at up to 7, unless like the ground you're on like kind of buckles down or up.
So did you give up on the house you were building then, Turkey?
Oh no, buddy, I'm like Donald Trump, dude.
She's about to send the family to live in Turkey, and she's gonna go live in Cali. I know her plan.
No, that house is there. I have 2 there. We might buy another one for 500K and just flip that. But I'm trying to get the guy to drop it to 350 from 500 to 350, or I mean 450.
Longer you
But
wait,
he,
the cheaper it'll get. We're going
yeah, he's
into
not
that era.
budging. Bastard is not budging though, because I can flip that for good 1.5 if I buy it for about 450 and spend another 2-3 in it. I can flip that for over $1 million profit, but guy won't budge. And I try to take all of it as a credit. So I try to do a HELOC on the house we're in. It's like $500,000 at 9%. I was like, oh, kiss my ass. Yeah. I was like, so my friend found 8.9 with like payments $4,000 a month, but that's still high, dude.
It's
My
high
house
if
is
you're
2.
not gonna rent it out. It's high, yeah.
It's very high. I can't rent it out till I spend money on it and fix it. So I'm gonna lose money on it for 2 years at least. It's gonna take 2 years to get it done. But yeah, my house is at 2.75 interest rate. I was like, I'm willing to give you 7. They won't give me for 7. And we have a perfect credit score, so I feel bad for people that has bad credit trying to buy a house right now. Not bad, but like, mediocre. There's no freaking way people can buy a house. So sad. I think my son is gonna move to Cali before I do. Let's see if we
Sounds
don't.
like a song name. My son's gonna move to Cali before I do.
It sounds like what?
Country song.
Just doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, my dog died. Yeah.
All right, we're trying to break this down right now. Give me a second. I'll be right back, y'all.
Hopefully we won't double tap. I'm watching. I already got out of my long one time and got back in at 108.9. This is a make or break. Mama coming in. Yes, San Diego was too flat. I don't like that. But yes, Beverly Hills was beautiful. I did like strings, I loved how they had their yards and everything. It was like picture perfect. Beautiful flowers and bougainvilleas. That's my favorite flower.
I've never seen so much marble.
Really? Come to Turkey, everything is marble.
Yeah, well, yeah, fair enough.
My mom's countertop is marble. It used to be so freaking cheap. And so we did that in our house, those shiny tiles, dude. It's like walking on ice when it gets wet. I'll never do that again.
I live really close to Marble, Colorado. They have a pretty cool big marble mine. Most of the marble comes from Italy, like Carrara marble.
Yeah.
But there's really nice mine that just reopened like 10 years ago in Marble, Colorado. And it's like about 35 minutes away. But it's a really cool, beautiful vein. White marble's pretty cool.
People don't even do marble in Turkey anymore because that's out. Now it's all quartz.
And a lot of the DC marble came from Marble, Colorado.
There's a lot of Turkish marble here from.
A giant like living room slab, like
Italy.
that's like
All
10
right.
feet, like feet thick or whatever. Of course, like imagine like putting lights under a quartz floor. It would look cooler than marble.
Yeah, I have.
Quartz and marble are two different things. One's sedimentary, one's crystalline, so big difference in structure.
I know, I get it.
Yeah, my kitchen counters are quartz because they say it doesn't suck the stain as much as marble does. That's a freaking lie.
Marble is a lot more porous. There's a lot more veins and cracks in quartz type stuff, like crystal or an onyx base.
Yeah.
I made granite countertops. You guys remember when I lived in Hawaii for 8 years? I worked for a massive granite company. I ran fabrication,
Was
huge
it
CNC machines. I did. We cut like hundreds and hundreds of slabs per month. All kinds of
was the
beautiful
owner
stones from all
Turkish?
over the world.
Was the
From
owner
all over
Turkish?
the world. Yeah, there's all kinds of Turkish stones we cut. We cut all kinds of beautiful stones from Italy, all kinds of stones from Indonesia. There's all kinds of stones from all over the world.
No, no. I said, is the owner Turkish? Every marble store here is the owner is Turkish in DC area.
No, there was an American guy from California originally, but state of Hawaii.
And
so in Hawaii, we had a lot of different stones from all over the world too. So it was really neat. A lot of good spectrums, different really nice stones out there.
Yeah. Well.
And we took high definition pictures of each and every one. So before we ever even cut it, we went up close to it, looked for any cracks, little micro scratches on surface, stuff we should stay away from. We had a really nice high definition picture, so whenever we digitally drew it, we could put it right over there. You could see what it would look like, right about to the 16th of an inch of what that image gave us, and is exactly what you could expect to be put in. It's really good for tying seams together and doing all kinds of walls, and we could do it digitally so you could see exactly what your counters are going to look like. You know what I'm saying? It's more complex these days than just.
Okay.
Really neat though. There's doing work with stone is beautiful. Stone lasts forever. Like it's millions of years old. That was my favorite part about working with it. Is all these different types of stones. Some are a billion years old. Some are hundreds of millions of years old. Some are sedimentary, igneous. Some are formed with heat and pressure, and some are beautiful with shells in them. Really neat.
Are we double topping here?
It's a very slight bearish divergence in the 5-minute.
Hopefully not. Don't do it. Don't do it. This long is gonna be beautiful if it can break this.
Sorry, talk about stone. We did like $15 to $20 million per year on average. We did a lot of stonework.
Yeah.
It did break that trend line, but it's could be a fake out. See if it retests it successfully. If it falls back through it, then
200
failed
is
breakout.
yeah, 200 is being a bitch. It's trying to break out of that fallen wedge. If I can get out of that fallen wedge. It tried. That was a try, but it's double.
Yeah, it seems kind of weak. Like I said, there's that very, very slight bearish divergence on the 5-minute RSI. It just made a very slightly higher high in price and very slightly lower high in RSI.
Oh, we have 8 minutes to close above that double top. If not, it's gonna eat crap.
Well, it's trying to retest the breakout of the trend line now, but if it falls below the 200 on the what am I on the 5-minute? Yeah, if it falls below the 200 on the 5-minute, I'd say the 200 EMA.
How you using EMA? I use MAs. I don't use EMAs. It's getting rejected from the MA for me. That's what I'm trying to see if you can close above it. It's good. I have to get another vocal cord surgery. I have one of the rare diseases.
Oh yeah, which disease?
What the hell? It was some man. It's like a growth. It's not a polyp. It's. Oh, what's the name? And I met a woman. She has the same one. She doesn't even smoke. So. Because they said I have to go to speech therapy and all that too.
You said you got polyps?
I had polyps removed before. Yeah, I had them removed before.
That sounds painful as hell.
It wasn't really, but what the hell?
I don't mean having them removed. I mean And you're
Yeah,
not gonna deal with them.
it's that's why they seemed to me the smoke later because I couldn't talk. Like I was, people used to make fun of me, like you bastard, I surgery. Damn, that's a rejection.
Yeah, it's losing it here a little bit.
I'll see.
I'm short, by the way, but I tried to stay bullish for you.
I'm coming to get you. Don't worry about it. It's a retest right here. I hope it passes.
I think it just failed the retest. I'm not gonna lie.
No, the first retest, second retest. Maybe I
That
don't know.
was a failed breakout.
Yeah. That doesn't.
Sorry to say.
It's a textbook double top, dude.
Yeah, with the bear div, the 5 minutes. I don't know. It tried.
Oh damn it!
Yeah, you closed that last 5-minute candle below the 200. This one's gonna.
It's that double
This one
top we were
closes
worried
below it.
about.
Yeah. It's a gunner.
Damn. Damn. I was up 60%. Not back down.
It's day one of the Bitcoin conference. Or tomorrow is or whatever. You know what time it is.
Okay, if it fails right here, then I have to get up.
Yeah, maybe I just like. Maybe I should put my stop loss further away.
Mm-mm.
Does anybody have a memory of Bitcoin pumping while the maxis are out partying and not at their computers?
Nope, not once.
I have a really,
can't remember one
really,
time.
really hard time remembering any Bitcoin conference all the way back to like Bitcoin Prague in 2015. Like, it's always been bad. At the very best, sideways.
If I'm being honest, I just wish I had like charted Shania's appearances because that's something.
Every time I show up, it pumps, right?
I'm not sure what it does because I haven't been charting it. That's my point.
It does pump. I only come in when it's pump time.
I don't know, but you are the double top queen. You're the queen of the 1 minute double top.
We'll see. We'll see. You know what they say about the roosters that, that, what do you call it? What does the rooster do in the morning?
Right.
Hey, what?
Got it. Got it.
Not a crow, yeah. In Turkey, there's a saying: the rooster that crows early gets gets cut first.
Damn.
Gets eaten first. So
That's brutal. We say the early bird gets the worm. Early bird gets the worm.
nope.
Or early bird eats the worm. But
We eat the early birds. You
Yeah.
wanna scream?
You're gonna wake me up early? I'll show you.
That's right.
Man, what kind of fucking birds do they have in Turkey?
Oh, language.
My bad. You are correct. I'm gonna. Yep.
No, at 102, I tried to come in, but there was some odd conversations that when I was coming in for a long.
I'm supposed to be asleep, but Bitcoin's being a pain in the ass, like it always is when I'm trying to short it.
Not yet, Anita. Not yet.
So pretty much the last nail in the coffin is losing the 50 on the 5-minute.
Well, losing the 13. We can go under the 50, but if that 13 crosses under the 50, we're gonna go take these wicks out.
Which means we lose the mega trend line. If that happens, I'm definitely staying in my short, because
if that happens, your short should be fine. I'm looking at golden pocket at like 105. This 105 resistance that we have here is the only thing stopping us from 101, 100. I'm letting y'all know from now. Not really a whole hell of a lot underneath. Big vector gap from 104 to 1025. And we have target 1, target 2 if that plays out. You could very well be in a short that lasts for about a week.
Well, if it would be sick if we lose that big trend line and then it goes down to 104 like you're saying, maybe bounces from there and then does a bearish retest to the bottom, because then I could close the short, reopen at the bearish retest at the bottom of the trend line.
Why not just wish the market maker calls you out of your sleep and tells you, hey buddy, time to get out of your little trade.
No,
that'd be
that's what
nice.
take profits are for. I take profits, trailing stop losses. The one bone that exchange that perpetuals exchanges throw you. It's like, hey, we might be a bunch of scammy pieces of shit, but look, here, you can have these toys.
Just thought of opening up an alert service for people who don't have alerts. You just send me some crypto and tell me when you need to be alerted. I'll have Drew call you at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh yeah,
completely freaking you out. Sell everything right out of your sleep. I heard they're taking off. I heard they're taking away alerts for the free trading view. That's rough, bro. I know you never had unlimited alerts, but you used to be able to at least set 1 or 2 on your chart.
Yeah, I think you could have 1.
Now they
keep taking away free stuff to try to get people to buy it.
Yeah,
because the free version was too good.
So the thing is called a Renica's dysplasia. No,
That's your
Renica.
disease.
Sounds contagious.
Yeah, 3 Renke's edema. That's it. Type 3 Renke's edema on the vocal cord.
Can you post it in the chat?
They were like, you gotta go to speech therapy. This and I was like, no, I don't. I'm not doing shit. You're gonna. Yeah, he's like, we're not gonna remove it because you smoke. I was like, what are you gonna do for the one that doesn't smoke? There was another lady that has it, and he's like, we'll remove hers, but you have to first take this medicine for acid reflux, and you have to go to speech therapy. Quit smoking, then we'll remove it. I was like, yeah, okay, we'll see about that one.
I mean, you know, not to be a bummer here, but that'd be a horrible idea.
What?
Stop smoking a little bit, you know?
I gotta do something. I don't drink. I don't do drugs.
Yeah, but you don't have. I mean, it doesn't have to be smoke though. I'm not saying quit nicotine. I stopped. I got rid of cigarettes and vapes. I'm like, I have those little nicotine pouches now.
Actually, nicotine itself is good for you.
Yeah.
The smoke.
Just the smoke that's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, those Zen pouches are good, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I pop one of them shits in, and it's almost like a nootropic. But I can breathe now. You know, like I used to lay in bed and hear myself wheezing off of the damn vapes. Like that shit is not.
Oh yeah.
Not a good thing. It's the last thing you want to think about when you're going to sleep at night is hearing a wheeze in your lungs.
That's the truth. Yeah, he had to he had to go look at a textbook. He's like, whoa, this is I've never seen this live, like in real life.
Yeah.
It's like, I gotta go look at the book first. I was like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I don't want the
Yeah,
doctor to sound all excited over some
I know,
exotic
right?
shit. They're like, act like you've seen this before a million times, bro, even if you haven't.
Oh, he showed it to me on the playback and all. You know, the medical. He's like, look, I was like, okay. I didn't know there was something in there. He's like, I've never seen this one. I need to go look at the book. I was like, oh, Jesus. I'm just gonna get it removed in Turkey. It'll be like $100. They'll remove it.
That 104 level you mentioned as a 1.618 if you draw move from like the low of yesterday to the high of earlier today.
Yeah.
1.618 retracement down. 104.1.
Jacob, it tends to drop because maxis sell off their temporary Bitcoin positions when they go to. I'm pretty sure they're not getting rid of their long-term bags, but volume is always dropped off. But they do buy back when they get home. I can clearly remember nice pumps after Bitcoin conferences.
They all sell off for like a day or two before it starts. They wait for it to drop because they know, like, because of the low volume, it'll just like grind down, and then people panic sell. And then once the conference is all over, they're like, "Oh, sweet, lower prices."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 10% lower than where I sold it. Yeah, I'll just buy it back. I'll just get 10% extra coins. Sure, I'll take that. It's almost like a I don't know, just a common understood thing amongst the maxi community. I think it's like, yeah, just sell before we go. We'll buy back. When, once it's over, it'll be cheaper.
Yeah.
We'll all buy back.
Long BTC, yeah. I mean, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, and
Then
it's
it's
got a
Shanghai.
big yellow bill on it. I mean, honestly, it's double top, 3 lower highs, followed by another double top. Now you're breaking the 50, about to lose momentum on the 5 minute. Like at some point, you got to call it. I mean, I'm giving you guys everything that you need to see to watch to keep this trade alive. But if it doesn't do it, at some point, you can't just will it to do what you want it to do.
I'm trying.
Yeah, it has to hold this 50. It hasn't lost it yet. The price coming underneath the 50 means nothing if the 13 doesn't cross. So momentum is still bullish here.
I thought it was just the 5 that needs to cross.
Nah, the 13 is what confirms the momentum shift. The 5 crosses regularly. 5 is a representation of price. The 13 is a representation of support and resistance. Once you lose support to the 50, it's...
So the 13 crossing below the 50.
Mm-hmm. With one candle of confirmation.
All right. And this is a 5 minute, right?
Yep. Reason the 5 minute works the best is because since you have to wait for that one candle of confirmation, you don't want to wait an hour. You see the 13, you see the 13 cross on the hourly. It's like, okay, cross now. Now I need an hour to, it'll give you the least amount of fake outs and get you in the shortest period of time at the best possible price. 1 minute will do it. 1 minute gets you in. 1 minute gets you in quicker, and it'll get you in at a better entry, but it has way more fake outs than the 5 minute. Meaning the 13 will cross the 50 and then pop back up. Yeah, and then you only have to wait 1 minute for confirmation. Exactly.
But if you got to sit there and be like, okay, I got to wait 5 minutes, at least 5 minutes, or at least 10 minutes. You know what I mean?
Usually
Just
what
to get one
happens,
candle.
usually what happens when the 13 crosses, you'll get the 5 cross under, and then price comes back up, right? 5 crosses, price comes back up. As it rejects, that drags the 13. Right? As the 13 comes down, price also comes back up to it. So that's why you wait for that one candle of confirmation. because it could easily come back up and invalidate it. Yeah. But once you get
And you
that
put a
candle of
stop loss.
confirmation, then you're good. Stop loss above the 13. And then you take profits whenever you want. If you know nothing about trading and you're literally just following the strategy because you want to make some money on a trade, you'd be taking it as the 13 crosses back over the 50. Right? You're leaving a lot on the table, but you are getting out at a better, you're not losing.
In that sense, like if you didn't have take profit targets or you weren't looking for stopping volume candles, you could say like, all right, I'm just gonna drag my stop loss down with the every candle that closes, you bring it down to the 13 EMA.
Yeah, well your 50 is basically your trailing stop loss. But your first take profit on a short like this should be at a stopping volume candle. You get another stopping volume candle, you should probably take profits again. That
That's where I got
13
on my last
crossing,
short.
that 13 crossing should be the final sign for any runners that you have. That's when it's like, okay, time to cut the runners. Here, for example, if you would have longed this, you would have taken profit on the downtrend hit, probably taken profit again at the double top once you saw a double top, and then the runner that you have left, you'd be waiting for that 13 across.
Yeah, I didn't take it on the second double top. I was
We literally
but I
talked about
took
it
it
right
on the
before it
first one.
happened. You talked about it before it happened.
Yeah, I know. I took it
Yeah,
on the
you called it.
No, I took it on the first one.
Yeah.
So I took it out and then I came back and just with the profit, I was like, okay, let's see if it rips. It's still not, I'm even right now. So I'm still not with the profit, I'm still even.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm still right below my entry. We'll see. So you guys use the EMAs and SMAs. I only use MAs and it hasn't hit my 50 yet. So I'm trying to see what it's gonna do at this 50 and it hasn't hit it yet. It's just like
Are you still in position?
Mhm. My 50 is at 108.75.
Yeah, so I like the EMAs because it's a little quicker action.
Yeah.
Gives you a bit of a heads up. Let me grab some caffeine. I'll be right back.
That's what I did.
Yeah. The
On the
EMAs,
second
they
double
definitely
top,
track they track the momentum, the short term momentum. The EMAs definitely track that better.
I went to get coffee on the second double top. I was like, okay, we break, we don't. I'll cut it.
I feel like the simple moving average, like it definitely tracks like long term like support levels better. Like if you see a long term SMA, like if you see like a SMA at like a long term support and they're matching up perfectly, chances are you're probably gonna hit that and then either bounce right off of it or just wick right below it and still close above it. With the EMA crosses though, I feel like they track momentum a lot better.
I don't use either or. I just use moving average. That's it. Like I don't know, when I play options, I used to play the EMAs and SMAs, but not even then. For them,
I feel like you're doing it backwards because
Mm,
like for the options you
It's just a way to
call
track
into
momentum. That's all it is. It's just a visual way to track a shift in momentum.
Yeah. Well, I don't really long and short very short time. I try to stay in there for like hour or two. That's how I go for it. If you're doing like 5-10 minute longs, that's different. But I long for a long time, you know. I've been longing this shit since 10 o'clock. It's 1 a.m. So if you're playing like 1 minute and all that, yeah. But I played the 15 minutes, 4 hours, like long term features on the options. because
We
my
What do you got going now? You long or short on Legacy?
I'm long right now. Still at my entry right now.
I'm short. I just flipped short the other day.
Yeah, I'm a little worried that there's some retracement left on ES and Q.
See, that's
It's
I
that
don't know.
It's the 50 EMA on the daily that's driving me crazy. Or even the 50 EMA, it's gonna be the same thing. That retest after breaking. I mean, they had a generational run a couple weeks ago, and it still hasn't retested. I mean, it's starting to show weakness, and the 50s have moved up closer to price. But I still think it comes down and touches before it goes. Then I think we're breaking all-time highs on everything.
It comes down to what, 90 area or 107?
Let me show you.
Like I'm eyeballing 107 because it should double bottom on the.
I could find my damn. Here it is. So on ES, I'm looking at.
Your tabs looks like more tabs right now. You haven't moved to man.
Go to the thing.
Your watch list looks like Christmas.
No, right? So this is that retest I've been looking for. We came down really close. I haven't completely got it, but I was saying that if we don't get a bullish engulfing here, I'm worried that it's just gonna roll over. This seemed like a really crazy call when we were up here, and now it's not so much. And it's not just
Wait,
ES.
is that daily Bitcoin?
This is daily ES.
What the hell is ES?
S&P.
Oh,
S&P mini futures.
Yeah, I'm looking at Legacy because we were talking about.
okay. So I'm gonna something because
And
I was like,
then
what?
NQ, right, looks similar. Big gap in volume. 50 sitting right there at like 2004. Nvidia, same deal.
That
Big
Nvidia.
vector gap underneath it. 50
Yeah.
underneath.
That pissing me off.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what about the gaps that are at the right side of the W? Because that's what's scaring me.
Well, you mean like it could come lower?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like all the way to that
well,
gap.
The thing is, we're about to get news that sends us. Like, if you look at the these tariff news, like the tariff news, I think all the bad news is already in. So I don't think there's enough to get through these high volume nodes that we're sitting on everything. I do see gaps. Obviously, there's one right there, like 53.2 on ES, but yeah, NQ has the same gap.
I mean, as far as the 50 retests, it's like we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If it's a successful retest, then I'd probably close my short positions. But if it falls through it, then
yeah, that's all
I'm
it is.
gonna hold and probably go
Yeah.
to that gap.
No,
that gap looks scary.
it's a
There's
line
so
in the
many
sand,
gaps,
basically. So we see what happens when the 13 crosses the 50, right?
Oh, getting smoked.
Yeah, I still see it making a new all-time high. I think we have one more.
Yeah, I think
So
people that are
with
calling the end for Legacy are probably in the same camp as the people calling bear market for crypto. I don't think people understand that this bubble that's about to pop is not going to be a normal bubble, right? This is the closest bubble that pops to real estate cycle popping, meaning all of these bubbles are going to be explosive. And they don't pop by somebody just letting some air out of it and it just slowly deflates. Like, they pop with explosive moves, right? They pop with, oh shit, this can't possibly keep going.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm midterm bearish, but I'm not like long-term bearish. Like, I definitely think the whole all markets are going to see new all-time highs like within the year. But I think that on Liberation Day, I went long. I put everything in on long on Legacy, and I knew it was going to have an epic rally. which it did because it perfectly retested that previous all-time high from like basically before the Fed started quantitative tightening.
Mhm.
So like that previous all-time high, it retested that perfectly. 20% drop, whatever. I went long and I knew it was going to have an epic rally, but because the rally was so epic, it left behind all those gaps. So I'm thinking that it's just going to be a really volatile sideways year, and we're going to go to like fill those gaps because I've never seen like gaps like that get left behind and just never be filled again.
Well, remember
So I think
they
it's either
will
going to
get filled
double
again,
bottom.
just like these
Yeah,
vectors
in the
that we
bear.
leave behind will get filled again in the bear. Exactly. Yeah.
But well, what I'm saying is even on this go, I think that like sort of my running theory, if that was a pivot, then my running theory is we either double bottom or make a slightly higher low, and then we go into price discovery. So like for legacy, that would be like basically a slightly higher low or double bottom from Liberation Day, and for Bitcoin it would be 74 or whatever. If it even manages to make it back down there. My only real target for Bitcoin midterm is like 92K. But that's because there's a CME gap there. And Bitcoin has shown exceptional resilience against all of the Trump and tariff nonsense anyway, so.
Maddie, if we get those drops that I was looking at on Legacy, it's just gonna give us the drop we've been looking for on Bitcoin down to the 50. Right, all risk assets, in my opinion, at this point, have mean reversions to the 50 that they haven't taken care of. Whether it's legacy, whether it's crypto, we've gone down 100 alts and seen the same pattern, and then we've jumped to ES, Nasdaq, Tesla, excuse me, Nvidia, and seen exactly the same thing. Right, they're all at different points in that retest. Some have already retested, some are on the way down, some are still going sideways. Yeah, Maddie.
So
Don't worry about. I know you're looking at it and it's at like 96, 97, but it'll move its way up to 100. We'll be retesting it, in my opinion, somewhere around 100 with maybe some wicks underneath. But I would expect large stopping volume candle on the daily if it plays out the way it's supposed to. Well, if it plays out the way I want it to, there's no supposed to. It would just be a technically beautiful move.
Yeah, I think you can remove that label now. It didn't hold.
No, it didn't.
But so, how many things are above the 50 weekly EMA?
The 50 weekly?
Yeah.
Not many. See, what happens is when we go through the daily, the same way that we do here, right? We lost the 50. I mean, we lost the 50 on the 5. So if you're babysitting a short here, what you would do is you would now go to the 15-minute and you would look for that fight again. It's already lost on the 15. Lost it on the 30. Ben lost it on the 1. I mean, you can't find the time frame where this thing is still bullish. All right, so on the hourly, right?
That's my famous last words when I go to sleep on a short position.
On the hourly, you're still waiting for that 13 to cross. That would be sort of your last little bit of confirmation here.
I got a quick question.
Yeah.
What's a FTX creditor?
What's a what?
FTX creditor. This Friday on May 30th, 5 billion in stablecoins will be distributed back to FTX creditors.
Yeah, they have to get their money back. That's all the
People that
FTX money
put
that's
money
still
on the
going back.
exchange.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
People that put money on the exchange and it got stolen.
Well, the creditors specifically are people who invested in the exchange.
Gotcha. Okay. That's cool.
Most wallets have gotten them back. Most people have already gotten back their stuff. I don't know what the numbers are, but I know they did the small wallets and then they did the big wallets. And then the liquidators got their shit first before anybody, and now they're doing the creditors.
So when
I
you say
don't
like liquidators, do you mean somebody who had like an issue with a platform and got liquidated because of the issue, or?
No, so like the liquidators are in charge with handling it once the exchange goes down, right? So they basically buy the debt, but they're paid off first. And then you've
Okay.
got liquidation houses that are charged with selling all FTX assets, and it's part of the bankruptcy. It's part of the, when shit falls apart.
I gotcha. All right. Thank you.
Yeah,
There shouldn't
and
be
because he
that
went
much
to
money
jail
left to
because
where it makes too much of a difference. At least not a negative one. I mean, if I got a big bag of stables right now and I know exactly what I'd be doing with it, it probably wouldn't be going to the bank. You know what I mean? Like I'd be looking for
Yeah.
some good places to put that to bubble that up at least for the next couple months.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even if not though, so if they're giving back 5 billion stablecoins, technically that's not even like invested in any assets, right? Besides stablecoin, obviously, but
Yeah, that's just
so
stables they're getting. That's just cash they're getting back.
yeah.
dude, is that why the stablecoin dominance has been rising?
For many reasons, man. Stables are super bullish. I wish stables weren't stable. I would have made a shit ton of money on stables.
Oh yeah.
Catalysts are crazy. But we can invest in the companies and we can invest in the blockchains that have the most stable coin traffic.
I found out there's a way that there's an option to go long on Bitcoin dominance with Binance Global.
Of course, it's Binance. But just as an example, like even if that entire 5 billion went into Bitcoin, there's about 50 billion in daily trading volume on Bitcoin alone. A drop in the bucket.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
All right, just give it up, Bitcoin. Don't act like you're trying to hold support or some shit.
Yeah, you can't hold 0.108 million forever. We have to start counting Bitcoin as.
I'm excited about Starship Launch tomorrow than the stock market, to be honest. I have a lot of coal, so
Man, I feel like I went through war trading Bitcoin last night into this morning. That was really intense. Really intense.
You could have just manually taken profit.
Yeah, I work night shifts, so like I'm usually up at night anyway, especially when I'm not working because my sleeping schedule. And I'm just all in, man. I'm watching these charts. I'm trying to see how it reacts. You know, like it's insane. Like there's people out there literally hunting down for liquidations, and just to see it, like it's gonna like it looks like it's clearly dropping, but it doesn't just drop. Like it drops and then goes back up. So it's like all those people who are putting
Yeah,
stop losses
because
are getting eaten alive, man. It was so choppy, so
it's not
choppy.
just that, it's people people have the same idea. So they're like, oh, it's going to go down. I'm going to short. But then they go short on 100x, and then their liquidation is right there.
Mm-hmm.
So the market makers send it up to get those liquidations. But I mean, that's because there's degens doing that. But yeah, the thing is, man, you're like, it's really difficult to try to trade on perpetuals while you're like working a job or doing something else that requires your attention.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible. They're like I don't want to say like you're not going to be able to do it. Like I don't want to say that for sure, but like yeah,
but you can.
Anything is doable.
Uh,
Gotta want it bad enough.
And yeah, I agree. Like I work blue collar, so I'm always working outdoors unless like we got some crazy storm or hurricane or something. But
yeah, it's even
Your
worse. You're
risk
not even in front of
management
a
has to
computer.
be super tight, bro, if you're gonna be doing that. Like you
Yeah.
gotta be obsessed about your risk management.
I'm learning. I'm
Yeah.
working on it.
Wins, bro. It's all about wins.
Mm-hmm.
Get that.
Yeah, trust me. I learned the very, very hard way. Cut your losses.
Yep.
Lose a few hundred, save a few thousand.
Also, if you're in a profit, you can drag your stop loss down into the profit. If you have a winning trade, don't turn it
Yeah.
into a losing trade.
Yeah. Free trades. Free trades.
That shit is all emotional, bro. It goes away, I promise. It's like a pesky human trait that if you try hard enough, it eventually goes away. But just find something else. You know what it is? I'll be completely honest with you. A lot of people that trade, this is their only attaboy. Like this is the only thing they do in life that they feel like if they do it well, they get that dopamine hit from, oh, you succeeded, you did something well. Like it's good to have it's good to have hobbies, bro. Something that you're good at, something you enjoy doing, something you can get your dopamine somewhere else. So when you come sit in front of the computer, like just trade like a robot.
Absolutely.
Go
Okay, I guess
hug your
that'd be the theme for me.
kids, jump on TikTok, do a little dancey dance for your 30,000 followers or whatever does it for you, you know?
Yeah, I gotcha. Trying to find a wife, man.
There you
I guess
go.
that's enough. I used to spend a lot of time gaming. I was a big time gamer. That's always a hobby, I guess you can say. I'm very competitive, like with competitive gamers.
Gaming
Games,
helps, bro.
shooters, strategy.
Gaming helps. Gaming
No.
feeds
Since I jumped into this
rewards.
pool, yeah, I can't remember the last game I played. I mean, this is a game, man, if you look
Yeah.
at it that way.
I need to go to bed.
Dominance dropping along with Bitcoin.
What's that?
Bitcoin dominance is dropping at the same time as Bitcoin.
Count your blessings. Small vector gap recovery, and then we go into wick discovery.
I'm wondering if I should put some take profits and then go to sleep, or if I should just go to
It's
sleep and try to wake up
135,
early.
bro. There's only
Yeah, dude.
like less than half an hour to the next hourly candle. Almost irresponsible to go to sleep right now. He said do that shit. He said do that shit to Shania all the time, yo.
Oh my god.
We used to keep Shania up all night.
You know, I regulate it. I go to bed around 10:30 or
I need
11.
to do that. I'm jealous. I need to do that.
Dude, it was so needed, I'll tell you. But now, like, I wake up around 6:37, and then I'm like, oh my god, when's the market gonna open? It's like that 3-hour gap is so long. I used to wake up 30 minutes, prior to market opening.
It's better to be early than late, because if you wake up like a half hour into the market open, you're like, oh, what the hell? I missed everything.
Oh no, twice I woke up late, and I was up so high. I was like, thank you, Jesus, I did not get up sooner, because I would have sold it with less, because last year I lost a lot on options because of all this stupid war and this and that. I made it almost all of it back past month. So,
Congrats.
oh yeah, now I'm learning Trump's tricks. He says something negative, go long.
The carrot and the stick. We've been talking about
He
that
says
from the
something
beginning.
positive, go short. That's just because it's with this tariffs, it lasts like 3-4 days. Last week I had so many calls, and they was like, he was talking about he's gonna put 50% the EU. I was like, you bastard, you could have waited 3 more hours. I was making such a good money. Then I got out and waited for everything to dump next day, and then I bought Friday. We'll see what happens. But yesterday he said he's gonna put a pause on that, so
Yeah.
all right.
For what, another 5 weeks. So
But that's what he said. We'll see. He'll talk smack about something
Look,
else, and then
I'm
market will
sticking.
dump.
I'm sticking to the original 90-day pause that he talked about. I've got it all set up on my chart. I'm not about to let this man drive me crazy with his pausing and unpausing.
No, this was the EU one. I was
Yeah,
like, oh,
yeah.
you
Just recently,
shut up. Yeah,
he did that little dancey dance with China back and forth.
dude, that made me the Coinbase. I don't know why I've not played that one, and I bought so many Coinbase calls. And same night I bought it, the news came that it was gonna get listed on SPY. Boy, that 20% was beautiful for me. I did sell that next day though. I was like,
good
fuck
job.
this, I'm
Still you
out.
had it.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about, because I haven't touched coin in over a year. All right, this 4-hour.
They you heard the you heard the announcement that they're adopting the Bitcoin standard or whatever, right? Like MicroStrategy. But they asked them, they were like, "So you guys are taking a play out of the MicroStrategy book? Like you're adopting the Bitcoin standard?" They said, "No, it's completely different." But it's not.
Yeah,
It's really not. It's exactly the same thing, but they don't want it attached. Like in case Sailor screws, you get what I'm saying? Like they're being smart about it. They don't want you to think about it that, but it's exactly what they're doing. They're adding
yeah,
Bitcoin
it
in
is.
on the asset sheets.
I think I saw it today that they want to do like $3 billion worth. Okay. But I did see XRP, the Ripple guy, with the Saudis and UAE people. I was like, oh, come on. I really thought XRP would be ripping because he was there, even on TV and stuff. But that didn't make a whole lot of difference.
Yeah, how's the whole world gonna like unwittingly contribute to a bubble? Like, like, like seriously, they're talking about it when Bitcoin's over 100K. Yeah, we're gonna buy $3 billion worth. Let's go.
What bubble?
There's gonna be a super bubble. I mean, that's just kind of what I'm hoping for at the end of this cycle. It'll be a
Hey,
big
it
ass
better.
super blow off top, and then it's
Yeah.
gonna collapse really bad.
It almost feels like it's now gonna be about only a few altcoins and all Bitcoin.
Been
I
saying that.
don't think, huh?
Yeah, that's what we've been saying. You got to be really, really, really good at picking your
Yep.
altcoins. You need
Yep.
to, in my opinion, I wouldn't touch anything that's not on the first page of CoinMarketCap.
Because right now, like Bitcoin is going and everything else is just kind of chugging along, just very slow.
You need QE for all the alts to move the way they did in the last bull market. The money printer was going full speed. Like people were throwing money at everything.
You think I don't
Faith and
know?
conviction in stuff that got delisted everywhere.
Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna happen now. Yeah,
That's what I'm
like you
saying.
might
Yeah.
ups and dumps, but
What I expect is for coins to pump with their narrative. Some will pump super hard, some will just barely pump, but most of them are going to give back a significant amount, which means that we got to be religious about taking profits.
yeah, it's getting scary. I know these banks are using some kind of a digital currency and all that.
The
I just
Fed,
gotta figure out the
Feds,
hell they're using.
the Feds told the banks that they can now purchase, hold, offer Bitcoin. They can do anything with Bitcoin that's legal for them to do with money, which is not great. Right, because that means that that fractional reserve lending shit, they're just going to start rehypothecating Bitcoin.
It's not decentralized anymore.
But it does mean that your grandma and your aunt and your grandpa and you know what I mean, like they can hodl Bitcoin right where their money's at in the bank, and you know, for some people that's probably going to be the best idea, safest.
Well, I don't know. But like I look at all these cryptos, I'm like, what is out there anymore? I'm even shocked ETH went to 25. I think it was disappointing for a long time.
I scooped up at the right times on ETH. I got big hopes.
You know, when it hit 13, 14 area,
Yeah.
I looked at my husband, I was like, we need to grab. We have to get some. He just looked at me like, please don't. I was like, okay.
Listen, ETH isn't going anywhere in the next 10 years.
It's
13 is
not.
a crazy price.
He just doesn't want me to put any more money in crypto. So I was like, okay. Because they're not moving fast enough. But yeah, he's something else. He had so much Palantir at $20 when it first IPO'd. And he said, I'm not going to sell this for a long time. Boy, that boy saw it go down and he sold it within the first year. Freaking Palantir's at $136.
Yeah, some shit. It's about conviction, right? Like you gotta be
Benito.
convicted in it.
Yep, it was the big talk between all the military nerds, all the signal guys, all the nerds, all the computer guys. They were like, this is gonna be the next thing, next Tesla. This isn't gonna go really high. And they made the pack. They all bought it. I wonder if they sold it. Some threw like 10,000 in it. Some threw all their yearly paycheck in it. And my husband put like $300, and I was like, you. So I bought a whole lot more. But then he's like, we need to sell. I sold because we were doing the house. I was like, just keep it. Keep it. See how it grows. Even he sold all of it. But because he sold it, I sold it. I was like, fuck it. Because it gives me those, baby deer eyes. I'm like, damn it. Unless I see Doge at 50 cents, I'm not gonna say we're going anywhere. So did they clean up that weird ass news about Sui and all that? Because
That see this thing?
yeah, it
Yeah,
was a
that was
serious
handled
problem.
quick.
But then the CZ came on to Twitter talking about we're fixing the Sui issue, we're helping them and all that. Everybody got really mad with him. Like there's nothing wrong with Sui, it was the serious, and they're like, why are you doing fun? This is how you do dirty. People were mad because he used Sui instead of that. See, how do you say that? Cetus?
See this? Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. There
It was
was an
on
accent.
purpose. They knew what they were doing.
But they didn't like that he said Sui instead
Yeah.
of what truly was affected.
Yeah.
So they were really angry with him. I was like, oh, Jesus, I don't want to see Sui going down to zero like freaking Luna. I
Man,
was like,
that shit didn't affect Sui at all. Sui took a little retrace that it should have taken anyways, but you can ask anybody who didn't pick it up like under $1 and has been waiting for it to retrace. Like that shit will go sideways on you and then just keep pumping.
dude, I mean, when I got honk on that thing, I'm not going to have another Luna in my hand. I was in Turkey when all that happened. That shit went to zero and delisted.
Yeah.
Same thing happened every time I'm in Turkey. Gala, I came back. I was like, oh, what happened? I don't even look. When I go there, I'm just like,
Yeah.
not even looking. Sui.
Axe, yeah, the ISO coins. Those, in my opinion, you should have a healthy balance of in any portfolio. You don't need all of them, but you do need some exposure. Quant is the one that has been dragging. Quant and IOTA have been dragging a little bit. Quant specifically. Quant was actually picking up a little bit today. What did that end up doing?
Didn't IOTA just get like an upgrade or something?
Ooh, fetch looks.
I don't.
Fetch looks pretty ripe to go.
Yeah, Quant broke out of its flag and it's 800 on the daily. It's one of the ones that held its 13 and just pushed. Didn't even come down to its 50 retrace. But when you compare that to its brothers and sisters, the difference is that they already did this. Right? For the most part, Quant didn't move when HBAR and ADA and all the other ISO coins moved earlier. Which is why I think it's a good catch-up play. So this is the move from the ISO narrative. Right here. It was decent. I mean, it did something, right? But it gave all of it back. And then, pushed off the bottom, but retraced all of it. When you look at H-bar, the difference. Right? H-bar pumped much higher and it held its ground instead of coming back and giving the entire pump back.
Man, I used to have so much H-bar. I don't even have any, I don't think.
All right, we're at the retest of that 50. Like the recovery. Difference is now you got the 50 and the 800 above you.
It's probably gonna get smacked down again at that double top.
Oh man, come on. Yeah, but it's gonna try to hold that support. It's alright, it hasn't even made a micro 0.5 retracing back up yet. I'm hoping this is just like a fish hook on 1 minute.
I got your fish hook.
You're gonna give me a fish hook?
You went short when I was longing.
Yeah, but I was short before you went long.
Oh, I thought you took that out because I was long before you went short. You were short. No, I'm kidding. I've been long for.
Actually, no. I was short earlier today. I closed it on that big drop, and then I went short again at the double top. Not at the second high, but the first high. Well, I added to it at the second high. But I was a little concerned it was going to break that trend line. Ended up being a fake out though.
I keep getting rejected right at the 9 days, so you may get your fish hook. We'll see. Oh, nope. Nope. Back to the double top so we can triple top. That's when you go short for a long time. Dude, I need to go to bed. Come on. I just need Trump to be quiet tomorrow. Unless it's positive news. Overnight. We are such a freaking gambler.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep at 2. Regardless of what happens.
Deal. Me
I'm
too.
just gonna leave my stop loss where it is.
I think in the long run, but they might have front run it too, though. If it would have hit on the daily, if it would have hit like 107.3 area, I would have went long for, like I would have went to sleep with a long, literally. I don't know if they front ran that.
Well, it was a big trend line that was kind of being defended.
I would have gave like a daily double bottom and I would have went to sleep. I don't know if they, like, people just front ran it. Someone went, oh my God. I'm sure you guys are following it. Someone went millions of dollars short. And then they turned around and longed it a couple of days later because they got their asses handed to them.
Yeah, there's somebody was talking about a hyperliquid whale that
Yeah.
was well, they said that they were long and they got wrecked and then they went short. And they got wrecked going short.
And they actually went long again. Then if it's the same person, it was the 40x. There was good money in there. I was like, if you have that much money, all you have to do is, that means people. Get them to start buying just to pump you up a little bit. It's not that hard. Please just go close above this.
I don't know. Some of these guys are degens though, like straight degens.
If I had that much money, trust me, I wouldn't even be in this bullshit.
Yeah, me neither.
I'd go invest that money on something else.
Is this shape? Is this a symmetrical triangle?
Alright. On what time frame?
Just on Dbloc's screen.
It looks like
I
it,
guess
but
it's
maybe not. I don't think so. It looks steeper. It looks steeper on the bottom leg compared to the top.
It's kind of just two trend lines.
okay.
One has really yet to break with conviction. It's got a trend line drawn from earlier today, and then a trend line drawn from that wick down bottom from earlier tonight.
Yeah.
It's not a shape that usually. So kind of it breaks to the downside. Or not usually, like more often. I don't know. I need to drink some water.
Yeah, water sounds good right now.
I just mowed the lawn. Mm-hmm.
2 a.m. Where are you?
I'm in Alaska.
Ooh.
Oh, jeez. At least you grow grass in Alaska.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, it's growing.
How many hours of daylight do you get?
I think the sun is setting at like I don't know, like 11:15 or something.
PM?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
You gotta have shutters for that, dude. You gotta turn your house dark at night.
I'll be
would
night trading like a beast with sunlight coming in almost midnight. That's
like
crazy.
blackout curtains, but a lot of people don't. I don't know. Like it's crazy. I don't know why. Some people just put like tinfoil on their windows.
Wow. No, I
Yeah,
have shutters in my house in Turkey. Like if we shut them, it's pitch black in there. Nothing you can see. You can't see nothing. So it does do that. Blackout darkens the room, but doesn't make it pitch black. Maybe there's
yeah,
some.
yeah. My room's not pitch black. I just have like blackout curtains, but I've got to use like an eye mask because I need like darkness. But I don't get as much sleep in the summer because it's so bright.
Don't do it, Bitcoin. Go. Oh, this is so boring. So boring.
No, it needs to tank.
What?
Are you in a short?
Yeah.
Phil? Oh.
Not me. And he's
No,
winning.
different one. I took one. The one I took earlier. I closed it, but I took another one like hour or two ago.
Yeah, I guess they'll see some pullbacks on like the larger time frame, but this is definitely gonna get some all-time highs. Hopefully this week. I really hope.
Uh-oh.
No crazy news pushes us further down.
I don't think so. Not the week of the Bitcoin conference. And if the stock market is showing a bunch of weakness at the same time, then it's not going to happen.
Never say never.
Quite
What?
is a bear.
I don't like this hourly candle. It's confusing. This can be up or
What
down candle.
what candle? The one like the current candle?
Hourly on the Bitcoin. Hanging. Fudge. I don't like opening upwards either.
What do you like, Shanae?
I don't.
You don't like opening awards?
I don't like candle. Like I don't like hourlies opening upwards. Cause
Oh.
That usually means they're checking the upper boundary, and they don't last very long. So it gets rejected too quick, and then it dumps. So like it will go up for the first 5-10 minutes, then it will just dump.
What kind of trader are you in?
I am on a Bitcoin long. No, I'm staying. I thought we were going to do that too.
Where did you get in?
Oh yeah, it's 3 a.m.
Good. So my first one was at 107.9, and then the second one I went in at 108.8, and went up. I just stayed in. Went down. I stayed in. It's going up again, and if it gets rejected again, I'm just gonna cut it off.
Oh, that's good. I wish I was better at staying in trades longer.
Yeah, I mean, I can't do just 1 minute and 5 minute. Like I look at the long time, and then if there's an up direction, then I go. This one lasted too long.
I've heard you talk before. You sound like you know what you're doing.
I'm hoping I know.
Shanae's pretty good.
So you have wisdom in your voice.
That's tiredness, girl. Same thing with the stock market. If it opens going downwards, I buy options. If it opens going up, I'm out of my options. I don't like it checking if I'm long. And if I was short, it opens up going up, then it's good for me.
Options are tricky.
It's probably going to gap up in the morning.
Right, because of that freaking pause. So that's why it's going to be so confusing tomorrow. What's going to happen? It's
Right.
good news.
Right now it's up 1% from Friday close.
I have like June Tesla calls, 3 of them. And then I have one for this week, I think. Yeah. And then I have Baba calls, Coin, MATS, which I'm probably going to eat crap on that. HIMS, Palantir, Quantum. Every week I played all these nuclear energy stocks. And then last week I was like, I'm not going to do it. And Trump signed the executive order. I was like, you bastard. So I got him one. They traded, but I wasn't going to stay in after the news. I should have, because it pumped 2 days for 20%. Side trip. Okay. No fish hook for you.
Damn, what the hell?
I feel like this looks good. I'm in a towel.
Still hasn't beat the trend line.
I'm in a towel long. I really like towel flies.
Towel?
T-A-O.
Ow.
T-A-O.
T-A-O.
Continue. T-A-O.
Oh, towel. I thought you said towel. I was like, oh my God. I won't be surprised. We should come up with a name.
Towel.
Towel.
You're a cow.
You're a towel.
Towel. Bit tensor.
Bitten sore.
Now you're talking about my smoking boys. Hey, oh my God, everybody.
Who?
YouTube always talks about my voice.
Oh, what?
Yeah. Well, I got polyps removed before, so I couldn't even talk. And then now I have another polyp. It's on the vocal cord that's closing the vocal cords. Oh, look at that pump. That's gonna triple top and eat shit. Let me get out of my long here. Not gonna happen again.
You're getting out of your long?
Oh yeah. If it keeps going, I'll jump back in. Earlier, I didn't take it there. Look how long that lasted.
Oh, that rejection on the 1 minute. Or 5
Oh,
minutes.
no. Actually, no, that's still okay. It touched the neck. There's still more to it. Hold on 1 second.
Oh no, look at that 5 minute candle. It's still only about halfway through, but it's not looking so good so far.
No, that's the neck. That's the neck, dear. Even if it comes back down to 108.9, yeah. Well, the neck.
The neck of what?
Inverse. I don't know. 5 minutes. Bitcoin. I don't know what you're looking at.
Bygone, she's telling you what's up. She's telling you what time it is.
Tell me what that neck do?
Well, the neck and the shoulder closes at the same place, right around the triple top, but they're front running bastards. It's gonna come down 108.9.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is coming.
Somehow I made $106,000 on my paper trade.
Only.
I don't even remember what this was from.
Watch, I'm gonna go long again next 5 minute candle.
I should have closed my trade when you said I'm closing my trade.
I closed.
Yeah, it's still below the 50 EMA on the 15 minute. I haven't closed a candle above it since like.
So for me, it's been bouncing between 50 and 100. It's just riding the 50 up and getting rejected from the 100. But it's also squeezing, so it's gonna go. Doesn't have very long, maybe not within the 30 minutes. It's gonna make a directional move, and that's gonna be violent up, violent down. But because the neck closes at the double top, I'm in the shoulder, he might be down. If it comes back down and plays this 108.9 area, then it might keep going, but I don't know. Yeah, people are front running this thing too much. I don't like it. He said, "What do you like, Shania?"
Yeah, I haven't heard you mention anything that you do like.
Gotta be choosy with your money.
Long BTC. She needs to stop smoking. It will help her trade. Buddy. It's a polyp. There's nothing.
You don't.
I don't care.
If you like everything with your money, you're
Oh,
gonna lose it.
what about that last 5-minute candle, Shania? Did you like that?
No, I know it's coming back down. I'm gonna go long again. One more down. One more 5-minute candle down. I'm gonna go back in the long. Come back out on the triple top.
I thought you were saying it goes when it starts green. It goes up for 5 minutes and then it comes right back down.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
That's what she said.
The double top. Remember where the double top is?
Yeah.
That is the neck and the shoulders, same level. So more than likely, this is going to get rejected again at the same level. But if it was to come down a little bit, but I don't know if people are front running. If it was to come down a little bit more, I was going to jump back in, but it didn't come back down yet. I'm not jumping in here. And it's come back down some more. So that double top, if you look at it on the lower from the double top, that's the head. And the middle of that double top is the shoulder, top of the shoulder, the inverted shoulder. Okay, why you know what I'm talking about? I
So
don't.
an inverse head and shoulders is what you're looking for.
It's there. It's playing it now.
Yeah, but you have no right shoulder. It didn't even hit the neckline, and you have no right shoulder.
It hit the neckline, damn it. The neckline is at
And
109.2.
and it's not at the bottom of the trend.
What fucking trend? A trend.
It's a reversal pattern, not a continuation pattern.
So it's not gonna reverse. It's gonna triple top and come back down. It's just gonna dance over there till the market opens, I guess.
Qui-Gon needs to go to the school of Shania.
No, Bygone is really good, actually. It's just playing right now. I think he needs to go to sleep. Let me see.
Yeah, I do need to go to sleep.
Watch. I'm gonna show you. Maybe you're gonna call me crazy. Alright, I turned my screen on.
Okay, I'll hop on there.
Is you there?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have this. This was gonna be head and shoulders, but it didn't come down deep enough. It played that. So usually this is bullish, right? So if now you didn't unsee that, this is what I'm talking about, inverse. This and this. You see that? Anywhere it touches here, it's fair game. So when this red candle came down here, I was waiting for a little bit deeper here. Because this is the neck. So this is the neck, this is the shoulder. They both end at the same spot. Right here. So this is your boundary. Even if it comes here now, comes back like this, then I might jump in down here. But right now, if it goes touches that, I don't know what the hell it will do. Because or maybe because they did front run in here. They didn't let it come down. So, and then go break out. But I think it's just gonna get slapped back.
But if it's gonna come down, it's a high volume, so it can go either way.
No, I wanted it to come here.
Yeah.
Check this. If it gets a good reaction, then I was gonna jump in. Then you expect the, higher
Yeah.
high. But this
Yeah.
front one, I don't like because it got front run right here. I was waiting to come. I came out.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. You know, where you draw the trend line, the bottom one, the blue one,
Yeah.
right below the yellow candle. If
Yeah.
the candle close below that and the next candle goes up, I'm going straight into long. But if it's not, it closes in red, I'm going into short. Right where your cross is, the blue line cross.
Right here?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
If the candle
Yeah.
goes up from here, I'm gonna go straight into long. And if
Yeah,
it's
you
gonna
gotta,
close
you could,
below that,
yeah.
I'm gonna go for short. That's what I'm waiting for. I have the
Yeah.
same scenario.
Yeah, you gotta wait for it to close above this because a lot of
Yeah,
times what happens is it acts like it's breaking out of it and it will just come right
back in,
down,
yeah.
just like this right now.
Yeah, that's what it.
Yeah, because you have all these channels, but when it double topped here,
Yeah.
I already knew that was coming, you know, but I was like, there's that one chance we're not gonna do it and we're just gonna keep going because, you know, Europe might pump it, but it didn't.
Yeah, because we have a lot of liquidity above us. So I hope we're gonna go grab that first and then we're gonna go calm down.
Yeah, but I wouldn't jump in unless it breaks above this.
Yeah.
Then
Let's see.
you have these to fight, but those are the 5 minutes. So because this double bottom almost failed. It did fail, but that's why I stayed in it because this was becoming such a beautiful double bottom, and
Yeah.
it just failed on this one early. On this
Oh, look at
16
that.
minutes. Everything failed. But I'd like it on the 6 hour. So you have a beautiful double bottom on the 6 hour right here. It shouldn't have came this deep to retest, but it happens. 6 hours though.
Well, it's looking like they're popping off.
Hmm?
Did you say alt?
Oh
Did you
no.
say alt?
Yeah, I was looking at a couple charts. It looks like Doge and Sui are starting to look on the brighter side with their 15-minute.
I
I'm
think
long.
ETH just crossed 2,600.
I've been in a long in this velo for so
Literally,
long.
as speaking.
Oh, sorry. I should have longed the fuck.
How long have you been in a velo long? What would you say?
Yeah, I've been in a velo long since I've been in BTC long, and it's just dancing. I went between wild or velo, and then I went into velo. Should have went to wild. Well,
Dominance is like going down pretty steeply. Oh, ETH on the hourly, ETH has a huge green vector candle.
be careful with that dominance. It may pop right here. By passing.
Yeah, but it's dominance still is 64.10%. It's still above. It's still good.
The Bitcoin jump. Nope.
The US 500 M pattern failed. It broke back above it. Damn it.
That is that futures?
Yeah.
You said M pattern failed?
Yeah. On
That's
the
good
US
news.
500.
So that's good news for me, honey.
Well, if you're in the profit market open,
I hope
obviously
so.
suggest take a profit because I really don't think it's got much more left. It's gonna gap up and then it's probably gonna drop really hard for the rest of the session.
Oh, Jesus. It did not test the 570 on S&P, so that's why I'm just like, oh, I'm very iffy with it. Because the first gap was down here. It didn't even touch this 570. So I don't know if it got front ran or what for. I really don't. But if it's playing, I don't know if you're looking or not, but if it's playing this short, you know, you have like this one. We played this line. We already played this line. So now,
Yeah.
if it's playing this, then we're safe. But hopefully it did that. Because I don't want it to come down anymore. Now that it got front run, because if it comes down anymore, I don't know if it's gonna return from here. I was waiting for this area. But it didn't just get, you know, pumped right back up. So I was like, oh shoot.
What is that band?
Which one? This one? This is the
One that
bias.
looks like a Christmas scarf.
This
No, on your chart. On the candles.
on the candles.
Yeah, it's a
Is it
green.
like a
When it's
moving
above it, it's
average?
green.
Or
When it's below it, it's red.
Oh,
think
that's
like a
the yeah, it's like the gaps and like almost like a support and resistance, but on the greens, it's like the buy area versus sell area. So if it comes down,
what's the thicker one? Like the red and green one?
these are what you're talking about, right?
No, like the ribbon looking things. I think it looks
Yeah.
like a ribbon on the
This,
chart.
right? This is the market
No.
buy.
Never
She's
The
talking
one
about
in the one in the middle, like
I'm gonna hold on. That's volume. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. This is the market state. This is the market bias, which is my band.
Yeah, that
Oh,
thing right
okay,
there.
that and this is the same thing. That's why I said this. It's the market bias. So like where it works pretty good, to be honest. If you pay
what is
attention,
it?
my fucking ADHD would don't
Whoa with your language.
don't let me so these are like the
Yeah,
market
for a
bias.
lady. You got
So that band says like if it's here, you buy it. You know, if it's the red, that means it's gonna get sold. So it depends on which way we're going. Right now, but you know, like it works pretty good for the most part. Here, this was a buy area, but it didn't. You know, it failed. That is the market bias. It's called market bias. Like what market
bias.
Yeah, what the markets might
Okay.
do. Yeah.
I thought you were saying market buys.
No bias. Sorry.
Bias.
Yeah, and then this is the BX extender. This like tells you.
Ooh.
This is a good one. I like this one. This one tells you like if it's
You like something you like, finally.
I do. I like the band too, but I really like this one too. Everything is bound to fail. You know, you can't just do that. But usually like when this turns red, you know, it means like it's more than likely going to dump. When it turns green, more than likely it's going to pump. But usually if you're in the stock market, you want these on the weekly because daily can fail too. But let me see, because right here, no, it seems to be doing good.
Bitcoin
Are
is
you
hanging
paying
on
attention to
by
these?
the
What is that?
it's hanging on by the high volume node.
I usually use these at the end of the day. This one, like, I look at it before, you know, if I'm gonna buy calls or not. I do play these if the candle matches it. You know, I'm big on the candle. Am I still in that long? No, I got it. The other day I thought I got out of something and a freaking thing. I had left open orders. And but yeah, I do enjoy these. Let's see if hold on, let's see what it says for Bitcoin. Oh, the weekly. See, it turned green when it went here. So it does work pretty good. But it does fail too. You see where so like this is the old chart patterns. If it gets rejected, it says it's gonna go down to 35 and 23. You see that? But different time frames gives you different scenarios. So if we do pump up, our next stop would be 116 area.
Bitcoin's gonna go to 23.
If we oh my god, I did not say that. If remember when we went from 69, what no was it 64 high back then?
Now that's 28.
Yeah. No, we went 15. Yeah,
Yeah.
69 to 15. So yeah, it's still why not?
That was a fair market, yeah.
Okay, it's doable. Let's see. If this was our top, 59. If we were measured. If this is our top. Which would complete this M top, really. 70.
Are you feeling really bearish, Shania?
No,
Is that how you say your name, Shania? Shanae?
no. This is the scenario. If this is the top, this is where it's gonna go. Because right now it's calling it a double top on the weekly. So we have to go close it, higher. We need that 116 area, or we need to just close above the neck of this candle, like 110, and then it won't be a double top anymore. This is the scenario if we can't break this, then where our support is. But don't pay attention to that. Nothing is scary. But it works great for if you're playing futures and if you have absolutely no idea what the hell to do, this works pretty good. You see, you got front run on this one. It was supposed to go down here, but I didn't wait my own self. I front ran my own self because of here. I took it as a support. Usually it's here or here. Oh, it's still dancing there. So if you know absolutely nothing, you can literally play this and still get good amount of wins. You just gotta front run it yourself, I guess. Or it may still come down there because it still says it should come recheck this.
Oh yeah.
Let's look at Tesla. Oh.
I want Tesla to come down. I just sold all my Tesla.
I don't know. We're playing this bottom right here right now. That's why I bought Friday. It got front run. It's okay. We're playing this bottom, and the top of that bottom is right here.
The top of the bottom.
Okay. It's almost like a diamond top because it's not a head. So when this shape happens, you play this one and you'll end up closing here. And then it'll close here. And then when it comes here, it'll do this, go up there, then it will play all these leftovers. But this is daily. I don't have that much time for that. But we are still playing this bottom right here. Or this tiny shoulder or ear right here. So this week, I'm hoping to see 394.
394.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping to see
If
closer
he
to 300.
if he puts that good news out, but if not, what does this say? Yeah, top of this. Remember I said like this ear? Top of it is here. So we're gonna check this.
I guess
Well, no.
it's
Okay, when is June? Because he's rolling the robotax is June 6th, maybe next week, and then we'll dump.
oh,
Because robotaxes are coming out this in June in Austin. I hope freaking Elon being Elon. Oh, he's always late on everything. Oh, he is, yeah. It's really, and this is scary though. And we played this one, closed it, so we should be done with dumps. Hopefully, we're not coming for this gap.
Bitcoin's going back up.
I'm hoping because there's this ear too, and if we come down to close this gap, I don't mind if it opens and dumps and then goes right back up.
I sold at like 350. I think. Well, I round tripped from Tesla once. I had to sell this time.
Yeah, I sold most of them at 354, and then I bought it, sold it again. And then third time it was going to that freaking 350 area I bought, and it just couldn't. That's what made me mad.
I'm hoping it comes back down to the 50, around 300.
I
It
played this.
dumps tomorrow. I'm gonna buy some back.
Yeah, this is the stupid bad news because it was playing this right here. That's what made me mad. I was like, Trump needs to shut up. We went, and then we came and retested, and then it died here. I was hoping it would go up, even though this is too short for a shoulder. It really is. So they're bound to fail. But if he would have just not opened his mouth, we would have touched that 354 again for the third time. Like, this is what I'm in now. This is like, I pick and choose from this list. This is my list of what to play. These I missed. I've been playing these and I missed them on the pump week. It is what it is. Are we there yet? The QI go night-night? Oh man, we did come back to retest. Shit.
Oh, I'm about to though.
But see that? It did come and retest QI. Look. It came and retested it. That's good now. If it breaks above this, I'm jumping in. Because now, well, I'm too late now. I should have jumped in here.
Oh yeah, I was trying to
Yeah.
say something. I guess
That was the inverse. So it's, let's see. See, there's my 200, and it's with the red
It
band.
rejects from your ribbon there. Your
Yeah.
bias ribbon.
But this is my 200 MA too. Like, you guys, bias. You guys play those SMAs and stuff, or EMAs. Like, I only play the MAs. And it works pretty good for me. This is my 9-day. So I have the 950 and 200.
That's pretty similar to the 13 and the 50.
Yeah. $13 is too long for futures for me. Sometimes I'm like, maybe I should just use like 5-day, but then I'm like, no, that's retarded. All right, let's see what happens here.
Just trying to break above that trend line. I like that.
Let's see. Yeah, this has to close above the neck of this. It just has to. Otherwise, it's gonna come down real bad. Like bottom has to be loose from that 200 too, though. Bottom still touching that. I drank way too much coffee and no water.
Feeling jittery?
Hmm.
Feeling jittery?
I didn't drink any water. That's also ruining my throat too.
I'm dehydrated. I'm dehydrated.
Yeah. I mean,
So what is that thing called? Market bias?
yes.
Who's the author?
Oh, what are you, sucker?
You just went past it.
So you like it, huh?
I mean, I want to like try
Who's
it out
that?
on my chart. It's in the middle, right
Oh
there.
my!
Yeah.
Listen to me. I am so blind. This is Dbloc.
You were just on it. Yeah, it's 2 up from Dbloc.
This
Right there. Right there. Right there.
is why I need to go to fucking bed. Okay.
What,
How do I
what
even?
time zone? What time zone are you in, Chennai?
Eastern Standard. It's 2:30 in the morning here.
Oh, I know Eastern.
I don't know if there's a.
Hold on, it shouldn't be. Hold on, let me just go here.
I'm 4 hours behind.
You're 4 hours? Oh.
It's 10:38. Hmm.
Professor. Yeah, I think that's the one you have because I think I saw that the CBBER thing.
Okay,
Thank
yep.
you.
CEREBR, yep.
All right,
Left.
cool. Thanks.
You're welcome.
CERPER. Yeah, I'll check that thing out.
I'm telling you, use this this extender too. Yeah, this thing works. Like I said, if you have absolutely no idea what you're doing, these indicators, like you can put 3 together and figure it out.
What? It's an extender? Extender? By
Yeah.
puppy therapy?
Yeah. Well, there's different ones. You don't have to use that one. But like I like these gaps too. Like these work pretty good too, for the most part.
Are those? Is that like order blocks or what?
No, those are the gaps, like buy gaps and sell gaps. So like if you're in a long, if it hits this, you get out. because the band is not gonna tell you anything. This is like sell area, buy area. Let's say it's almost like giving you the support and resistance or your gaps, where you're like, okay, you need to come back here to retest, or this is the buy area.
They look a lot like order blocks and like fair value gaps. Oh, are those fair value gaps?
So it's in. Hold on, let me see. It's in this one. Oh,
Oh, Dbloc has an indicator.
I didn't even turn that shit on. Oh, I hate the. Hold on, why? It's seriously, what is going on with me today? Turn everything.
You drank too much coffee and not enough water.
And I was shoveling so much dirt today because on my garden. Hold on, why is it not? Thought it was on there. That one. Oh, the gaps and wicks, yeah. Right there. I swear I can't
Gaps
see
and
today.
gaps and wicks.
Yeah.
I bet those are fair value gaps.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I thought everybody knew this ribbon. I am so sorry. I don't know why. I do need to know him.
Yeah,
All right. Well,
we
I'm
are
going to
hanging.
bed. I think I'm gonna wait for this 15-minute to close though.
My favorite one is this all chart patterns one. Like, I love that one. If you have ADHD, that's what you need. Really, it gets your attention because the ribbon and all that, I'm like, oh shit. But when there's an arrow going somewhere, I'm like, oh, what is this? All right, good night, QI. Nice
Good
talking to
night.
you anyway. We haven't talked in a long time, dude.
Yeah, no, it's good talking to you.
See, I'm good for something. This thing
Yeah,
is
but
like
check out
watching.
that indicator.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like
Are you gonna be back?
I usually listen. If I don't like the conversation, I don't even come on it. I've been listening today, and it was just too much of nothing going on. I was like, I'm not gonna, you know. I have no opinion on those.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know, I mean, I do, but you don't want to know what it is. Like, literally, I'm just clicking here. I'm bored.
Man, dude, this price just doesn't want to decide what it's gonna do.
Well, it does look like an inverse head and shoulders, doesn't it? Or like a W.
Let me see something. When in doubt, go to the early. Okay, we did this. We played this here. We sure did. Came back and retested it. We should be going up though. I don't, because we tested this. Came back down.
Looks kind of bullish, unless it's taking us out. I don't know.
Oh. Watch it triple top there.
Where are we at? That we're at like the end of the Asian session. I guess it's
Yeah, so
kind
right
of
before UK comes online. London session.
I guess is it kind of a bad time to take a trade, like at the end of a.
When 4 in the morning with the market, pre-market open, it does a lot of movement too though. So this might just stall till 4. Jesus. I want to
Is it
test the
really?
roadster. Huh?
Is it really warm over there on the eastern seaboard?
Thank God today, finally, it's been raining past 2.5 weeks. And it was
It's like
cold. Yeah, it was cold last week.
it's like 53 degrees here. It's like getting warm.
So in April, we had really, really warm days. And the last 3 weeks, it was cold and rainy. And then yesterday, it warmed up. And today it was really warm. I was sweating. That's why I'm tired. I was out there, like, doing the vegetable garden. I had to dig all the dirt and all that. I had to repot a bunch of stuff. Just sweating. I'm literally sitting in my sweat. Well, I dry now. I gotta go shower and go to bed.
Last night, when the Asian session ended, like things were pumping, and then it just went dead. Well, and then but I guess tonight UK will take over.
What?
What?
What is that? Oh, that's the Bitcoin dominance.
And now it's no Dom's going up. But yeah, it feels like an end.
Yeah, that's why I said be careful right here. At the
Yeah,
dominance.
Indecisive.
if Bitcoin breaks 109,355, I think we should see a higher high. 400 area. It just has to break that 109,355. Which it's so close to.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you still got. It's a rising wedge, so it's gonna end up dangerous. It's just gonna keep going and then dump and then pump. It's gonna go probably right here. And then where's the retest for that one? Retest for that one is here. So 1097 back to 1094. Hopefully that will hold. We're playing this now.
It's stuck in like a tiny little range.
Yeah, that should be retest. I guess it is gonna dance around.
What does that say? Fight retest?
So if it can come out of this, it's gonna come like here and then come back to retest. The bottom of that is right here. This area right here. Yep, come back and retest. So it's like, I'm gonna do it with an arrow, yes. Okay. I don't want to know more. Oh man. I swear I'm having a what it looks like is like,
Oh, high retest?
yeah, so if it ever makes it up here, and then back down here for retest, and then back up like that. So it should test high, low. We're here though, so this is yeah, like it's the boundaries. Because this is like this. You're probably never gonna make it to 110. Imagine if I sit in that long. It's right there still. It hasn't really done anything. Shit, this one is saying all the way down. Okay, 1 hour. 1 hour is what's really important. That is true. It is the end of the month coming in. Ouch. So for that,
Oh, tired tonight.
hopefully we won't
Okay.
close here or here. That will give us a double top. This is why I have 2 charts. And I drew a book. I
Like
drew a book.
for the macro and the micro, or I don't know how you'd say that. For the macro and the smaller time frames.
A what?
Oh, you said this is why you have two charts? Is it for, like
Yeah.
for the macro and the smaller?
No. I always pull Binance and Coinbase same time. Oh my god, I came and erased my drawings. Because I drew all over it.
Oh. Makes sense. Sorry, I keep yawning.
I'm gonna regret this myself. I don't even do this anymore. I just came
What
in
do
today.
you do?
I play with options more because this you have to stare all day. I just don't have time for this. It's boring.
Oh, I gotta go feed my dogs. Nice to meet you, Shania. Thanks for
Oh, what's your name?
sharing.
Hold on. What is your name?
Kelly.
Callie?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're not Sunny that was on YouTube, right?
No, I don't know, Sonny. So
Okay. I don't know who that
it's
was.
it says Caliphant, but I mean everyone just says Kelly.
Okay.
And you can call me Caliphant or Kelly.
I'm sorry if I forget.
Oh, no worries.
Oh
No
my god, you got
worries.
me on it, girl.
Thanks for helping me.
I'm sorry if I don't know if I did or not. Look at that, bam. Got
No, you did. No, it was helpful, and thanks for your input.
You're welcome. Anytime I'm here.
Have a good night. Good luck with your trades.
You too. Thank you.
Take care.
Mm. Go long? How about now?
Are you gonna go for the long?
I don't know. This is an ugly 1 hour, but let's see how this closes. There's still 5 more minutes. Oh, I can't even see anymore. I drew too much. Nope. That's a fail.
Yeah.
One. This is the hourly closing, so this. Let's see how it reacts right here. What are you doing? It is squeezed in here. We'll see which
Yeah.
way. Which way it squeezes. I stuck my drawings too. See, 200. It's just bouncing up, down, up, down.
Yeah.
Great. Oh, I don't like the way it looks at all. You can literally call that a triple top, really. And it fell below this. It'll probably keep coming down. Let's see if it stays in that channel though. This shit went high. It's just gonna keep on dancing till 4, I guess.
Yeah. Up and down, up and down.
Yeah.
But the good thing is it is squeezing.
It was what, 15 minutes in that squeeze? Oh, it's not there anymore. Yeah, it is. I don't know. That's a pretty engulfing red candle.
Yeah. And again, it's above the 50 MA.
On the other side, I should see this. I'm gonna keep watching this for the next 10 minutes. That's it. And I'm out. I can leave the chart up if you guys need it.
Well, if the daily candles stay like this, and some of the alts I'm looking at, then we just tested the 58 man. The daily looks good. And Bitcoin is getting some good buys here. Bitcoin dominance coming down.